Welcome into a new edition of the Going Deep podcast, but a special live day 3 on Built in Buffalo edition as one of our favorite days of the year. Bills are on the clock soon, so we'll be coming up with a lot of picks. Kevin and I will be breaking down some of the things we saw throughout live draft coverage. Kevin was on a couple times. I was on for a bit last night. So we'll break down some of the things that we saw, some of the players coming off the board now, and we'll be with you through all the Bills picks. Kevin, how you doing today?
Pretty good, Kevin. I think I'm pretty satisfied with what the Bills have done so far. I don't think it's been a spectacular draft by any means, but I think it's been far from terrible. So I tweeted last night, I said, I think I'll give Brandon Beane a solid B as we go into Saturday. That might slip down to a B minus right now because within the first 20 picks of this fourth round, we saw Troy Franklin, Javon Baker, Tez Walker, and now Tanner Bortolini and Mason McCormick all off the board. Those are 3 wide receivers and 2 offensive linemen that I really liked. So Bean lost a few brownie points with me so far, but we'll see what he can do coming up at pick 128.
So you had a loaded B grade. So you had contingencies on your grade, needing to see what happens in the fourth, but that's what today is for. He did say though yesterday he was not planning to trade up into the fourth. He's going to utilize those picks, I guess, early fifth, maybe late fourth after he picks, but it didn't seem like he was willing to cash in on those picks. So that's going to be interesting what he has in store with 7 draft choices. A lot better than last year when we had Justin Shorter and 2 7th-round picks. And for that reason, they pushed it into this year. So I believe they honestly thought they were going to take these selections. So we're going to have to see how this turns out. But players coming in fast and furious here. To Kevin's point, some of his favorite players have gone. A few of mine as well. We'll real quickly just read off the 4th-round pick. Sanders, a good-looking tight end to the Panthers. Franklin to the Broncos. Robinson, another potential guard to the Patriots, rebuilding their line. Taylor Demerson, a safety. The Bills are probably set at safety, but he was a good-looking safety prospect. Ajoba from Alabama going to the Chargers. He was a solid-looking edge prospect. Cedric Gray, Theo Johnson, Kyrie Jackson. You got Javon Baker off the board. Devontae Walker, 2 potential Bills picks that could have gone there for them. Tanner Bortolini, to Kevin's point. Mason McCormick and Jalen Wright just going off the board of the Dolphins. The Bills are said to be interested in the running back position. I do expect one to be taken here shortly. So that is one that I have to say. We got Muhammad Kamara. He is probably toward the top of the Bills draft board here as we approach it. That's the current breakdown of all the selections, Kevin, as the pick is in for the Dolphins, but it is Jalen Wright. So how are you feeling about attacking running back here? It does seem like there's some potential running backs, or are you going to push that to next round?
I think if TJ Tampa is still available or Muhammad Kamara, you might have to go cornerback or edge rusher here, and you can address running back later on. I mean, if you've been following along with the Going Deep Buffalo podcast, I've been big on Isaiah Davis in rounds 5 or 6, and look at that. We have 4 5th-round picks, so you could get Isaiah Davis in the 5th round. I think if TJ Tampa slips, you got to take him. I mean, this was a guy who was projected to go late round 1, I saw, early round 2, and now he's here in round 4. So I think if he's available, you run to the podium and say TJ Tampa.
Okay. Are you thinking that you'll get the value there at the DB position still, or what intrigues you about Tampa?
Well, I think just the fact that he's big and physical, and like I said, he was rated pretty high. A lot of mocks that I saw, he didn't fall out of the 2nd round. So I was kind of shocked to see that he made it past round 2 and now past round 3s into round 4. So I think that he could be a solid corner. I will say Cam Hart was someone who I liked too, coming out of Notre Dame, another big physical corner. I thought that would be more realistic because I thought Tampa would be gone. But if Tampa's there, I think you got to get him.
Okay. Well, there you have it. The falling is that concerning to you? Like potentially a 2nd-round pick? It must be Troy Franklin style concerns, though, wouldn't you say?
That's the thing with Troy Franklin. As much as I wanted him, and as much as I thought that would be a beautiful pairing with Keon Coleman, I was like, there might be a reason why he's falling so much, because Troy Franklin was a guy, same thing. He was mocked to go early 2nd round, maybe even late 1st round. And the fact that he fell so much, that could cause some concern, because usually there's a reason why these guys are slipping. I don't think it's just because they're bad at football or the mock drafters are bad at analyzing. Like, there's usually something more involved. So you're right. There could be something else involved with TJ Tampa that we don't know about. So I guess if it's not TJ Tampa, that's why I'm saying you can pivot to Cam Hart or go with Muhammad Kamara, the edge rusher.
Feel on defense then, with all those players you're mentioning, are any reason for a defense? Or you just think that's where the value is?
I think that's where the value is. I'm seeing people are talking about Brendan Rice. What do you think about him? Because I feel like that could be a little bit too similar to Keon Coleman. So I'm not sure stylistically if he would offer enough for what the Bills are looking for. I think I want more of a savvy route runner here, maybe a vertical presence who has some speed. That's why I love Troy Franklin so much. So I'm not sure if Brendan Rice would do it for me. I think I can wait on wide receivers since they passed on the three guys that we already mentioned. Running back, again, I think there's value in rounds 5 and 6. So I think I'm falling back on the defense here.
Okay, so you're on the defensive train. So you want to go 3 straight defensive selections. For me, I'm still thinking that the depth of the receiving core is going to thin out very soon, as it already started to. Johnny Wilson's a player that could make a lot of sense to pair him with his Florida State huge body. Well, they go with that stylistically, or they could go the reverse stylistically and go with my guy Malik Washington, 5'8", well in the 200s. Strong, as a savvy route runner, is one of the best slot receivers in the draft, in my opinion. So lack of size is going to be the problem there for him, but he's a tough assignment to, he's going to be similar to Josh Downs from the Colts. So to me, I think that that's where I would go. I love Malik Washington. If the Bills didn't double dip early, the point was in the 4th round to target somebody like Malik Washington here. He's probably the next receiver to go, him or Johnny Wilson. A lot of people like Jamari Thrash as well. He could make sense. 6'1", 185. Great athlete. He's able to definitely create that separation. So Jamari Thrash is another name to watch out for here. 5th in school history, 1,700 yards receiving. That could be very interesting here to the Bills. They like that production. They like that ability to get open. So I'm going to go reverse of you. So we'll have two different mindsets here. You're going to go best available on defense. I'm going to continue because the back-to-back defensive picks in the second and 3rd round. I'm going to feel like it's possible to go offense. And I'm not out on running back here. I know there's going to be some depth later, but I'd prefer them, especially with Wright going off the board, I prefer them to maybe think about getting their top rated running back, whomever that may be. Is it Bucky Irving? Is it Braylon Allen? Is it Audric Estime? Or where they feel, like you said, that they can wait to those 5th round picks, but they may want to go out and get it. And we saw a punter go off the board, Kevin. We were getting clamored for a punter in our live mock on Thursday. And Tory Taylor, from Iowa goes off the board here. So in the 4th round, mid 4th round. So that's pretty high for a punter.
Yeah, 4th round punter. What was it last year? Or was it 2 years ago with Jordan Stout? 2 years ago, right? Because he was with Matt Ariza.
Yeah, yes. I think he was 4th too.
But last year was the year that, yeah, because Stout was, actually, he might have even been late round 3. But last year was a year that New England took a punter and a kicker.
Yeah, so Philadelphia trades pick to Houston. So Houston's been moving around their draft board quite a bit here. So they essentially are saying they're coming out for Cade Stover. So a bunch of tight ends that did fall had gone off the board here in the 4th round. I was interested to see if there was a lot of really good tight end names, if the Bills would have done something there, but they've all since thinned out here on the best available list. So are you worried about any of our competitors? Like Miami just came away with Jalen Wright. I guess tell me about how you're feeling about our division so far, what they've done. Anything stick out to you with you have, Chop Robinson, Patrick Paul, and Jalen Wright to Miami? Does that scare you? I guess tell me about the moves made in the division.
I don't really pay attention to the other teams. I mean, I do, but my focus is on the Buffalo Bills. So I don't really get too concerned with that stuff. My concern right now is the wide receiver room, because Keon Coleman is nice. I do like him, but it's not going to be enough. So there's got to be another plan here. There's got to be a corresponding move. And as we're getting thinner in the draft, the more I believe that Brandon Beane is looking at the trade market for a veteran wide receiver.
I think it's fair to say if they pass here on a few more picks on receiver, and he hinted at a trade on day 3 and potentially beyond, especially when that $10 million comes off the board, I think it's fair to say that they're looking at the veteran receiver market. This pick will be telling to me. They could grab a guy later and that won't change their plans. But if they skip receiver here, I do believe that they have a veteran presence, whether it's an OBJ, whether it's, it could be even Tyler Boyd or Michael Thomas, or is it a trade? Cortland Sutton. You got a couple of guys on the market that could end up being, is it one of those San Francisco guys? So it's very possible here that the veteran receiver could be on board here. But the next couple of picks are telling, wouldn't you agree?
I think so, yeah. Now, to your point, Jamari Thrash is very nice. Is he a 4th-round grade, or can you potentially get him in the 5th round?
I see him here as a 4th-round grade based on the board I have in front of me.
Okay.
So.
I mean, I do like Thrash. I think he would be very nice. But again, I mean, the best available, and we know how the Bills stick to their board. I think they would have to go TJ Tampa and Muhammad Kamara here.
So you're thinking basically double dip at the D-line position. It's interesting that they've done so much with the D-line, but at the same time, none of them are high-end. I wouldn't consider high-end moves so far at the defensive line position. So I think that's what's interesting about defensive line in general. How much rotation will be there for Kamara? How much playing time could be there? That's what the Bills will have to analyze as compared to a running back too, as compared to the receiver room. Will they, as even compared to maybe, I mean, there's not a ton of holes, which is what's interesting about the 7 selections today. And at this stage, not utilizing, I think that the Bills will have to package some of these picks at some point, because you're going to start are you worried about putting players on someone else's roster like they've done in the past with some of these day 3 picks?
Yeah, and that's why I find it hard to believe that Bean is keeping, or maybe we should say hoarding for now, these 4 5th-round picks, because do we really think that all 11 players are going to make the roster? Because that's how many picks the Bills ended up with, right? After all those trades.
Yes.
So I don't think those guys towards the end of the draft are going to make the 53-man roster. And you don't want a Luke Tenuta situation where you just simply can't roster him. So that's why I've been a big fan of trading up, because do you really need a plethora of picks? Go get a player who can be an impact player and who you have a role for. That's why I like the idea of trading up for a wide receiver. Apparently Bean didn't.
I think here they're following the Rams model, where the Rams last year, obviously their roster was a lot worse in some ways than the Bills, but nailing like 9 out of 11 picks. That's got to be enticing to Brandon Bean right now to prove his drafting skill, especially his day 3 drafting skill. Khalil Shakir, Gabe Davis. He's hit on day 3 receivers before. He's hit on his day 3 DBs before. Obviously Christian Benford being the most notable there. So they've definitely hit on players in this round. Last year, they kind of punted on it. They must not have felt that they drafted a special teamer in Shorter and a couple of flyer guys in the 7th round. So they must have felt like last year's draft just didn't have the depth, having it pushed this year on purpose. So I think that they are feeling good about making these selections here shortly and ultimately coming away with players who they may feel will be low budget, high talent players, especially in these 4th and 5th rounds. The 6th and 7th round pick that they have, they can just mess around with essentially and take special teams guys. But I really think these 5 picks, the Bills have plans for them to make the roster, Kevin.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, we know how much Bean loves these picks. So where can you get the most value out of them is a question.
Yeah, I think in the 5th round is still in range to where I don't believe they'll panic and need to trade him away. So I think that they're going to roster as many of these guys as humanly possible. And there's still some needs. There's still some needs on the back end of the roster. But it's day 3. You ultimately can't be in there going like, I need a starting receiver or I need a starting running back. I mean, that's not a good place to be in. So I think ultimately you're looking for guys to come in and take prominent backup roles, special teams roles, and have good values in the future.
So do we know who San Fran picked? Because we're getting closer at 128.
We do. Yes.
Okay, so they got Malik Mustafa, the safety from Wake Forest.
Yep. And Bucky Irving going to Tampa Bay at 120 right after at 125.
Okay, so you might be a little bit ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on a stream, the streams are always a little delayed. And
no, I'm just I'm watching ESPN.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, like the PFF draft tracker, maybe somehow a pick ahead. That's what I'm using at the moment to have all my stuff arranged. But yeah, they could be potentially slightly ahead. But yeah, with Bucky Irving going, will they? A couple of running backs now have gone off the board. I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked for them to pick their favorite running back here, whomever that may be. They did a lot of work on these guys. So I think that I'm going receiver or running back. How about you? So are you still going DB or Kamara?
I think I'm going either TJ Tampa, or if they really like Cam Hart, I could see that, or Muhammad Kamara, because I think you can address running back and wide receiver in the 5th round if you're really going to keep all those picks.
Yeah, and what we'll do here for you today is we'll also dial up some of our, I'll bring up stuff as we draft a player. Obviously, there's too many players that have stuff dialed in already, but as the Bills make their selection, I'll bring up some notes and thoughts on that player as I have them. But I guess in the meantime, Kevin, how did you feel about while we wait a couple more picks? How did you feel about last night's Dwayne Carter pick? And do you think he's going to be a good rotational guy behind Ed Oliver?
Yes. Now, I think the easiest way to say it is I love the player. I'm not sure if I love the pick
Okay.
because he's a rotational defensive tackle and you could have gotten another starting wide receiver. So that's why it's hard when you're trying to balance the value, because you were showing me that last night that Pro Football Network had him ranked as the 93rd best prospect or
They did.
94th.
Yep.
So the Bills took him at 95. So you figured that's great value. I just saw the value with defensive tackle today, rounds 4, 5, and 6. So I thought, go get Troy Franklin, and then you can address that rotational defensive tackle on Saturday. But that aside, talking about the player now, I think Dwayne Carter is very nice. I think he does a lot well. He's pretty explosive. And the best thing is he wants to be here. You can tell he brings the juice. Seems like a great guy. He's been a captain. He's a leader. And that's what the Bills have been doing. They've been going after leaders, captains, and guys who have great athletic traits.
For sure. I mean, I think I think that they're going to still tackle into that market, Kevin. I don't think that just because they took Carter, I think some of those guys you've mentioned may be part of the plans. So I ultimately think that that's very much going to be in the cards here today to get those specific individuals to pair up with Dwayne Carter. I don't think that that's a one and done. Let's bring up his card now from our friend of the show, Kentley Platt, and his Raz production here. As we can see, very athletic looking player. He ran super well, went to the 4.99 range, has a really good 10-yard split, and is fairly athletic, an 8.93 Raz score. So that's going to be exciting. I think he does a lot well, has a lot of pressures. I think he's going to be a good 3-tech because the Bills right now, they're older, but the Bills right now are set with the 1-tech position after free agency, obviously re-upping Daquan Jones and bringing in his partner in crime in this as well, Austin Johnson. So there may not be a ton of room for these rotational guys. I think they were looking for the best 3-tech though, Kevin, and he may have been it. He may not. I ultimately think they had that final hole at 3-tech, and that's why they went with Carter.
You think he was the best one in the draft, or you're just saying the best one based on the value of that position?
Based on the value of the position after pick 60. Like, obviously, he wasn't the best one in the draft, but he was. Okay, if he was, it would have gone Johnny Newton.
I was going to say, because that was Coleman. Johnny Newton or Byron Murphy, right?
Yeah, but Murphy was gone, but they would have definitely gone Johnny Newton. If truthfully, he probably was the defensive player even more so than Cooper DeJean. I do believe that the Bills would have considered and then pivoted to receiver later on in the day. But I think they felt good about getting a guy like Carter, who they perceived to be very talented at the 3-tech position, where they had a bigger hole than obviously the 1-tech hole's not big. Those guys are older there, so I could see a late 1-tech come with one of these picks. But I think they felt like they for sure had to get a rotational day 1 3-tech. And Carter was probably, with the defensive tackle run, was probably the only one left, in my opinion.
Yeah, again, I mean, I really like the player. I'm just a little bit skeptical on the pick, just until I see what the plan is at wide receiver.
And Will Shipley off the board to the Eagles, so the Bills are on the clock as we speak. So will they, a couple running back runs, the Bills may feel like they need to get in on the running back run. I officially think that's the way they go. But we'll try to keep, we'll try to keep the leaks to a minimum as they're announcing some of the picks here. But officially in Detroit, the Bills are on the clock. So I'm sure the pick will leak plenty of time here on Twitter and other places.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm on Detroit on my TV, so I'm a little bit behind. You said
okay.
Detroit got Shipley?
No. They went with a guy that I've actually never heard of. The first player I haven't heard of yet in this draft. So that's interesting. He's not even ranked on PFF's board either. Giovanni Manu. Not really sure. He's a tackle. Eagles right after them went Will Shipley.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see what the Eagles do, but I'm still saying it's got to be Kamara or TJ Tampa.
Yeah.
And just so people know, Muhammad Kamara is Alvin's younger brother, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And Brendan Rice is Jerry Rice's son.
Correct. Yep. You're going through all the lineage here, Kevin.
Yep. We'll see. I mean, Luke McCaffrey, that was a bit of a surprise. I thought he was more of a day 3 pick, but Washington took him last night. Was it 77th overall?
Yeah, it was.
Now, is he McCaffrey's brother? Christian's brother?
Yep, exactly.
Okay, I wasn't sure if they're brothers or cousins.
Yep. Yeah, sometimes and then there's absolutely no correlation sometimes when you think there is. So it's always funny to come through. But yeah, he got picked in the late third. That was a very interesting selection for the Bill, or excuse me, to end up. I thought there was a plenty other receivers that were available there. But he does put a lot of good things on film here. So as the Bills are on the clock, are you feeling good about where they're at? They waited it out. I know you're probably a little disappointed though, right?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, pick 100 for McCaffrey.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't know if you said that or not, but I just saw that in the comments.
Yeah.
What was your question?
Are you disappointed they stayed pat, or are you happy that they're now going to have all their selections? I mean, they're not going to need to move a ton. They have a bunch in the 5th, so I'm not sure where they're going to move in the 5th. I guess they could move up a little bit. I'm not exactly sure. They could come back up here in the 4th as well. So what do you think about that?
Now the 4th round ends at 132, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, there's definitely compensation picks there.
Oh, that's right. You get the comp picks.
Yeah.
So it's somewhere in that
like
130 range. Yeah, 135, 140. So I guess they could jump back up. And if they do that, okay, how about this? You get Kamara or Tampa, and then you trade back up for Jamari Thrash.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think that they can come back up. Maybe they felt like there was a range in the bottom 4 that was a more practical trade up target that wouldn't cost them a ton. That would work for them. So I think that that's always kind of been the fascination there. And the broadcast is so far behind the picks actually being submitted. The 4th round's always a little bit challenging because players are already selected before these people come out to announce it, right? Like it's always a little bit delayed, especially this Detroit pick that's taking forever.
Also, the NFL is really trying to go international. Like all these international picks, I get it, but it's kind of cringy. It's like, come on, just get on with the pick already.
Yes. Yeah. So for sure. So
especially when they try to take advantage of like their little 20 seconds of fame and they're starting their chance. Now, I will say Aaron Williams is awesome. I love the shout song, but the guy that announced the Packers pick, when he kept saying the 4-time champions, and just kept screaming into the mic, it's like, dude, just tell us who they picked already.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's what I was wondering about as well when it came to.
I think the reason why you don't know this guy, Giovanni Manu, offensive tackle from British Columbia.
That could be. I mean, I try to have my depth players and my international players known, but yeah, not really sure they felt the need to. I thought, I don't know if he's the guy that they said was rising off draft boards. I can't really make that connection, but there was definitely a few international players they said would get drafted today. And obviously there's a CFL player that the Bills worked out at the cornerback position that's probably going to go today as well. So watch out for him, as I've had no leaks to the pick, but I'm sure the pick is well leaked at this stage because that Detroit pick took absolutely forever to make the selection. So
right now it says the pick is in for me with Philadelphia. Where are you at in the broadcast?
Same.
Okay. No,
but I know the pick. This pick is a running back. It's already been PFF already updated their tracker.
Okay. So do you want to announce the Bills pick then, or do you want to wait until I get it on the broadcast?
You can wait until you get it on the broadcast. That's what the fun is for, right? It's up to you.
My live reaction.
Yeah, we'll see your live reaction. That works for me.
I already had to ditch the sweatshirt because I was getting a little hot.
There you go. The sweatshirt is off for Kevin at this stage. But yeah, obviously after the Bills make their selection here, we will dial up. I'll bring you whatever live, things I can put on the screen, any live data. But I certainly, and Will Shipley finally was announced. That Detroit pick was just disgustingly long. So it's never fun to be behind the home team making their selection, and they announced the Eagles pick in 1 second, which is the way it is. And obviously the Bills have now since submitted their pick. So we're pretty excited, Kevin, to see, we have people saying they love the pick for the Bills. So how are you feeling?
I'm not reading any of the comments right now. I turned my phone off. I'm not looking at anything. I'm going to wait. Oh, okay. I just got it. Should I announce it?
Yeah, so it's been leaked and it's already in our chat. I generally don't like leaks. People are watching this live, but the Bills did select running back. They did go with Ray Davis. It made sense. There was a run on running backs starting. I don't think the Bills felt like they could wait to get their selection. So what's your immediate reaction to it? It was becoming more obvious to me they would go running back after some of them started to go off the board. So how are you feeling about that, Kevin?
I think I like it. He's not one of my guys, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad pick because Brandon Beane knows more than me. I liked Estime, but if Brandon Beane likes Ray Davis, then we ride.
Yeah, and some of his most equal comps so far, Travis Henry is one of the comps that I saw to Ray Davis was Travis Henry and DeAndre Swift. So those were some interesting connections that I saw to what Ray Davis is able to do. They did go with a smaller side, 5'8", but 211, big wingspan, 5'4" RAS. They didn't generally utilize the RAS here, but there must have been a lot to like about Ray Davis. What are you feeling about that? Do you think that you liked? I know you were probably after like those 6'2" guys, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, Braylon Allen would have been interesting. Audric Estime, I don't think he was that much taller. Well, what's the official height weight on Ray Davis?
5'8". 5'8", excuse me. Well, it depends. It's a couple of different places, right? I got 5'10", 216 on PFF.
Yeah, that's some say 5'8", some say 5'10". So either way, we'll split the difference. Say he's 5'9", 210, 215, somewhere in that range.
Yep.
So Estime,
he's 24 and a half though. So he's fairly older on the age front. But he's got a great center of gravity. His balance is really good. Third down back with good hands and brings in one cut agility. He's he's obviously one of the good pass blockers out of this thing as well. So the Bills did select and get their backup running back, as that was very obviously it was a glaring hole. I just don't feel like the Bills felt like they could wait much longer. I would guarantee you, Kevin, I bet they like Jalen Wright.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I was an Estime guy and Isaiah Davis. What was Jalen Wright's body composition? Because that's been the prototype that I've been trying to find. Who is that big-bodied, the big bruiser who can take the pressure off of James Cook and Josh Allen, and who can be a great
same 5'11", 210. Yeah, 5'11", 210.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Should we be that concerned about the height? Like, do we want a bigger frame in terms of being able to sustain those blocks and maybe a bigger wingspan to get out and protect Josh Allen in pass protection?
Yeah, and I mean, PFF had him as a 82 overall grade. So they had him as one of the best available players remaining. They gave him a very good score. This is PFF now. Davis possesses a versatile skill set that will fit perfectly with Josh Allen and Buffalo's pass-happy offense. In 2023, Davis ranked 9th in FBS with a 91 PFF rushing grade, while 7 receiving touchdowns led all players at the position. Davis can be a home run hitter, having racked up 12 rushes of 20-plus yards, good for 13th in all of college football. So PFF does like the selection there for the Bills. As running back is probably starting to go fast and furious, and the Bills felt like they needed to get in on it. And it was probably one of the true playing roles left on the roster, Kevin. Don't you agree? Like, he's running back too right now. I mean, he's instantly running back too.
So, I mean, the Bills essentially filled 4 needs right off the bat. They got a wide receiver, they got a safety, and say what you want about that, because maybe that wasn't exactly a need with Mike Edwards and Taylor Rapp. I would still say it was a need to some extent. A rotational defensive tackle and a running back too. Now, the thing is, some of these guys aren't going to be starters. So I think that's what rubs people the wrong way, where it's like you could still use another starting wide receiver and you just got a backup defensive tackle, a backup running back, and potentially a backup safety, although I love Cole Bishop. So I think that's where people's minds are at right now. And I think it's important that we see how the rest of the draft plays out, because Bean could still, bring that B or a B minus back up to a B plus or an A minus.
Yeah. I mean, so reading his composite score, 101st on Bleacher Report, 96 on the Buzz. ESPN had him 129th. PFF had him 82nd. USA Today had him 64th. Yahoo had him 98th. His composite score being right around the selection, but he went 119 was his composite score of all the big boards. So the Bills did get some value here for him at their selection. So definitely someone they didn't reach on. The running back room is thinning out. Really just Audric Estime, Braylon Allen, your guy, Isaiah Davis. There wasn't a ton left there, as the Bills were probably worried some of them would start to go off the board here quickly.
Yeah, and did you read his stats? Sorry if I missed that.
No, go ahead. You can read them.
So, okay, first 2 years, 2019 and 2020, he was at Temple. He ran for 190. Well, his freshman year, 193 rushing attempts for 936 yards and 8 touchdowns. And then just played 4 games in 2020, 78 rushes, 308 yards, and 1 touchdown. And then he transferred over to Vanderbilt. 3 games, 44 rushes, 211 yards, and 1 touchdown. And then 2022 with Vanderbilt, this is where we finally started to see the production. 232 attempts for 1,042 yards and 5 touchdowns. And then his best year, 2023 with Kentucky, 199 rushing attempts, 1,129 yards, and 14 touchdowns to go with 323 receiving yards and 7 receiving touchdowns. So I think I like this pick. But I want to ask you, I mean, what do you think about passing on Kamara and TJ Tampa?
I think they just had the hole at running back. I mean, it really was their biggest hole remaining if you're just going off of the roster. And then I think that really what started to do was you started to see Shipley, you started to see Bucky Irving, and you saw Jalen Wright go off the board. The Bills were feeling like they needed to get in on their best remaining back. I mean, he's a powerful back, excellent football character. He's a good change of pace back. He definitely will see where his pass protections reps work. But he's definitely going to be a contributor in day one running back too. So I don't think there was many players remaining that would come in and play on this roster. So including defensive tackle and defensive end, including DB, I don't think there's any openings with Kaiir Elam. I just don't see the opening for corner. That's the issue. Like, you're drafting corner 5. I mean, true. Kaiir Elam's your 4. I think corner 5 is going to come in the 5th. But I don't think that they were ultimately thinking corner 5, running back 2. Safety's kind of set now with Edwards as well on the roster when you have him and Rapp. And, obviously now with their draft pick, Cole Bishop, I just didn't see a ton of openings. And defensive end, you're going to have to somewhat rotate in front of Von Miller, Greg Rousseau, AJ Epinesa. So you're really getting a guy in Casey Toole that you can rotate with here. I mean, that player would have to at least be as good as him to take away the DN4 spot. So I think the Bills felt like literally a 0, and you had an RB3 and an RB1. There was literally a gaping hole in between, and the Bills felt like this player's actually going to play too. It's too much value. And the value matches. Like, there's no reach here. That's about where Ray Davis was scheduled to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head right there. Ray Davis is going to get a higher chance to play than someone like a TJ Tampa would. As great as I think TJ Tampa is, like you said, you have I almost said Rasul Benford, Rasul Douglas and Christian Benford, and then Kaiir Elam. And I just want to kind of double down here and say this is why I didn't subscribe to the idea of drafting Cooper DeJean last night at 33, because what does that say about Kaiir Elam? So I guess I would have to back that up here and say, what does that say about Kaiir Elam if you're drafting a second-round graded TJ Tampa? Because you don't want to stunt that growth for Elam. But at the same time, it's just funny how the Bills go with their board, because they say we go best player available, best player available, best player available no matter what. And according to ESPN at least, TJ Tampa was the best player available. So now it seems like they did what we talked about on the show the other night, best player available, but based on the team needs. So it kind of gets diverted down into that pyramid.
And there's a special story on Ray Davis now on ESPN, so he must have had a special segment. They're running it right now about his. It looks like his youth and a bunch of stuff. So if you like, there's definitely a special on ESPN at the moment on Ray Davis. First player to have 2,000-yard season for two different teams, obviously as per the ESPN graphic, Vanderbilt and Kentucky. The seven receiving touchdowns we already mentioned to you is definitely going to be a nice, fun addition for this Bills offense. And it was very clear that he gets after. He scores touchdowns. So at some point, like that's what you're looking for in a running back position, to draft a 4-year running back at a pretty low rate. I just think the value at Ray Davis compared to the value at corner 5, maybe even DN4 or beyond, that the Bills felt like a 4-year guy that is paid fairly reasonably, and you don't really need to mess with these veteran running back behind anymore. The Bills will always appreciate the value that they're going to get with Ray Davis, but seems like he has a special story that they're telling now as well. I'm not as familiar with that. He looks like a very high character guy. You see him celebrating now, being selected by the Bills. I'm excited to see this individual play. I think he is every bit as much as a true running back 2 in this league. That's going to give the Bills a really nice compliment to James Cook.
Yeah, and I think that's the main thing here, that you're trying to find that compliment to James Cook. So who could do that best? And that's why I said you got to be able to check all the boxes of being that big bruising back for short yardage situations, taking the pressure off of James Cook, taking the pressure off of Josh Allen, who can hold up in pass protection. Do we know how Ray Davis is in pass protection, Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing conflicting things across my data points here, so that's kind of what I was trying to hone in on. I saw him as a willing, definitely as a willing pass blocker. I've seen some contradicting things on him, but I'm going to go with what I've seen, and he is a pretty good pass protector. So I think that'll be pretty helpful for him. Let me see. I think PFF. Let me pull some of his advanced data, not his grades, because those are just subjective, to see what he does. But yeah, I mean, he looks pretty good to me. Yards after contact is really good as well. 3.81 yards after contact, something the Bills know that they're. I mean, PFF loves him. He was obviously a top 80 pick for PFF. He's a 3rd-round pick for PFF. So PFF loves him, which is funny because they didn't generally like the other 3 picks the Bills made. They were okay on Coleman. They thought Cole Bishop was a reach and Carter was a reach. But he played a ridiculous game against Florida. Those receiving touchdowns are very helpful to his score. Over, let's see here, about almost 100 receptions in his career, around 80 to 90. That's definitely going to be something that's pretty useful for him. So what PFF says on Ray Davis, feel for space, blocking, and one-cut ability make him an efficient ball carrier with good hands in the passing game. This should make him a mid-round steal and potential starter. Davis might not have the exact build that you're looking for a top 50 pick, but his vision, feel for space, and one-cut ability make him an efficient ball carrier with good hands in the passing game. This should make for a potential starter. So as a 3rd down back, he has good hands and brings one-cut ability in his routes. When it comes to pass protection, he is a willing blocker who's good fundamentals. So they definitely agree, but can be overpowered. Those were his 3rd down stats.
And I got a report here from Bleacher Report. So I got some pros and cons.
Okay.
So for the pros, above average strength and contact balance. Okay, good. Quick, controlled footwork, always prepared to adjust his path. Above average change of direction and flexibility for his size. Good vision and conviction as a runner. Efficient, no nonsense rushing style. Above average pass catcher, reliable hands. Flashes ability to run routes downfield, and good eyes and strength and pass protection. Okay, cool. But then the negative, sometimes fails to run through head-on contact, will brace and stop turning his legs. Below average explosiveness and space, does not make defenders miss consistently. Okay, I mean, we just need him to be that big bruiser, so I don't really care about that one. Below average acceleration and burst, same thing. Below average technique and pass protection, loses reps he shouldn't. And that was the last thing. So, I mean, that's the question right there. I mean, is he going to hold up in pass protection? Does he have a big enough frame? And what was the other one that slightly concerned me here? Oh, the first one sometimes fails to run through head-on contact. I guess we don't need him to essentially lower his shoulder and potentially risk injury. But if that's going to be his role, you got to be aggressive. You got to go for it.
Right. And he's still a fairly athletic player. I just tweeted out that the Bills are very much so interested in those guys with those 10-yard splits. He had an 8.33 RAS at the 10-yard split. So that's, I mean, I guess that's pretty telling. Is, you know, generally running backs, you want to burst through that hole. The 4.52 long speed is decent, but you're more looking at that 1.56 10-yard split. So the Bills have seemingly drafted a bunch of players that have good at 10-yard splits. So that short burst has been a priority for them, Kevin.
Yeah, and we can go back to Ray Davis, but I was just thinking here. So the pick is in for the Jets at 134. Do the Bills trade up for Muhammad Kamara here? Would you do that with one of those? Say it again.
Are you saying should they, or did they? Or you said they did?
No, I'm saying should they? Would you want them to maybe shed one of those 5th rounders and try to sneak into the back of the 4th here and try to get Kamara? Or do you think it's still one of those where like you don't necessarily have to because you like the depth that you've already put in place?
You're on at 141 and 144. So I think ultimately, now you're in it for the long haul. You could potentially, you know, I mean, they're picking every 10 selections now. I don't see it. If they want to come up with I don't want to get rid of any of those 5s at this point. There's no real reason to. You saved them to this point. So to recap, you have picks 141, 144, 160, and 163. There's no real reason to mess around. I mean, those are valuable 4 5th-round picks that the Bills have here coming up, all in segment. I just don't see the need to. If you want to use a 5 and a 6 to come up, whoever will take that, I'm on board with that. That is my official trade, 5 and a 6, but I want those 4 5s. That's kind of where I stand. How about like, I can't get rid of 2 5s right now. There's not enough reason to do that.
You're saying trade a 5 and a 6 to come up?
Correct.
Yeah, I would do. I don't want to give up 2 5ths, but I would definitely give up 1.
That's all I'm saying. They need to pick 4 times in the 5th round. They need to pick 4 times in this round. That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted to do. That's where they want to stock their roster. But if for some reason they can move up 7 spots with a 5 and a 6, fine. Because I ultimately, or somehow 4 spots with a 5 and a 7, you know, I'm completely on par with that. Someone wants to stay. John wants to stay and pick Isaiah Davis. He wants to double dip, the first double dip at the running back spot. I mean,
my man.
It's nothing's out of realm here with these 5th. Braylon Allen just goes to. So the Bills felt like they had to get ahead of this running back run. They definitely did. They don't know if Isaiah Davis would have been there.
How do we feel about that? So the Bills essentially took Ray Davis instead of Braylon Allen. And Braylon Allen was a guy who I saw mocked in the 3rd round, potentially sneaking up into the 2nd round. And I think he is the opposite of Ray Davis. I mean, I think they played the same way, but he is 6'2", 6'3". He's not 5'8", 5'9". So he has that bigger frame. But I would have to look into this a little bit more. Someone said before that he's not the best in pass protection. I'm going to pull up his scouting report now because now I'm curious.
Yeah, and while you do that, ESPN describes Davis as a thicker, stronger flanker. He had more touchdown receptions than any other running back in the SEC in the last 27 years. So I'm sure the Bills seemingly found that to be very useful for them. Braylon Allen is a beast. Yeah, a lot of people did like Braylon Allen, but the Bills obviously scored Ray Davis higher. And most composite rankings have Ray Davis ahead of Braylon Allen. But as you pull that up, I also want to bring up just a quick, I mean, I gotta give my shout to my guy, obviously. And bring up here, we're going to bring up his RAS. I'm sorry to do it, but it's also very unpopular to us to show this. So really, he's a height away from having a fairly strong RAS. Everything else is pretty solid. Good composite speed, good composite explosion. Does pretty much everything well that you're expecting to have with a 7.29 RAS. So that his athletic score is pretty decent, Kevin. Anything jump out to you, or just a solid all-around athletic profile?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we necessarily needed this position to have that dominant rasp because we don't need him to have a 4.3 speed because he has a certain role. So I don't want to look into this too much.
Right.
Um,
But it's still decent, right?
yeah. So for what the Bills need out of this RB2, yeah, I think that's a very solid score.
And based on what I know from Raz and having Kent on the show, if that height score, if he was a little taller, he would have had it in the 8 easily, which is a very athletic player. So the Bills, definitely utilize that to the best of their ability. Kevin, do you have your report up you wanted to read?
Yep, 49ers just went with another wide receiver.
Okay. I see that.
But Braylon Allen, okay. So this is written by Lance Zierlein, NFL analyst here. Projected rounds 3 or 4. Comparison is Michael Bush. So here are the strengths. Enormous runner with overbearing athletic build and impressive production. In 21 and 22, showed he could trust his eyes and run with more decisiveness than he did in 23. So that could be interesting. I mean, so he has that as a strength. I could see that as a negative because you should be getting better and not worse. Moving on, though. Can play bumper cars with tacklers in space and add up yards after contact, has build-up speed in the open field and throws his stiff arm like a boxer's jab, instinctive in short yardage, good understanding of protection duties, and has size to square up and stop the blitz, and that's what I was talking about. Weaknesses, below average burst to race through the line of scrimmage, meh. Tight-hipped with lethargic change of direction in tight spaces, again, for what the Bills would need. Would like to see more ferocity finishing runs to send messages. Okay, that one, I could see that as a weakness. Slow to accelerate after a cut and carries the football away from his body. So, I mean, honestly, I don't mean to be one of these Debbie Downers and say, oh, the Bills mess this up because Brandon Beane knows a lot more than me. I personally think that Braylon Allen or Audric Estime would have been the pick here. But again, I'm on this show for a reason. Brandon Beane is in the war room right now.
Yeah, he's obviously interviewing Ray Davis now. I grew up in a foster care system for years. I had to become a man at age 12. He also said he had to learn how to survive and how he's always kept the mindset that he should attack his problems run away from them. So he definitely has that high football character, and he's just a football player. So the Bills did a lot of work. This is a position the Bills did a lot of work at. Like, just clearly they were looking at all the different running backs. I do trust that they even had, a lot even with Jalen Wright. They were looking at, obviously, Audric Estime. They had him in for plenty of visits and plenty of discussions. Braylon Allen, my guy, Kamani Vidal. Like, they had the ability to look through all of these running backs and selected Ray Davis. I'm going to trust Beane, especially on day 3. Where he knows what he's doing all around the board. But I did want to make one comment real quickly. Arizona receiver Jacob Cowing went to the 49ers, but now they have Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing. That's interesting, right? Like, at some point, are they trading San Francisco's trading one of their receivers, Kevin? I think so.
Yeah, I mean, could the Bills sneak back into the Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel talks? Because the more time that passes that the Bills don't have another wide receiver to pair with Keon Coleman, the more that I think this could be a realistic opportunity. Let's not forget, you get $10 million, 10.1 to be exact, coming in from the Trey White deal post June 1st. And in June was when Beane signed Leonard Floyd and Poona Ford last year. So I'm really starting to think that we could be in for a veteran wide receiver because I really don't think Keon Coleman is going to be the day one starting wide receiver 1 for the 2024 Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, and think about it. We've talked about it here on our show prior. They needed a receiver prior to Diggs. Let's even say that Coleman and Diggs are a swap. Let's just say that for the discussion of our show. Okay, fine. Who's replacing Davis? Now you have a Hardy and Samuel replacement. Great. You have a Matt Collins over Sherfield replacement. Amazing. You obviously have some lower end guys, KJ Hamler and Shorter, to battle out there for those end positions. You're still missing a receiver. I mean, you still have to replace Gabe Davis. So let's even say Gabe Davis and Coleman. A lot of people have liked to make that connection. Okay, great. So that's a replacement. You're still missing a replacement for Stephon Diggs. Do the Bills, obviously you're not going to get that here in the draft. Do they feel it may be a vet like OBJ, at least on a 1-year basis? Or do they feel like they're going to go out and swing on someone like Sutton, somebody, bigger? Like, could they go for someone from San Francisco in Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk? Could they go to Seattle and see what's going on in Seattle over there? Is either of their receivers available in Tyler Lockett or DK Metcalf? So there's plenty of conversations that they can still have, or they go even to like Higgins or Jefferson. So there's plenty of guys out there, especially at June 1st, that they can make the call on. But if they avoid receiver in the 5th, I don't care about the 6th and the 7th. Those don't count. Those are just special teamers. If they avoid in these 4 picks coming up, if they avoid receiver, that's a tell to me. What do you think?
I think so, yeah. If they have 4 fifth-round picks that they deliberately did not trade to move up for a wide receiver or another position, and they go offensive line, defensive line, maybe another running back, that is a huge tell.
I think so. And this, once again, they may try to take one later in the 6th and 7th and say, see, we double dipped. But I don't think at that stage that's more of a Justin Shorter, KJ Hamler competitor. That's not a true use. I mean, they have to come off the board here quickly if they want to take a player that I think can make the roster. Is that how you feel too? Like they have to take one in their next 20 picks.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, is Jamari Thrash the guy now?
I mean, obviously, my love for Malik Washington.
Sure.
But yes, it's just a couple of guys left. Johnny Wilson's still there, obviously. So a couple of names that stick out to me at that position. It depends what kind of style you like. Everyone seems to like a different day 3 receiver, it seems like. Let's see.
Real quick, one last thing I'm going to say about Ray Davis.
Go ahead.
I just tweeted, how do we feel about the Bills going with Ray Davis and then the Jets getting Braylon Allen 6 picks later? So if you don't mind, respond to that tweet because I'm actually curious because I don't think Ray Davis was on a lot of people's boards. I know a lot of people like Braylon Allen or Audric Estime like me, Isaiah Davis later on. So this was a bit of a surprise going with Ray Davis. And I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but I'm just curious to see what the fan base's mindset is at.
Okay, there you have it. What I'm going to do now is bring up the best available. I mean, something with Kamara, so same thing with him. There may not be just a ton of interest there for him, as he slips into the 5th round. That's a pretty interesting note, but I'm going to bring up the best available receivers list here for everybody to take a look at. Someone says Jackson or Thrash. Definitely 2 guys that are very much available that the Bills could go with. But let me pull up the best available list here. So there we go. We'll bring it on the board. Johnny Wilson, Malik Washington, Jamari Thrash, Smith, Rice, Taj Washington, Isaiah Williams, Cornelius Johnson is liked by some from Michigan. Jackson was just brought up as well from Tulane, and Jalen Coker. That's really about it. And then you're getting into depth. You're getting into guys that I'm not sure make the roster much past this. What's past Johnson, Jackson, and Coker? I think you're getting into guys that I'm not sure make the roster, and including some of those guys are going to have an uphill battle as you get much past like Brandon Rice.
Yeah, so I'm going to try tweeting a list of the best available players because now the Bills have so many picks. I'm going to try narrowing this down. So I'm going to try to multitask here, Kevin. I don't know how good I'm going to be at it, but if my head's down, that's why I'm tweeting.
All right, let's see what you can do. Ray Davis went for 280 yards and 3 touchdowns against Florida, and he's capable of running away from people. So just as a note that he's going to be a really nice, gets a lot of comps to Frank Gore, got one to Tiki Barber based on his play style, play selection, and the way he runs through holes is very similar to Tiki Barber as well. So that's something to keep in mind. He's getting some really interesting comps. Must be what the Bills see in him as well.
Actually, you know what? You guys can help me create this list. So top 5th round prospects. Let's draft this out together. So I'm going to say Muhammad Kamara first, right?
Okay.
Defensive end, Muhammad Kamara. Who do we like next? Jamari Thrash? I mean,
are you asking me, or are you just making like a consensus? Like for me, it's obviously Malik Washington.
Well, yeah, I'm asking everyone. So
yeah,
you're included in that.
Malik Washington then for my inclusion.
So I'll just put them back to back. I'll say,
yeah, sure, doesn't matter.
And Lance says Brendan Rice, so I think I have to put that on there. But here's the thing. I think I already said this. Is Rice too similar to Keon Coleman? Like, would that deter the Bills away now?
In theory, it could. I think they were looking for a different. Brandon Beane just said he wants a different stylistic player. By far, his mock. By the way, last thing on Ray Davis for me. By far, his biggest mock draftable, which takes all of his composite everything, 96% match to DeAndre Swift. So if the Bills are able to come away with like a DeAndre Swift style in the late fourth, that is very valuable to be able to do. So that's something to keep in mind, that he's the most comped realistically based on all of his measurables to DeAndre Swift. So the Bills are trying to go for a hit there in my position. I believe that has a higher ceiling than some of the other selections. I believe is the goal there.
Is this a fourth running back that Bean has drafted?
Yeah.
Or was there another one in the late rounds? Because
second through fourth rounds too. Yep.
So yeah, rounds 2 through 4. So James Cook in round 2, that was a hit. Devin Singletary,
Hit.
Yeah, okay.
I would call
we'll
it
give
a hit.
That. Not that big of a hit, but it's above average. We'll say that. Zach Moss was not a hit for the Bills, but now he's been a hit in his career. So maybe
he just got paid by Cincy.
And he got paid. So I guess you would have to consider that a hit.
The player's a hit.
Yeah. Maybe not the picks themselves have been hits.
Correct.
But the players have been. So I think Bean does usually draft running backs pretty well. Oh, you know what? CB incoming. Yeah, Cam Hart. We got to put him on the list. Because I'm not sure if we mentioned this. TJ Tampa went to Baltimore at 130.
Yep.
All right, so we got Cam Hart. Give me one more player here. So we have Muhammad Kamara, Jamari Thrash, Malik Washington, Cam Hart.
At what position? Any position?
Yeah, just best available.
Probably Jeremiah Trotter Jr. if you're looking at a linebacker.
I don't think so, though. Like, based
Hunter
on the
Norzad,
team need,
Hunter Norzad, center from Penn State.
Yes, thank you. That was one of my other guys.
Definitely at this stage, especially I have him as in like I had him as a early fourth.
I think that would be a steal here. Thank you for reminding me that. Okay, so top 5th round prospects here. Muhammad Kamara, defensive end. Wide receivers, Jamari Thrash and Malik Washington. Cornerback, Cam Hart. Offensive lineman, Hunter Norzad. Are we good with that? Should there be any more, or should we just keep it to top 5?
That's good. There's only 2 picks away, so I think that's fine.
You're right. We got to fire it.
Yep. So the Bills are 2 picks away here. No trades. Absolutely stunning situation. So no trades. Don't think we'll see one then. Now that they made it to their first 5th, I don't believe you'll see a trade. Maybe they'll trade their 6th and the 7th to go get another 5th. That would be great. So we could have a bunch of 5th round picks to break down. But other than that, I think they're done for the trading pool. They have all these 5th round picks. There's nowhere to move, right? Like there's no trade to be made now that they're back on the clock here.
They want to continue to build for the future. They remember last year they traded a lot of their picks towards this year's draft, so they could send some of the 2024 picks to the 2025 draft. I would not be a fan because we're on air right now. I want to talk about what we're doing currently right now, but we'll see. Commanders just got Jordan McGee, linebacker from Temple, and let me read some of these comments. I know I said the last thing about Ray Davis, but if I'm going to tweet something and say I want to hear from you guys, I think I have to talk about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the question was, how do we feel about the Bills going with Ray Davis and the Jets going with Braylon Allen 6 picks later? Let me just pull it up on here so I'm not necessarily looking down. 10 replies so far. First one, I like it. I like this whole draft so far. Good pick, solid player. ESPN Ray Davis caught 94 passes over the course of his college career. I really like Ray and his attitude. Very team guy, great player. I'm really happy thus far with our picks. Davis plays like Allen should play. I like it. Davis is a better fit.
Okay.
If he is a reliable receiver and pass blocker, but can he bully in short yardage? Davis is better than Allen. Allen hurt himself by not running a 40 during workouts. I like Davis. Awesome pick. And trash. So aside from that one, I think everyone is on the Ray Davis train.
He's got some interest. I think he's got a chance to be a really good backup running back. The Bills are going to get 4 years out of him. He's already 24. He's going to be 28. It just is what it is, and they want a low budget, low value, solid running back that can be behind Cook. Quite frankly, they let all the veteran running backs go off the board. Now the question is, which running back would have been the best? I'm going to trust Bean. He's done pretty well at drafting running backs. Like you said, we went through and they were mostly all hits, or definitely the player was a hit. The Bills just wanted a different stylistic player than Zach Moss, who ended up trading him for Nyheim Hines. But ultimately, the player was a hit, and he's not even my favorite player. Singletary was a hit, though. The difference is I liked Singletary. He's still good. He got paid again as well. He is one of my favorite players. I thought he was definitely a hit for where he was taken at the end of the third. Wasn't like he was taken super duper high. So he was definitely one of my favorite players as well. Now with the Giants, he just always has like 900 yards rushing. So I got to call that a hit when it comes to Singletary. Devonshire coming into focus. Absolutely. The Bills love him. So obviously now that the Bills are officially on the clock, I think the Chargers have picked. Let's talk about it live this time instead of it leaking here on the comment section. Would be excellent, so we can kind of go through it there. We'll try to bring it to you.
Don't tell us until we announce it.
Yep. We'll try to bring it to you the second it pops up on the screen. So the Bills do pick 141, Kevin, 144, 163. So a tiny little bit of a weight there. Or 160, 163. So in theory, I guess they could come up with 160 with a 6th-round pick if they really wanted a third back-to-back pick. But I really don't see a trade up at this stage anymore. So I think the Bills are fairly staying pat. So Brandon Beane learned a lesson this year. But I'd almost want him to come up with his 6th and his 7th to get a 4th, 5th. That's kind of where I'm at. I want him to come up with a 6th and a 7th to come back into the bottom of the 5th. And then we'll break down all 5 of the 5th-round picks. That sounds fun to you, doesn't it?
It does, but I think there's still value in round 6 and 7. My guy, Jarius Monroe from Tulane, if the Bills don't get a corner here. So I think the point that I'm trying to make is it depends on what he does with these first 3 or 4 picks in the 5th round, because if there are still positions of needs and there's more value in round 6 and 7, you might want to stay put.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to Joey's point here, he likes to take corners in the 7th round. That's why I'm saying Jarius Monroe screams Buffalo Bills. I could be wrong. I've been wrong on a lot. I did hit on Cole Bishop. And I guess technically we hit on Dwayne Carter. We came up with that mock the other night on Going Deep. I don't know if he was our favorite pick or just because that's how the board fell, but it is what it is. We got that pick right.
Yep. And I will say, I'll officially put it out there, if the Bills do not get a receiver here in the 5th round with these 4 selections, I do believe the veteran receiver market is hot for the Bills. That I feel. I will put that out there. Cam Hart just got picked 1 pick ahead of the Bills too, by the way.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I must have missed that.
Yeah, so he's went to the Chargers.
Let me refresh my page here on ESPN.
Yep.
Oh, Nehemiah Pritchett, the corner from Auburn, went to Seattle. Xavier Thomas went to Arizona. And then, Cam Hart just went right before the Bills going to the Chargers.
So, you take him off the board. I'm feeling like receiver or offensive line here. I think they have to go with one of the two. I think that those are the two. Those are the 2 biggest needs to me now. I think corner's still fine. I think they're going to get a guy like you said, Monroe or Devonshire later, especially now with Hart off the board. There's really not a corner that pops out to me that you need to take. I think you go receiver is still number 1 for me. The interior of the O-line, I don't need to tackle. The interior of the O-line is second need to me. So I think they're going to go with one way or the other here for the Bills.
Yeah, I think before we get the pick in, I'll just give my quick synopsis here. I think it could be Hunter Norzad, try to build up the offensive line. They could try to continue to build the wide receiver room with Jamari Thrash, or if they want to go defensive end, Muhammad Kamara is still sitting there. But the beauty of it is they pick 3 picks later. So essentially you're double dipping here, going back to back.
My PFF feed is ahead. I have a PFF feed running because my stream I'm using and where my studio is behind. So my PFF feed is like really ahead, and people are already leaking the pick in there in our chat section. But yes, it's my PFF. If PFF's going to drop it, it kind of makes it hard to follow live, Kevin. So we'll wait for you and your reaction to see how it is. But it has leaked for me at this stage, and we were right. I'll say that.
Okay, so I'm going to say within these next 2 picks for the Bills, I would like to see them come away with 2 of these 3 players: Hunter Norzad, Jamari Thrash, Muhammad Kamara. We'll see.
Thanks, Donna. Donna, the says the Bills pick is in. Yes, Donna. I always love Donna. A lot of people saying they love this pick.
I got a commercial now. Come on.
Yeah, that's no fun. But it is definitely going to be. Let's see what Bills fan says. Wide receiver, left guard, cornerback. The more I think about it, they're the only spots remaining. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's probably accurate. I would agree that those are probably the 3 spots available. I would turn that into more interior O-line, CB, but that's, I guess, semantics.
I would put edge on there too, just because of all the picks we have left.
I don't know if any. Here's the problem: is do we think anyone on the in this beat out Mike Love? Like, I don't think that even he is beaten out at the bottom, or Cam Klein, or Kingsley Jonathan, Casey Toole. Like, can they beat out those players, those style of players?
Here's the thing. Here's a point that I was going to make, and I forgot to. I think there's a drop off at edge rusher. So if you don't get Kamara, I think this is your only chance to get edge rusher. So we'll see what they decide. We'll see how important getting another defensive end here is, because if they don't get Kamara, I think, like you said, they might just be content rolling out with what they have.
So the Bills announced to pick themselves. So before ESPN. So
yeah, we're on the Colts now. Okay, just tell me, who'd we get?
So they drafted the best center available to them. Cedric Van Pran from Georgia.
Okay.
Was who they went with. Him and Hunter Norzad were definitely back to back on who was the top. My composite big board actually ranked him 98th. They ranked him as a late third round pick on my big board. PFF likes him again. So PFF must love what we're doing here in day 3. They had 2 players that were the top of their board that were available. Van Pran was on my list as the best available offensive lineman. Hunter Norzad was just a guy I had done more work with personally, but the starting center of Georgia is a pretty good place to start, Kevin.
Yeah, this is my bad. I guess I just didn't look into it enough. I didn't really look into this guy. Maybe that was a little bit of a bias because I was on the Bordellini train. I was on Hunter Norzad or Mason McCormick for that matter.
People seem to like it, this guy. People seem to like it.
What'd you say?
Everyone seems to like it, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I did see his name on those boards. I just haven't looked into him as much, but I know that he had like that 3rd, 4th round grade. So I think it is a very solid pick.
I think it's a solid pick all around. It was either him or Norzad, and the Bills obviously chose Cedric Van Pran. He started 44 games at center at UG, 42-2. The team went 42-2. Started center at 14 games for the Bulldogs. He's just a solid all around. Solid all around SEC player. So that's what's pretty exciting about what he's able to do here. I think he's going to come in and be an immediate player that can, make the roster, push others, SEC lineman of the year as well.
As soon as this loads, I'm going to bring up Lance Zierlein's scouting report on him before we get to pick 144, which is quickly coming up. So his NFL comparison is Lloyd Cushenberry, draft projection rounds 3 through 4.
Nice.
Strengths: gritty and determined with 3 years of high leverage snaps under his belt. Keep slide steps measured and choppy sliding to pass rusher. Utilizes hand resets to turn the tables and overtake top positioning. Hands are twitchy, getting from snap to punch in the run game. Powerful grip strength helps bring opponent tight and lock him into place. Plays with above average feel for run blocking, positioning on 1st and 2nd levels. Success rate blocking linebackers helped spring long runs. That was very wordy. Weaknesses: 2 straight need getting into contact at the point of attack. Losses often stem from inconsistent body control. Footwork starts to get sloppy once rush action heats up. Short arms and can be beaten by length at punch point. leans out past his toes, getting into most blocks due to lower body tightness. So
he is a Cromer guy through and through. His athletic score is through the roof. 20. Guess what they did again, Kevin? Drafted a good 10-yard split, a guy that can get out and get to the second level if needed. He's a steal for the Bills here at this selection. He's been maybe one of my favorite picks so far to date, after the Keon Coleman pick. So I didn't actually think he'd be there. I didn't even notice when I gave you my best available list, he was there. So I think that he is a tick above Norzad. I think he was the best interior offensive lineman left. So the Bills absolutely hit another 5th-round pick. Out of the with that arms, he would have been a 2nd-round pick because he checks every single box. Exactly, blocking the linebacker level. Yeah, the 10-yard split is going to be huge. He gets to the next level. I wouldn't be shocked if the Bills. He's played both, by the way, Roy. He's played a little bit of everything. He's got 44 straight starts. They went 42-2 in no starts. So it seems like a all around, generally speaking, well received pick. The Bills needed a center. It was either him or Norzad. It was pretty straightforward here. Bo Limmer was still there as well with Bortolini off the board. Obviously, Frazier off the board way earlier. The Bills went with Van Pran over Norzad and Limmer, which is probably the smart pick. I had them taking Limmer in my day 3 mock, so I'm pretty happy with the pick.
Here's a good point. From Pops Mafia, allowed 1 sack in his entire college career, and he knows how to block for James Cook. That is a very good point to make.
Standard deviation, a 98th on my composite big board. So he was definitely a well-valued pick. It was not, the Bills got NFL Network had him 68th rated player. PFF had him as the 100th rated player. NFL Draft Buzz 90, USA Today 82, Yahoo 75. Kevin, he was very much so a 3rd-round pick. So the Bills feels like a Khalil Shakir pick in the 5th round, where the Bills got extreme value. They're showing some highlights of him now, and he's a solid player. He's going to be good for this offensive line, and he's definitely a Cromer special. So Van Pran, definitely a high upside pick. I'm personally a pretty big fan of the Roy Davis Van Pran pick so far. I think that those targeted a couple of huge needs. But receiver is still very much on the fold for us now, Kevin. We're 1 pick into these 5th-round selections, and are getting 1 pick closer to will the Bills go the vet route at their receiver position?
Well, we'll see. I mean, the Bills are 1 pick away. Atlanta's pick is in, at least on my TV. Well. Okay, so let's change our boards here because the Bills wouldn't get Hunter Norzad now. So Kamara is still there, correct? And Jamari Thrash?
Yep, those seem to be easily, and Malik Washington seem to be easily the 3 best available players. But they've passed on Kamara so many times now that there might be something wrong with him, dude.
I know. And the fact that he's slipping in general, because I saw him as a potential round 3 prospect.
Correct. PFF, very good grade from PFF on Cedric Van Pran. A potential day 2 target for a team needing a high 4 player at the center position. Van Pran allowed just 1 sack on more than 1,400 pass blocking snaps at Georgia. He slots in as a first man off the bench type of interior player at Buffalo. Day 1 roster availability. So that is high praise there for a 5th-round pick.
And a few other positives here. Strapping, squatty, and thick build with good natural leverage and play strength. Skilled run blocker who is stout at the point of attack with a good understanding of how to negotiate and secure the first level on combo blocks before timely releasing on his climbs. Solid initial quickness and burst allows him to reach shades and line up close proximity targets on pulls and climbs. Does a nice job working under and inside defenders create lift before using torque to get them off balance and pinned. Brings a finisher's mentality, flashes quick, accurate, independent hands. So, I think this is a good pick because if he's not ready, maybe he's a little bit raw, and that's okay because the Bills have built up that offensive line. This is an Aaron Cromer project, as you alluded to. You have Connor McGovern, and the beauty of it is if this guy comes in and he really flashes in training camp, all you do is slide McGovern over, and you're back to what you had last year. It's just Cedric Van Pran.
Derek says you'll love Ray Davis, Kevin. He's a bruiser for sure.
There we go.
McGovern has been working all offseason with the assumption he's playing center. Bean doesn't lie to his players. McGovern getting his chance, whether fans like it. Yeah, I mean, Van Pran is not starting day one. He's just a super solid depth player. In the 5th round, that's about all you can ask for. So I think that's more.
Does he have another last name? Is it Van Pran Granger or something? Did I see?
Yes. Yeah, that's hyphen. It looks like the Bills traded out. Is that right?
I saw that. Yeah, I just
the
saw
Bears
that.
are on the clock, so I'm not sure what that is.
I don't know why we're trading back. Maybe they see the value in round 6 and 7. Okay. So I guess they don't like.
They did. The Bills traded this pick and got a 2025 4th.
Okay, and that's what I said. Maybe they try to build for next year.
Yep.
Wait, so they just completely got rid of this pick? Like,
correct.
They don't have another 6th or a 7th. It's just straight up a 5th for a 4th.
Yes.
Long term, I like it. Short term, I don't, because I want to talk about this pick.
Right. Yeah. I mean, at some point they just keep pushing up their picks. And so the Bills now have, I'm going to tweet their Bills new draft choices for next year in 2025. 1 first, 2 seconds, 1 third.
While you do that, I'll just finish talking about Van Pran here.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I pretty much made this point, but let me expand a little bit. So let's not forget the Bills signed Will Clapp as well. And I thought that was some nice insurance, and it still is. So, let me just pull up their depth chart here, and I will read it as it is listed, and then we can try to formulate it ourselves here. So, oh, wow. Our lads already put the pick in. So Deion Dawkins, left tackle, David Edwards, left guard, Connor McGovern, centers, Osiris Torrance, right guard, Spencer Brown, right tackle. Backing him up would be La'el Collins. I think they're set there. You have Ryan Vandermark backing up Deion. I really think tackle is set. You still have Richard Garage. Left guard, this is where it gets interesting. So Alec Anderson is a backup to David Edwards, but if Cedric Van Pran Granger slides into center, you put McGovern back to left guard. David Edwards becomes that 6th man off the bench. Alec Anderson becomes a 7th. And, based on how the depth chart falls, maybe the 7th would actually be Vandermark based on the tackle versus guard ratio. But, yeah, I mean, wait, did they not have Will Clapp on there?
I don't know. Do they not?
Oh, okay. They have Will Clapp listed as a backup right guard. So,
okay. Just
looking at the backups now, Ryan Vandermark, Alec Anderson, Cedric Van Pran, Will Clapp, La'el Collins. Like, that is solid right there. Let's not forget Tommy Doyle, too.
Yeah, the Bills have a good O-line.
So I really like what the Bills are doing here. Gives them that flexibility to switch around on the interior part of that offensive line.
Bills did well. Van Pran's a good pick. Maybe they felt the need. But also, Kevin, I have to say it. Why are they stockpiling picks? Bills trading back up to 144. So that's what? Why don't they just make their selection? Maybe
we already have that pick.
We had one.
We just traded 144 to Austin Booker. The Bears just selected him. Kansas.
Maybe they meant trading back. Okay, yeah, no, that's. Anyways, my main point here was all the picks next year. I just tweeted them out. They have a lot of them. So
let me look at that and retweet it.
So the Bills are having in 2025 their first 2 seconds, 1 being for Diggs. 1 probably could be high. 1 third, 3 fourths. The trade this year and a compensation pick in there. 1 fifth with a compensation pick in there. They traded away a 5th in that Diggs deal to get that second. And 2 sixths being the Boogie pick. They traded Boogie Basham last year in the preseason. So, that's higher picks than they came in with this year. 10 picks so far. And that's going to be pretty well utilized. And I can't not say it. Are they stocking those picks to trade one of them for a vet receiver?
Maybe.
The 3
I mean, they could have just done that with their current picks. Like, they could have just acquired, let's just say, Deebo Samuel with one of those extra picks that they acquired this year. But maybe they wanted to see how the draft fell first. and then you
I think it's
stockpile for
coming with a
next year.
2025 pick, so that's why they did that, because the trade would have to, if it's after June 1st, especially, it has to be with the next year pick. So it's always good to have all those picks
True.
that they can trade from.
I
The
was
team
just
might not
thinking
have
of,
wanted a
like,
fifth this year, Kevin. They might, the 49ers might not wanted a fifth.
True. You're right. I was just thinking like a current draft trade, like an AJ Brown, like, oh, we have this move where the Bills are sending these picks to the 49ers to get Deebo Samuel. But again, you would have to make it work with the cap. So you're right. It'd have to be post June 1st and working on 2025 draft picks.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay, so where are we at now? Do we have an updated list of where the Bills are picking? It's 160 next?
Yep. I'm in 163.
Okay. Now, actually, if you remember on our mock, this is where we took Gabe Hall and Christian Boyd because we said, okay, let's double dip a defensive tackle because why not? We couldn't decide between the two. We like both. Both provide a little bit of what the other doesn't, in a sense, between length and burst and explosiveness and weight, all that stuff. So we figured they could be a nice complement to each other, but they took Dwayne Carter last night.
Right.
So I'm not sure about that. I mean, both of those players are still available. But I mean, I'm not double dipping. I don't even know if I'm taking another defensive tackle right now.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I mean, I think you could go with another defensive tackle. What do you think? I don't think there's a roster spot for him. I don't think there's another roster spot for him, though. Then you're knocking Austin Johnson off the roster? Yeah.
Yeah, and there's still Deshaun Williams, too.
I don't think so. It can't be DT. Can't be DT. Doesn't make any sense.
No, it can't. Where are we on here? Yeah, defensive tackle. So you have Daquan and Ed Oliver, and then Dwayne Carter, Austin Johnson, Deshaun Williams, and Eli Anku. I mean,
right.
You might be set right there.
There's no room.
So wide receiver, corner, edge rusher?
I don't think they want edge because they would have taken one. They wouldn't have traded that pick there.
Yeah, you're right. But it seems like they don't want a wide receiver.
Booker, yeah. Well, receiver, it might have a whole nother set of circumstances. Might be a trade in the works, but the edge position, they might just not want to have a roster spot for one.
Would they take another offensive tackle just for more depth and competition? Sure. Because, Lael Collins is a bit older. Tommy Doyle's coming off his second major injury.
Richard Brown's on a one-year deal. Spencer Brown is a one-year deal.
That too.
The only problem was the tackles went fast and furious early on today and then late yesterday. So there really isn't any tackles that have any type of value. If you look at my list, like I got like one guy, Christian Jones from Texas, Walter Roos from Oklahoma. That's it.
Yeah.
Are we in Spencer Rattler range?
No.
Okay. In the fifth?
He's too good for the Bills. No, like, why would you take him? Because you would probably just use him as trade bait in the next year or two.
Right. But in the fifth, I understand in the third, but in the fifth?
What's the value there, though? Like, you're never going to... I shouldn't say this, but if Josh Allen does get hurt, well, that's why you have Mitch Trubisky. So, I don't see that. If anything, maybe you take a flyer on Sam Hartman or something in round 7, but I don't know.
Hey, what's justify it by stockpiling all the picks? But go ahead. Sorry.
Craig says Ryan Bates was part of the 144 trade. So let's try to analyze this. So the Bills traded Ryan Bates to Chicago.
Future fourth. Yeah.
Wait a sec.
Which they then traded that 144 for a future fourth.
So everything worked with the Bears here. They went back to Ryan Poles.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So instead of taking a 5, they get a future 4. The only problem with that is if the Bears are any good, I don't know if they will be. Like that's like pick 120. So they didn't gain them much. I mean, you're kind of hoping that they stink and it's more like pick 100.
Okay, so let's think about it this way. Bean did what we said, right? He got rid of one of those 5th round picks for a 4th, but it was a 4th next year. If he would have done that for a 4th this year, you could have gotten someone like a Troy Franklin or Tez Walker.
Right.
So I really wonder what the thinking is here, because he did do what we were saying, turn one of those 5ths into a 4th, except it was a wrong year. I'm behind
Jarvis,
on my tweets here.
you better get going on your tweets, man. Cornerbacks are flying off the board now. We got Abrams Drain coming off the board. Good looking corner from Missouri. Jarvis Brownlee from Louisville coming off the board. So the Bills must not. If the Bills are willing to trade into next year, that means that they didn't have conceivably any players that stick out to them that they needed to take.
Yeah. So the Bills did turn, or I said Bean, so the Bills. So now the Bills have 3. Wait. The center was taken with the first 5th round, right? And then they traded the other way. So we have two more
fifths, a 6 and a 7.
6 and a 7. Okay, so 4 total.
Correct. You have 10 picks next year as well, too. An extra 2nd, 3 fourths, an extra 6 from Boogie Basham.
All right, so what's the move now?
I mean, I want a receiver. I mean,
Trade for Cortland Sutton.
I mean, vet receiver, but let's talk about the draft. Like, if you're looking at it from the draft perspective, like, you're not going to get me off Thrasher or Malik Washington. It's not going to.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm right there with you.
I mean, it's not going to happen. I want either of those two guys. They clearly don't like Kamara. They wouldn't have traded that pick. But I mean, I'm thinking receiver. If they don't officially take one here in the next 2 picks, all sound bells go off for me for a vet receiver. Like, it's just too obvious. I'm sorry. It's just too obvious that they did not replace both Davis and Diggs and Davis. They did well at the back end of the roster for sure. The back end of the receivers, obviously, you have still Shakir. You're still going to play, obviously, Keon Coleman. You still have some, decent, Curtis Samuel is an upgrade to Hardy. So you did well when 3 through 7 are set, 3 through 6 are set. Possibly now even 2 through 6 are set, but you still have that need to make one vet receiver trade. I think that, and I'm not sure how much even Malik Washington or Thrash would change my mind on that, right? Like, it is a nice player, but would that change your mind from a vet receiver if they did go with one of those two? Like,
I mean, Malik Washington or Jamari Thrash, like you said, they're nice, but they're pieces to the puzzle. I think you said it right. The Bills got an upgraded version of Gabe Davis, and then they filled out the rest of the back end of that depth chart and the wide receiver room. But Jamari Thrash is not going to replace Stephon Diggs. I would put Thrash on someone like Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel level in terms of tiers. The Bills do have Justin Shorter. Let's not forget him. But still, if you're trying to replace one of the best receivers in franchise history, there's got to be something else. Keon Coleman is not it. I'm sorry.
Audric Estime just got picked to the Broncos.
I will say the Broncos are having a very nice draft because I love how they paired Bo Nix with Troy Franklin. They get Audric Estime. I got to see who else they picked, but I've liked what they've done. I thought Bo Nix was taken pretty early, though. But hey, Sean Payton wanted his guy.
Yep. What veteran receiver are you guys thinking? I really like Malik Washington, but can't argue we need a vet. Who would you trade for, Kevin? If they made a trade tomorrow, which vet receiver would you want?
I don't know. I mean, it's so hard because it's so easy to say, give me T. Higgins, give me Justin Jefferson, give me Brandon Ayuk. But, like, it really comes down to the financials. Whose contract is the most doable? Whose cap hit is the most doable? How can you move the money? And think about this. Like, what team is going to want to eat the most salary cap? So it's not just a plug and play like, oh, give me Justin Jefferson for all these picks that we just stockpiled for next year. It's way more complicated than that. And someone like Brandon Ayuk, you're going to have to work on an extension with him because if he gets traded, he probably wants some long-term stability. He wants someone like that is going to want $25 to $30 million guaranteed, not guaranteed, but 25 to 30 AAV per year. And then we'll figure out the guaranteed after that. I mean, it would be a lot of guaranteed money as well. So I can't really say off the top of my head what my favorite idea is because I would have to like do a deep dive into the financials here. I mean, would it be easier to just go sign someone like a Michael Thomas?
Yep. Tommy Eichenberg
It
from
would
Ohio
be.
State off the board too. Michael, yeah. I mean, in theory, it could be a signing. Like we're all sitting here pounding the table for a trade, but there are a couple of guys: Tyler Boyd, OBJ, Michael Thomas, Corey Davis. There are a couple of names that the Bills could feel like could be it.
We have a question here. Have you guys gone to the bathroom? I'm still good. What about you, Kevin?
Oh, I got the bladder. I mean, it's an iron bladder, so I'm good to go. I'll be able to make it through. What do you think Bills games are for? Like, come on, I don't miss action during Bill. I don't go in the line at halftime.
You not drank?
I'm not gonna miss the throw. I can stomach it. I'm not gonna hold it through the third quarter. Like, what are you talking about? I'm not gonna miss third quarter snaps.
Dude, I mean, I had that same mentality until it hits that wall of your bladder, and you're like, I don't know if I'm going to make it to the top of the bathroom in the upper deck. I didn't know for the longest time. I didn't realize that there were bathrooms all the way up on row 36 or whatever. So I started utilizing those, but then I realized that everyone else had that same mentality. So if I'm sitting in the upper deck, it's just like, God, get me there. I don't know if I can make it in time.
Yeah, and obviously this live show is brought to you by Acropolis Realty Group. Thank you so much for sponsoring this entire stream from day 1, day 2 to day 3. We're proud to be here with you and Built in Buffalo live show. Please smash the like button. We have almost 1,100 live viewers, so we appreciate everybody being on here with us. We have over a couple hundred on YouTube. Thank you so much too. Please like and comment on there as well. And all of our Twitter and X viewers, we really appreciate you guys coming in, tuning in with us. This is the time where it gets fun. Bills still have 4 picks remaining in this one, and they traded one of them. Kevin, they can never just they started off with, did we have 9 day 3 picks at one point? I think we did.
I can't follow. Yeah, I think so, because after night 1, the Bills had 11 total picks, right? 2 yesterday, 9 today.
No, it was before the Diggs trade, because they traded one of them in the Diggs trade. So before the Diggs trade, they had 9 day 3 picks and 2 day 1s. Or excuse me, 1 day 1, 1 day 2. They had pick, obviously, pick 28 and pick 60. And then they had 9 day 3 picks we were supposed to be on for. Traded one with Diggs down to 8. Traded one in that trade back to get up in the 3rd round. So then we're down to 8. So they've been definitely trading some of our fun picks that we're supposed to have here on the show. And obviously just traded one away again. So now down to 3/5, 1, 4, 3/5. So we're down to just 6 picks from 9.
All right. Well, while we have some time until we get to pick 160, unless Bean decides to trade that one as well. Okay. A lot of new comments coming in about this Ray Davis tweet from 40 minutes ago. So let me pull up some of these.
Go ahead. Let's hear it. Let's hear the Ray Davis comments. A lot of Ray Davis action.
Dean Kindig, who is very good with scouting these guys. I'm not sure what his occupation is, but I definitely like to follow his Twitter, and he knows what he's talking about. He says, I'm good with it. Braylon is a tank who can't pass block, 3rd worst in the draft class, in my humble opinion. Okay, interesting. Bills didn't value Braylon Allen. Some guys' names are more notable, but for sure the Bills compared both of them. I read these already. Let's see. Someone says, I hate it more that the Pats got Baker and we somehow think our wide receiver is set. I don't think we think it's set. Someone says, I really like Ray and his attitude. Very team guy, great player. I'm really happy thus far with our picks. Love Davis. He's a rock and plays with toughness, power, and balance on top of his on-the-field play. He brings a backstory that speaks to the culture the Bills want in the locker room. Never go wrong with bringing in guys that epitomize culture, character, and commitment. Bills are telling you that Ty Johnson is their, quote, big back. I don't think so. I mean, I think he's okay. That's a good conversation to have. Is the Bills running back room set? Because we've been talking about this. James Cook is a 1. There was a hole at RB2, which just got filled with Ray Davis. I think Ty Johnson is a perfect RB3. He can do a little bit of everything. And then there's Darrington Evans sitting there on the bubble, RB4. So we're pretty good here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're good at there, but there's absolutely no reason why they can't double dip at the position. They could, if they feel like they want to. Like, there's absolutely nothing that stops them from bringing 4 guys to training camp. Like, I'm not
Isaiah Davis.
I mean, especially at this stage, There's nothing that says they can't bring a fourth and a fifth and let the three of them battle it out.
Someone else said, I live in SEC country. My personal bias, I wanted Jalen Wright. Aside from my reasons, I have no idea why Miami trade up for running back. I thought we were taking him. All said, baby Ray Davis is a stud. Another great character guy. Absolute bell cow for UK. Pumped we got him. And then someone says, failure on Bean. Davis is better fit. He is a reliable receiver and pass blocker, but can still be a bully in short yardage. Awesome pick. Someone gave it a B. All right. I mean, I think I like it. Jordan Schultz says Ray Davis led all of college football with 7 receiving touchdowns last season. All right, so where are we at now?
We're officially Spencer Rattler just went with pick 150. So I saved you from yes.
Ooh.
I saved you from my scenario, so you're welcome.
Good. I don't want to have to deal with Spencer Rattler and Mitch Trubisky battling it out, and then we have to have that linger.
Well, I did, okay. Man, you're ruining my thoughts and my dreams and my hopes.
Hey, you know, football-wise, okay, Mitch Trubisky might not be the best. I like Mitch, though, and can you get an upgraded version of Mitch Trubisky? Yes. Do you need to? No. Like, I would rather go get Kamara or Jamari Thrash. You know, I don't think you need to add more questions to the quarterback room. Remember, like, I'm not trying to put on the same tier as this, but remember when people were saying, oh, Josh could use a backup. He could use a mentor. Let's bring in Cam Newton.
Yeah.
No, that's just such a big storyline that doesn't need to linger in training camp. Sam Hartman would be nice, though, because it's just like, okay, this is a cool dude, good-looking guy. The girls love him. All right, cool. He's here for the ride, you know? But Spencer Rattler, nah.
So you're okay in the 6th round, Kevin?
I'm still not a fan of it, but I would be okay.
Okay.
The Bills still have pick 248, right? Or no, they traded that one to get 221.
Right.
My wife would love Hartman in Buffalo.
Oh, God. Please. No comment.
All right, maybe it's better that we keep Hartman out of Buffalo.
Yeah, seriously. So, yeah, the Bills are coming up again here shortly. They're on pick. What are they on, Kevin? 151, looks like. Is that correct?
Yeah. It's around 151.
Okay.
All right. Someone says he has a perfect beard.
He's got that flowing hair, too, doesn't he? He's got that lettuce.
Are we getting caught in the same Hartman trap now? What do we start?
Yeah, what are we starting? Sam, I mean, in theory, though, I would like Sam Hartman in the 6th. How many picks do we still have?
All right, back on track. Thanks, Jody.
Yes. Pick 160, pick 163, pick 204, and 221, which is a 7th. Those are the picks that they still have. So 4 remaining selections there.
Let me create a ticker just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah, go ahead. Kevin, why don't you fire up a ticker for us? You can include the ticker. Include the players we picked. Why not?
Oof, I don't know if I can type all that, but...
Okay, fine.
I'll just say remaining picks.
There we go. We're going to go with the remaining picks there, obviously after Ray Davis and Van Pran. So 2 guys, they're feeling pretty good out of the SEC. You think we could use a D end? I just don't think he makes the roster. We were just kind of talking about that. Obviously, no one or they don't want Kamara. I just don't think he makes the roster. You have to be better than those 4th defensive ends on the roster. Casey Toole, Kingsley Jonathan. I don't think they beat him out. That's going to another roster. The end would go to another roster. We just kind of spitball defensive tackle would go to another roster, especially after the selection yesterday, Dwayne Carter. I don't think there's a defensive lineman at this stage in the late 5th that would make the roster. So Bean, I don't believe personally takes him. There's been a run on corners. Yep, there absolutely has been. So I don't believe that would be a selection as well. But they can always, I mean, they like Devonshire. You know, they're going to try to find a special teams ability right now. To me, the trade back to next year signals they may be in special teams range, Kevin.
Yeah, real quick. What was the pick? What's our 6th round pick? What number?
The 6th round pick is number 204. 7th round pick is 221.
Got it.
Yep.
Oh, whoops. Okay,
Correct.
I meant that as a ticker. Oh, you know what? We can still do that.
Okay. Yeah, tick it up. Tick it up, man.
Or not. What the? Why can I not make this as a ticker? Anyways, as I work on this. Any other big movements here that we've missed? You want to get us caught up on a few of the bigger names other than Spencer Rattler?
Sure will. Tommy Eichenberg to the Raiders at 148, Josh Newton at 149, Spencer Rattler at 150, Jalen Carlisle's for safety at 151. And the Eagles pick is in currently as we speak.
Perfect. And I got the ticker. Finally. Yay. Golf clap.
Good job on the ticker. There it is. Bills remaining picks at the moment. Kevin, there's no room there for the current selections? Come on. There definitely has to be.
Oh, dude, it took me so long to get the remaining picks on there.
Got it.
All right, you know what? We got time. You guys want me to put them on there?
Yeah, we want to see. We want to break them down. We want to see the remaining players that they've selected as well as the remaining picks.
Actually, I see our man Lance is in here. Maybe Lance wants to help.
Here we go. That's the way it works.
This is why shows typically have producers, but
yeah, generally speaking,
we are multifaceted men, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We sure are. A lot of good talk about the Spencer Rattler pick, especially at this point. I wouldn't have minded taking a flyer on Spencer Rattler at pick 150.
A strobe effect. Let me see what I can do in the studio.
Okay, let's see what we can do to bring you the cutting trades, the cutting updates. We'll update the ticker here. I liked Eichenberg. Yeah, I mean, I think at this stage he would have made sense to go with there at the linebacker position. Definitely think you could make a case for a linebacker here. At best is a B-. Okay, Jody only thinks it's a B-. I think it's tough to say without the conclusion for sure, but the trade back, obviously, they get the same player and to recoup Dwayne Carter basically out of it. I think is solid for the Bills there.
You know what I think is holding people back is the uncertainty at wide receiver. Because again, the Bills still have not replaced Stephon Diggs. Maybe that turns into Keon Coleman, but for starting out, I see him as an upgraded version of Gabe Davis. And come on, this is Stephon Diggs we're talking about. That's a huge hole that you lost. And all right, let's go down this rabbit hole. Not to be doom and gloom, but let's look at it this way. The Texans now have Diggs. The Chiefs have Worthy. I think they probably would have taken him at 32, so we don't have to say the Bills just gave them Xavier Worthy. And the Jaguars have my guy, Brian Thomas, and Gabe Davis, and Zay Jones if you want them. So a lot of Bills connections here with the wideouts that they're going to have to be covering in this upcoming season. Maybe that segues us into the cornerback talk, because I think that is a position of need here. I mean, if you're going to trade all these players to in-conference opponents, you might want to beef up your secondary.
Okay. Is there a certain corner at this stage that you'd be looking at? Kalen King from Penn State, Kalen Carson from Wake Forest, Chow Smith-Wade from Washington State, Miles Harden from South Dakota, DJ James from Auburn, MJ Devonshire, obviously from Pitt, Ryan Watts from Texas, or Dwight McGlothern, a guy we had picked on one of our live mocks from Arkansas. That's about the list right now. Any of those jump out to you?
Yeah, maybe McLaughern. Did you mention my guy, Monroe?
I did not. I have him a little further down with the other Pitt, AJ Woods, who had a pretty good workout from Pitt, as well as, yes, Jarius Monroe in the 7th round as well.
Calling it right now. Jarius Monroe, pick 221.
Pick 221, Jarius Monroe. There we have it.
7th round cornerback.
There you have it.
So 4 picks left. Let's not necessarily talk about players, but what positions can they go after here? So we already said corner. We would still want a wide receiver.
Yeah, Johnny Wilson, Malik Washington, Jamari Thrash, Brandon Rice, Taj Washington, Cornelius Johnson. Definitely some receivers. But other than receiver and corner, I mean, what are you thinking?
I would still say edge because it's not a given that Casey Toohill is going to flash. It's not a given that Kingsley Jonathan is going to take that next step. It's not a given that Von Miller is going to return to the old Von Miller. I would definitely say edge. Like if you have a pick to get an edge rusher, then use it. And then with that last pick, best player available, like literally best player available, even if it's a quarterback, I still wouldn't necessarily want a quarterback. Would they double dip at corner? Would they double dip at running back? Safety? Could they draft another safety, you think?
They could. They could double dip at safety.
That might be more realistic.
They could double dip there.
What do you think about the Jaguars draft so far?
It's good. They did
Brian
it good.
Thomas, Mason Smith, Jerian Jones, Javon Foster.
I don't love their
too.
Yeah, I don't love it. But I do like their original. They're obviously their 1st round pick's fine. I
want to say I'm going to blame myself because a few weeks ago we talked about trading up for Brian Thomas, and I was like, nah, I don't think Jacksonville's going to want another receiver. But then the more I thought about it, I was like, wait a sec. They really might want another one because Gabe Davis is their number 1 right now. Technically, Christian Kirk is the best, but he is slated for the 3 because he plays the slot, right? So if Gabe Davis is your number 1 boundary receiver, and then I was like, okay, they really might be in play here for Brian Thomas. And then sure enough, they took him. And if you remember my mock, okay, actually, I'm glad this came up because I want to ask you about this. My original idea was giving Philadelphia at 22 your 2nd round pick next year that you acquired from the Stephon Diggs trade because I was like, you know what? Fine. I don't want to give up a first.
So you're saying is Coleman in a 2nd worth Brian Thomas? I don't think so, if that's your question.
Say it again.
Coleman in a 2nd, because you'd be essentially trading your 1st and your 2nd next. So you were saying basically you would have traded in Coleman and traded an extra 2nd to get Brian Thomas Jr.?
Yeah, I mean, well, the Bills wouldn't have had pick 33. So yeah, you wouldn't have had Keon Coleman.
So Coleman in a 2nd for Thomas? I don't think so. I don't like it.
No?
No. You think he's you think Thomas is a 2nd better than Coleman? A 2nd round pick?
I think so, yeah. I mean, he was the 1st round grade. I think he was the last 1st round grade that the Bills had, and that's why they traded out of the 1st round. And I think he has everything that the Bills were looking for in that prototypical wide receiver 1. Nothing against Keon Coleman. I just think that Thomas is a tick better. And again, I don't prefer to give up a 2nd, but if you had that 2nd that you got from the Diggs trade, like you had, I don't want to call it a surplus, but you had an extra 2nd round pick that gives you the flexibility to say, you know what, let's go get our guy at 22. So maybe Philadelphia didn't want to trade the pick because Quinion Mitchell fell right to them. So maybe they wouldn't have, but I think that would be a pretty favorable trade for both teams. I would have done it. I don't know.
Okay. It's a little heavy for me. It's a little hot and heavy for me. So I don't.
What does the chat think?
I wouldn't have done it. Would I trade up for Brian Thomas? Not much. I would have done a 4. So whatever, a 1 and a 4 this year, I would have done, but not. That's my max. I think the Bills agreed because they didn't have a 3rd this year. What were they going to trade? It's either had to be the teams, according to Bean, wanted a 1st and a 2nd this year. So obviously you may have kept your next year's draft intact. So then would you trade Cole Bishop and Keon Coleman for Brian Thomas?
Wait, Cole Bishop.
Yeah.
Explain that again? Because the Bills still had pick 60, right?
But Bean was claiming teams wanted his 1 and his 2 this year.
To go up for Brian Thomas?
Yes. or to go up?
I don't know. That's why it gets tough. I'm just saying that if it worked out the way I envisioned it, just straight up, we'll give you the second that we got for Diggs to go up to pick 22, and then you still have pick 60 to get Cole Bishop. I'd do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I think he's on the very similar tier. Like wherever the tier structures are cut off, I'm not exactly sure how much higher Brian Thomas is than Keon Coleman, but we'll have to track their careers. We have to track Worthy's going to definitely be in there. Obviously, you have Ricky Pearsall, as well as Xavier Legette. So all those will kind of be all linked together for the majority. And then I guess Ladd McConkey went one pick after Coleman. So all of their careers will be pretty well graded after the big three.
I want to pull up a comment. So this person says, and Dwayne Carter. Or is this the one? Okay, yeah, this was a comment.
He's right, because we wouldn't have traded back.
You're right. So, but here's the other thing that I should mention. In that mock, I had the Bills moving back up to get that third. So I had them giving a 4th, 5th, and a 6th to Washington to get back into the end of round 3. So I did recover that 3rd round pick. So that's where I'm saying maybe Dwayne Carter, I had him at pick 100. So maybe Carter would have been gone within those 4 spots. But if that worked out the way I envisioned, it would be Brian Thomas, Cole Bishop, Dwayne Carter. So essentially, you're only flipping Keon Coleman for Brian Thomas and getting rid of next year's second.
How are you still getting Bishop and Carter, though? You're assuming someone will take a trade up with you. Now you don't have these picks either then to get up there. You wouldn't have any of these current picks because I'm assuming you would have traded what? 2 4s? How would you have gotten back? How would you gotten to pick 100? And how would you still keep Bishop? Because Bean was saying that the cost would have been pick 60. Like he was saying that he hung up he wasn't making any more calls because it was costing a 1st and a 2nd.
I'm saying, so Brian Thomas, right? Like the only thing that I was envisioning was next year's 2nd, nothing about this year's 2nd. So maybe Philly would have said, we want this year's, and then we were having a different conversation. Right. I would have to go back and see what the board looked like because originally I had planned for a 4th, 5th, and a 6th. I can't remember exactly what it was with all those trades. I know the Bills had a bunch of 5ths. Either way, I would have used some of those day 3 picks to sneak back into the end of round 3. And if you wanted, I probably would have had Troy Franklin. But if you want Dwayne Carter for this, then sure. Let's just say that Bean was able to finagle his way to trade back up into round 3, not make this trade with Chicago where he gives one of those picks to the Bears next year. So essentially, the way I had it in my personal mock, you would still get Brian Thomas, Cole Bishop, and then if you want Dwayne Carter here, assuming that Bean could pull these trades off. Now, these are a lot of assumptions. I'm just trying to throw this out there.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying I would have liked to trade up for not a lot too, but I guess what I'm saying is that 2nd round pick next year wasn't the value. It being said, it was a 1 and a 2 this year. So, okay. So I'm saying that, like, sure, like, I would have wanted to trade up a 1 and a 4 this year, but hypothetically speaking, I don't think those two go hand in hand. You couldn't have scored Brian Thomas Jr. without a 1 and a 2 this season. So I guess that's what people are saying is that you would give up Coleman, you would give up Bishop, and then you still would have had a finagle to come back up to get Carter, meaning that you would have given up Ray Davis, and then you would have given up, most likely speaking, Van Pran, Granger.
So I guess, I mean, it all worked out.
It's costly, Kevin, I guess is all we're saying is that it would have been costly. But yes, in a world where they could have given up a 4 this year, or maybe a future pick next year, like you said, a 2nd or even 3rd, that's better. But I don't think that in any world, at least to Bean, he could be exaggerating that it was a 1 and a 2 this year. And that's why he couldn't, there was no real entertainment of trading up.
I mean, I think Bean is very honest, but we can't take him for 100% of what he says because I don't think he'd want to give away like, oh yeah, this was the exact deal on the table and we said no, because he knows that fans would be like, why didn't you take that? So he tries to leave it very vague. So I would take what he says with a grain of salt.
Right. And we got a Jets trade. What'd you say?
Did Cleveland just take Jamari Thrash?
They did. Yep.
Damn.
So Cleveland takes Jamari Thrash. The Jets made a trade. They trade John Franklin Myers as well to the Broncos. So they're sending John Franklin Myers, a pretty good-looking defensive lineman, to the Broncos, as well as Zach Wilson, obviously, last week.
Well, we'll see what Ken Dorsey can do with Jamari Thrash.
Yeah, we'll see. See how that turns out. So, yeah, I mean, you're almost officially in range for the Bills. We're very close here. 157's on the clock after the Jamari Thrash pick, who they went with Smith Wade, the corner. So their Bills are just a couple selections away, Kevin. So you ready for the next selection?
Malik Washington?
Yeah, I'm about a Malik Washington. I mean, I guess there's Johnny Wilson, Malik Washington, and Brendan Rice. Outside of that, it looks like they would be punting at the receiver position and single dipping.
Yeah. Trying to refresh my list here. So according to ESPN, top 10 available here. Brendan Rice, wide receiver. Christian Jones, offensive tackle. Mekhi Wingo, defensive tackle. Malik Washington, wide receiver. Johnny Wilson, wide receiver. Curtis Jacobs, linebacker. Tanner McLaughlin, tight end from Arizona. The eighth best here is Satuoa Lumea, offensive guard from Utah. Another one here that's hard to pronounce. Edefwan Elifacio, I don't know. Washington linebacker. Do you know that guy? Edefwan Ulufosio? Is that how you say it?
Are you talking about what position are you saying?
I think it's Edefwan Ulufosio, linebacker
from Washington. Yeah. Yep.
Look at that. We put it together.
Yeah. Ulufosio. Yeah.
And then Cedric Johnson, edge from Ole Miss. Thank you. Easy name right there, Mr. Johnson.
Yep. Cedric Johnson may have been pretty high. I have him behind multiple players here on the list. And we finally had a Muhammad Kamara picking to the Dolphins at 158.
Oh, man. All this to try to stop Josh Allen. Chop Robinson, Muhammad Kamara.
Ulufosio is insane in coverage, Kevin. You should have known that. He'd upgrade our linebacker room right away. Yeah, people like his film. Seriously. Like they think he's a coverage linebacker. I have seen some stuff on him. He's better than Dorian and Balin Spector. Okay, we got some likes for him in the comment section. Lance says one of these picks, 160 to 163, have to be a receiver. I agree with you, but I don't know the Bills do. I mean, truthfully, there's just a few guys left. Other than that, I think you take it to the UDFAs. A lot of people like him, Kevin.
I'm sorry that
is definitely a good prospect. The Bills have been in constant contact with the linebacker from UB. Yep, absolutely.
Which one's that?
I think he's talking about.
His name's Sean, or was that from last year?
Sean.
I thought his name was Sean. He led the nation in tackles, didn't he?
Not that I can't recall who you're thinking of from last year.
Maybe it's not Sean. I'm gonna have to look this up now. It's gonna bother me. He was a local kid too, from Williamsville, I think.
I can't think of who you're thinking of last year. Not exactly sure which player you're referring to.
Let me find it.
Okay. Who is left? There's a lot of players left. Lots of guys left. Kevin just went through his best the best available 10. Someone wants Johnny. I'm assuming Johnny Wilson. Yep. You got Devonshire, Oladipo.
Yes, Oladipo. That's a very interesting one. I thought he was more of a corner, but I guess he's more of a safety, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And he's from Oregon State, and a lot of comparisons I've seen, people were saying that he's kind of like a similar comp to Jordan Poyer coming out of Oregon State. The way they play, they can be that box safety. Do you know where he lined up in college? Because I thought he lined up more at corner, but now I'm seeing that for the NFL level, they're saying he's more fit to be a safety.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can pull his snaps. He played everywhere. 278 in the slot. I don't think he's a fit right now with what the Bills have done with Bishop. 19 snaps at corner. 292 deep. So he played a lot of safety in college. 292 in the box. Sorry, 174 as a free safety. So he's an in the box safety. He's a strong safety for the most part, from the looks of it.
Did you say any at corner?
Just 20 snaps.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I see someone in the comments says Anderson this year, Dolick from that's who it was. Wasn't it Sean Dolick from UB?
Dolak? Was that his first name? Sean Dolak?
I gotta look it up.
Okay.
I think. Who's the Anderson from this year, though?
He was a transfer from. He definitely played. I can't remember which. He definitely was a transfer for one. He was a 1-year guy.
I'm not seeing him on the roster here.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Let's go to stats.
Yeah, you're spelling it wrong. It's underestimated. It's that's how you spell it.
Oh, okay. Defensive stats. Let's see.
Still waiting on the Chiefs pick here too to come in. The Bills have to be on the clock here. Maybe the Chiefs will take whoever the Bills want.
Yeah. They'll take our
Maybe they'll trade with the Bills.
Hey.
Maybe they'll give the Bills this pick for free. But the Bills are on.
Yeah, so it was Joe.
Yeah,
how do you say Andresen?
Yeah. Anderson, I think.
90 tackles?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there you go. Lots of research for a UDFA linebacker. Miami took Kamara. Fish take Kamara. Yep. Kamara's off the board for everybody asking. Swap trades back with the Bills. Yep. Lancaster. That's right.
Hey.
Fins with Kamara. Yep. The Chiefs probably have already since put in their selection.
Hey, where'd Jaden Hicks go?
I don't recall. He went earlier though today.
Yeah, because he was kind of flipped. I thought he was going to be taken around pick 60. Cole Bishop would be a third rounder, but essentially, I guess our projected boards were flipped.
Yep. So waiting for the Chiefs pick to come in here, be submitted, and the Bills are probably on the clock. Oh, there it is. We got a selection for the Chiefs here in the 5th.
Oh, they got Norzad.
That's okay. I don't think the Bills are double dipping at center.
I know, but I liked him.
Okay. All right.
And that means he's probably going to, not because I liked him, but because Kansas City picked him, they're probably going to turn him into an all-pro. But wait, what's going on with Creed Humphrey?
This is probably just a backup, right? I would assume.
Backup. Norzad, I think he played a little bit of guard too. So maybe they have some flexibility there.
Right.
Someone said Hicks went to Kansas City.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't track Hicks's final destination. He was still on the board though earlier.
If that's the case, Kansas City is having a very nice draft. Also, just to go back to this one last time, Sean Dolick was the kid, and he had 147 tackles in 2022.
Okay.
And he was from West Seneca, actually.
West Seneca, huh?
So Sean, spelled Shaun. Dolac, Dolac.
Okay. Bills are picking. Their pick is in. I'm sure it's leaked. So taking the
the guy.
The guy. What are you talking about? The guy.
Ulafosio.
We got our guy.
That manifestation.
There it is.
Edifon Ulafosio.
Yep.
Good thing I learned how to say his name.
There we go. There we go, Kevin. It was well worth learning how to say his name. Was 8th available on the 8th available list. Good coverage linebacker. Definitely he's going to come in and compete. Definitely someone that can probably play special teams. So the Bills feel pretty good about that selection. Will they go with the final selection at 163? Will they go with receiver, or will we be talking about a vet for the remainder of this offseason? It looks like we may be. But he's a great coverage guy. One of the best coverage grades on PFF. Played 615 snaps. He was a very solid in the box linebacker that can do a little bit of everything. So Olafosio kind of manifested that, didn't you?
I guess so. Yeah. I really didn't think that the Bills were going to go linebacker. Is he strictly a linebacker? Like, can he be an edge?
Yes. No, he's strictly a coverage guy.
So strictly coverage. Is Tyler Matakevich re-signed?
No.
Or has he just been hanging out with the guys? Because I thought someone said that he's re-signed, but I didn't see news that he was back.
No, he didn't respond. No, he's not coming back.
So could this be a Matakevich replacement? And then he works his way up the chains, can take over for Nicholas Morrow after his 1-year deal is done next year, and then boom, you can pair him with Dorian Williams?
Yeah, that's I would assume is the plan. Yeah, putting some depth in the talent pool for sure. So it's pronounced Adafuan Yolofosio. Adafuan Yolofosio is how you
Yolofosio.
Yep, Yolofosio.
Yeah, okay. The Kansas City got Jaden Hicks in round 4.
Okay.
They're showing that right now.
Yep.
Well, people seem to like this pick.
Another 10 split guy, 9.66 RAS on his 10-yard split. So another super athletic linebacker. And keeping the trend going with the 10-yard split. Let me bring that up on the screen now for everybody. Kind of talk about him as a coverage linebacker a little bit.
While you do that, here are some positives on him.
Go ahead.
Decent weight for modern linebacker, moves very well, also has good arm length, good movement skills, impressive speed, change of direction, and agility with loose hips to cover running backs and man coverage. Accelerates well to help click and close when playing zone coverage. Has a flexible and bendy lower body with good lateral movement to help work around blocks. Has plenty of speed to beat climbing offensive linemen to the spot.
Adafuan Olafosio. So definitely a solid all-around player. Pretty good value in the 5th. I think you said what? He was, at the time when you had read the original list, he was what, 8th on the list, correct?
9th or 10th, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think, 8th or 9th. Because the 10th you said was Cedric Johnson. I remember that.
Oh, that's right, because I could actually pronounce an easy name like that, yeah.
So I think he was 9th on the best available list. Definitely a good looking. As we look at the athletic score here, once again, about 6 foot, little Matt Milano clone. Had he been a little bit taller, definitely would have been about a 10, almost a 10 RAS. That vert jump is ridiculous. Got the broad, looking like he's got the vert and the broad, just like Terrell Bernard did. Got the 40-yard dash, 20-yard split, 10-yard split is in good shape. 97 percentile for athletic score. Definitely, you're getting those traits early on as you look through what he's been able to do in college, and definitely a super good coverage guy. So the Bills are definitely going with these guys that can cover these tight ends. That's pretty impressive. It's definitely a need in terms of maybe getting him some special teams for some reasons. Olafosio will definitely take over on the roster, really going against Balin Spector, I believe, for a roster spot. Is that kind of how you feel? Would that be your kind of best guess?
You asked if he was going for a roster spot in terms
against
of
Balin Spector, yeah, to make the roster.
Like not just for special teams.
Yeah, I mean, with those coverage abilities,
you're
looking at more than just special teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can roster both of them because of the Tyler Matakevich aspect. So I think for now he can take that Matakevich role, and then it's a matter of, do you want to replace Nicholas Morrow or someone like a Balin Spector? Because I think the Bills are still high on Spector, but I think this is more depth and insurance.
Okay. I agree. Yeah, they're always looking to replenish the cupboard at linebacker. I will trust this team in linebacker. They obviously helped develop Matt Milano, throughout this regime. Obviously, he was, right before Bean started here, but still with McDermott, his career. They helped develop Terrell Bernard. Terrell Dodson turned into a usable player. We'll see what we have in Dorian Williams. They've done really well at the linebacker spot. So I have a lot, and then we'll see what Spector is. He is injury prone. So they had the Bills had a Zoom interview with him. We got Olafosho for show. So definitely very excited to see him. I thought there was a little bit of a need for a depth linebacker, so they secured that. Looks like they're going to leave edge alone. Looks like edge. There was really not a roster spot to me for edge or defensive tackle after the Dwayne Carter pick. I think their D-line is going to be. Their linebackers now all secured. Their safety room is secured. I think the only play on defense now is corner. Obviously, still receiver is available. Will they go tackle, receiver, here at this selection? But Bill's on the clock again as we speak. So we'll bring you that choice as soon as we see it. Christian Jones, the tackle, goes off the board to Arizona. So there's not a ton at the offensive tackle spot, in my opinion, still remaining. So will the Bills finally double dip at the receiver position? It seems like the right spot, right, Kevin? Is it time?
I mean, if they don't do it here, then it is officially on watch. Like, we are officially on watch to look for a big trade coming up. All right, I'm turning off the chat because I don't want anyone to spoil it.
So you want to see the live pick of our selection. Good on you. So the Bills are probably submitting their pick as we speak. So we'll see where they go. But I personally want a receiver here.
Side note, Detroit's been looking really nice. I was in Detroit for the Bills-Browns game, and I was like, it doesn't really impress me that much, but it's a pretty nice scene, especially with the river and the buildings and the crowds downtown. They're making it look pretty nice. Good for Detroit.
Olafosho played over 300 defensive snaps last season. He was impressive, earning an 80 overall grade and a 90 overall coverage grade. Buffalo bets on the upside potential prospect with good length and strong athletic profile. So PFF is enjoying the Bills' day 3 of the draft so far, just in case anyone's wondering.
All right. So Brendan Rice, Malik Washington, Johnny Wilson. Those are the top 3 probably.
Yep.
I know who you want here. I feel like Rice and Johnny Wilson would just be too redundant with Keon Coleman. Like, I want a speed guy. Malik Washington, I know he's a little bit thicker, but he does have some speed to him, right?
Yes, he's very athletic. Really great route runner. Really good 5th-round pick at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I would go Washington here just because there's a little bit more variance to what he can bring to the room.
Yep. I agree with that. Yep, the Bills pick should be in any moment, and we will bring that to you live. Maybe we'll get some more Kevin's live. We actually got a Kevin live reaction out of Hunter Norzad, though. That was the best thing I was hoping for.
And the Ulafosio, I was like, yes, they got him. The guy. The guy who I couldn't pronounce at first.
That's those are the most important topics for us. CBS gave a.
Oh, they're talking about Ulafosio still.
Yep. Ulafosio, real quickly, 6-year linebacker who started for a long time as a full-time player, big-time tester and shows on the field, just takes a second to diagnose, keen to avoid blocker. He sifts through traffic, smooth athlete all around, but doesn't quite play at his workout, reliable speed, high floor pick here in a crowded linebacker room.
Bills traded the pick.
They did?
Green Bay's now on the clock.
Okay.
Wow. They do not want a wide receiver.
They traded back to 168. So
maybe they still do want a wide receiver.
They felt the need to trade back apparently 5 spots in the 5th round.
Would they get another 6th or a 7th?
I don't know. I'm waiting to see if anyone sees the trade. Someone put live in the updates as we see the trade backs. I mean, I would relax about the five pick trade back in the 5th. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah,
Especially
I
if you're
mean,
securing a free pick. I don't know. There's no big deal with that.
yeah, especially like clearly they don't value receiver that much because think about it. Bean has still never drafted a wide receiver in the first round. Say what you want about Keon Coleman. I know he was one pick out of the first round, but there's just this reluctance with this front office to heavily attack the receiver room in the draft. So I really wouldn't be surprised to see a trade incoming here. Because, I mean, we've
Yes.
been talking about it right along. You trade up, get Brian Thomas, or in this case, you trade back, get Keon Coleman, you double dip, get Troy. I mean, Troy Franklin was sitting there and they passed on him. Now they have their reasons, and I'm sure there was a reason why he slipped, but they've been passing on these guys right along.
Right.
For whatever
And then,
reason, they didn't like Xavier Worthy. So say what you want about them giving him to Kansas City.
and they traded back 8 spots for a pick 219. Or what was it? Yeah, was it 6 spots for 219?
What trade was that?
Just now. The Bills have acquired pick 168 to trade back 5 spots, 168 and 219. So they picked this year. So now they have 219 and 221. So they have 2 picks back to back there and that as well.
And they might trade one of those into 2025.
Sure. They could always do that. So we'll be on with you obviously here today till pick 221, which is the first pick of the 7th round. So we'll be at you. And they felt the need to trade up for Jacob Monk from Duke, the center. So there was a lot of heat in Green Bay to make sure they secured Jacob Monk. What
position was Graham Barton?
When did he get picked? Are you asking me?
No, what position? Was he a guard or a center?
He's an interior offensive lineman. I mean, probably he can play either. Why?
Did you ask why?
I think are you saying why? Are you wondering about Monk?
Yeah, because what position, like, was one had to be a guard, one was a center, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they kind of played all around each other. So I'm not exactly sure their exact formational standpoint. But they were both starting on that O-line. I think, generally speaking, Monk was the center there, though. Barton was the guard.
Okay. What is this comment here? What the hell are you talking about? Why do we need another receiver? I mean, I'm not saying that I wanted receivers. I'm just saying that the Bills clearly haven't valued this draft, or else they would have made more moves. I mean, I've been on the wide receiver train, but it looks like the Bills haven't been. I mean, they were to an extent, but not to the same extent that most of us were, it seems like. All right, here's a question. Have you lost faith in Bass? A little bit, not going to lie. I think
I have. I was worried about him at the end of last year. He's missing these bunnies from 40 to 49. He's missing bunnies. I can't be overly happy at that spot when he's missing bunnies.
Yeah,
he's good. He's good from long range. He's fine inside 40. 40 to 49 is a struggle for him. Truthfully, it really is.
Jeez, go figure, right? With wide right.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, kicking is, I would say, almost more mental than it is physical, because even if Bass had a lingering injury,
yep,
I mean, this could really carry over, because a lot of those injuries, right? Like, let's say Dawson Knox's broken wrist, and that's why he was dropping the ball. Okay, you get it surgically repaired, you're good, you can secure the ball now. But with kicking, if you have like a tight hamstring or something and you miss kicks, well, you might have 100% health going into training camp and the regular season, but you had that mental side kicking in, no pun intended. And you're like, oh crap, here we go again. The last time I was out here, I might have just cost my team a chance to go to the AFC Championship.
Right.
So I would argue that kicking is just as much mental as it is physical.
Right. 141, 160. So the Bills picks in totality are so far 33, 60, 95, 128, 141, 160, where they took Olafosio, 168, which is coming up, 204, which is in the 6th round. Then they're going with their new pick, 219, which is the last pick of the 6th round, and 221, which is the top of the 7th. So the Bills secured another selection on this roster.
Sorry, I'm just going through the comments here.
So they have 10 still selections. They're going to make 10 selections at this point today, total this weekend, and they pushed a fourth into next year. So definitely.
How do you grade the draft so far, Kevin?
A B.
I think I'm right there too.
Yep, I'm at a B. I'm not in the death sentence of this draft. I feel like they did really did accomplish some of their goals. Van Pran was definitely a really nice pick that I really liked. Olafosio seems like he has some really top end potential talent. We'll see if his floor is low. We'll see if he can hit his ceiling.
I'll go on the record and say I didn't see linebacker as a need because you have two All-Pros, arguably, and Matt Milano and Terrell Bernard, right? Assuming they're healthy. So that's locked down. You get Dorian Williams in your number 2, right? This is going to be, he was a rookie last year.
Yep, correct.
So Dorian Williams in year 2 with Nicholas Morrow. Boom, very solid. Your top 4 are set. Then you have Balin Spector still, and I thought they would re-sign Matakevich. And really, they don't need more than 5 linebackers if you're playing a base nickel. But at the same time, this seems like a very good linebacker who can grow and develop into that role. And like I said, maybe take over for Morrow or Balin Spector.
Right.
But
it's more to take a bottom roster spot, Kevin, and then at the same time, we just have to make sure Milano is back in full strength too. So it doesn't hurt to throw another talent in the pool. There's definitely some people that do like the draft as well. So,
see, my thing with linebacker is what you were talking about with defensive tackle. Is there going to be an opportunity for him to play and make the roster just because of the depth? Like we talked about defensive tackle, there's really not a spot for another D tackle to make this team. Linebacker, I think you can make a case because the Bills don't have Matakevich. You can use any of these guys for special teams, so that becomes a little bit easier. But I think the path gets a little bit harder. If they were to draft a cornerback right now, you essentially need to replace Trey White. So I think there was an easier path for a corner to come in than a 5th or a 6th linebacker.
Yep. So right now, let's do a quick recap here. Obviously, shout out to all of our live viewers here today. We got round 2, pick 33, Keon Coleman. Round 2, pick 60, Cole Bishop. Round 3, pick 95, DeAndre Carter. Round 4, pick 128, Ray Davis. Round 5, pick 141, Cedric Van Pran. Round 5, pick 160, Olafosio.
Say that 10 times fast.
I know. And the Bills still have 168, 204. Last pick of the 3rd round, the second to last pick of the 6th round, 219, and the first pick of the 7th round, 221. So we'll be at you. We'll be action at you all day through 221. Would love to sit here through the 7th round, but I think we'll be signing off for the day after pick 221 here today as we approach 168.
Okay, so as long as this is up to date on ESPN here, a lot of good defensive tackles. I know we just got done saying that the Bills don't have room, but just knowing how this team operates and the talent on the board, I really wonder if they would consider taking Mekhi Wingo, Tyler Davis, Christian Boyd, Leonard Taylor, Marcus Harris, Jaden Crumetti, Keith Randolph. I mean, those are 7 good, good value defensive tackles for this point of the draft. I wouldn't be shocked if we actually see one of those guys go to the Bills. I personally wouldn't do it, but again, I wouldn't be shocked.
Okay, there you have it. I just don't think he makes the roster. I think Olafosio has a chance to make the roster. I think the defensive line position at this stage is full. That's the only problem I have. I do like the players,
but
I just don't want to draft, especially you're still in the 5th here, right? So I just don't want to draft the player to be on another roster.
But are we
definitely
sure
with those 2 7ths?
Are we sure that Deshaun Williams is going to make the roster? I mean, this isn't like a DJ Reader coming in, it's not like he's an all-pro. I think he could lose a roster spot. Like if they have one of these guys ranked higher, they might say, you know what, best player available based on our board, we have to take him and let him and Deshaun Williams battle it out for one of those rotational spots.
Right.
So just to reiterate here, it's Daquan and Ed Oliver, and then Austin Johnson, Dwayne Carter, and then Deshaun Williams and Eli Anku. So, I mean, it's already pretty thin right now. Williams is at 5th defensive tackle. Anku would be the 6th. So that would be the spot. Like, would one of those guys come in and replace either Williams or Anku?
Yeah, so starting at D tackle, I don't think so at this stage. At edge, I absolutely don't think that there is someone that could edge off one of those edges. I don't think there's someone that's better than Casey Toole or Kingsley Jonathan, who made the roster last year. But a defensive tackle, I guess there's a slight potential at that specific spot. But there is still a hole at corner 5, though, Kevin. Like corner 5 has an opening.
Corner 4 or corner 5? Like, would
5.
you consider Taron Johnson a corner?
Yes.
Okay, because I would consider him his own separate entity.
Yeah, maybe, but it's a total corner room. There's a corner opening, regardless if he's outside corner 4 or totality corner 5. I would think.
Yeah, right now it's Jamarcus Ingram as Trey White's replacement. So I think that is the position that we should probably be looking at here. I'm sorry, I keep track. How many more? Oh, it's right there on the bottom. We still have 4 picks. So
correct.
I don't know if the Bills.
They have 168, 168, 204, 219, and 221.
Here's a good point too. You have to factor what DTs are under contract 2 years from now. I mean, Daquan 2-year extension, Austin Johnson 1-year deal, Deshaun Williams 1-year deal. So these guys aren't going to be here for the long term. So if the Bills really want to address this, they might try to build up that pipeline while they have that value there.
Okay. Could they double dip at running back?
Don't tempt me.
Isaiah Davis, Kamani Vidal would be the 2 notables still available. Blake Watson is there as well. The Bills did do some work here at the running back position with Watson. He's still out there. They had a Zoom with him. Also, their top 30 visits still available. You got Boyd, Devonshire, Flournoy, and Stiggers are the 4 players from their top 30 visits that are still out there. They did a private with Oladipo as well. So those are some of the available players. The Jags are on the clock, 1 pick ahead of the Bills. I thought the Bills did really well to move back 5 spots at this point in the draft to get a 6th-round pick. I mean, that's a free player.
Yeah, I mean, whoever said that in the comments, that they were saying another trade back, like, come on, what are we doing? Is it really going to make a difference at this point in the draft? Now, you could say for sure it is. Look at all the talent that he's been able to get in rounds 5, 6, and 7. But for 5 spots and to get a 6 out of it, I think that's a solid trade.
Got it. Yep. I think it's a solid trade. I don't know why you would be mad at that one of all the things they've done today. I thought the trades today have been fine. You got a 4th next year. You traded back whatever it was, 5 spots to get a 6th. To give us another player to talk about here today. I think both of those trades have been fine. I wouldn't be mad about it. Today has been fine. Cedric Van Pran, Ray Davis. They've done pretty well. Ulaf Hoshio. They've done pretty well here so far today. The only thing you can knock them for is you liked edge or if you liked another receiver. That's pretty much the only. But they have stockpiled.
Everything in general has been fine, like more than fine. But the thing that's looming over our heads is what's going on at wide receiver. And I think that's why people are getting antsy, saying, why all these trade backs? Why are we passing on this guy? Why are we passing on that guy? Until we know who is going to be wide receiver 1 for the Bills and wide receiver 2 for that matter, I think that's why we're just a little bit more on edge and saying, I don't know if I can fully grasp what the Bills did in this draft. I don't know if I can grade it in totality until I know how that depth chart is rounding out in the wide receiver room.
For sure. I agree with you. I think the 530 or the way you're going to rank this draft is going to be based on what the final move is at receiver. At this stage, I don't think you can even say that if they go and get Johnny Wilson or Malik Washington, that that's a deal changer, but it certainly would help in my opinion, right? Like this is the last chance to add receiver here. Running backs went fast and furious here. There's like 3 or 4 that's gone off the board.
Yeah, the Bills are almost up.
They are up. They are on the clock. We had a couple running backs go here. Rasheem Ali, Tyrone Tracy, and Kalen Robinson 3 straight running backs off the board.
All right, so what's the pick here, Kevin?
I mean, I'm going to stick to my guns until it's over. I think it's a receiver. I think you look at Wilson, Washington, or Rice.
I think so too.
That's it. I mean, I can't. There's a path to that player to make the roster. That's all I got to stick with. And then if not, and you're looking at corner, I think corner would be my other one. But there's really not. Devonshire would be it. I like Devonshire. I like McLaughlin. So those would be my selections there. If they do pick is in for the Bills, they finally kept it.
Walking up to the podium.
They're walking up to the podium.
Well, they just cut the camera, but within seconds, I think they'll be coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd have to side here with you. I mean, Malik Washington. I don't know, though, because still, this goes back to our previous conversation. Malik Washington isn't Diggs' replacement. He's just like a nice supplement piece. Like, I think even if they draft a wide receiver, you're going to want them to go acquire a wide receiver 1, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
So that's why, like, if they don't get a wide receiver here, I'm not going to be that surprised.
Yeah, for sure. So the Bills, did you see the pick, Kevin?
Oh, Gabe Hall is still available?
Yes.
I did not, did you?
Yes.
Do you want to get my live reaction?
Sure, go ahead. The Bills went with the best available defensive player to them.
Here it comes. And it's taking forever. You said it was defense, though?
Yeah.
Okay, so no wide receiver. Dude, come on. Oh, Javon Solomon, edge from Troy. He was one of my guys that I tweeted about earlier.
Yep, I think he was PFF. PFF must love the Bills draft today. He was their highest available player on their board.
I'm mad at myself for forgetting the edge rushers that I tweeted about earlier. He was one of those guys that I said, there's a lot of upside here. He brings a lot of presence on that edge, and he could be a 5th or a 6th round talent. So I like 16 sacks, led the FBS last year. Great pick.
There you have it. So Javon Solomon, he was 90th ranked on the PFF big board. Kevin, why'd you like him? What did you tweet about him for?
Well, for the reasons that I mentioned, just at the expense of repeating myself, let me pull up his scouting report.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, the first thing that jumps out, 16 sacks that led the FBS. Great. Comes from a small school like Troy. You know, the Bills covet those small school guys that play with the chip on their shoulder.
Yep. For sure.
All right. Let's see what this scouting report says here. So strengths, highly impressive sack and tackle for loss production over a 3-year period. Powerful hips and relentless effort help propel him around the block. Quick to read and beat reach blocks to maintain contained positioning. Cuts his hands loose with a variety of moves at the top of the rush. Shows ability to bend the edge and flatten to the quarterback. Weaponizes counter moves to pry open inside path to the pocket. Weaknesses, lacks ideal size and length as an edge defender. Inconsistent dealing with the size of Kansas State and Georgia State. Can be widened out by a centered block and a wide base. Short strider in his takeoff to the top of the rush. Has trouble separating from long arm tackles who cinch him up. So other than maybe being a little bit undersized, I mean, I think there is a lot to like here with Javon Solomon. And here's the thing. He can develop under Von Miller's tutelage. So I think this is definitely a very solid pick.
Yeah, I mean, definitely was a guy top of your list. Oladipo goes right after to Green Bay. So the Bills have a little bit of a wait as we approach the next phase here. But we'll bring up our friend of the show. We'll bring up Izzy to the stage to talk this through, and we'll we'll rock it out from there. Izzy, welcome to the show, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, living the dream, friend. Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much for coming up. Thanks so much for coming on. Why
No
don't you give
problem.
your reactions to day 3 so far?
Day 3 has been really, really interesting. That last pick, Javon Solomon, along with Kevin Siracuse up there, I had him really high as well. I thought he could probably go up into potentially the 4th round, depending, especially with how crazy the draft tends to be. A lot of guys, I'm sure, but we thought, were reaches in the early parts of the draft. In round 3, a lot of the defensive tackles went way before I thought they would go. I thought Jordan Jefferson would be here in the 5th round. Nope. He was gone early in the 4th, I believe it was. So, yeah, I like the picks that we've taken. Let me pull them all up because I don't forget. My favorite one I have to say is running back Ray Davis.
Okay.
Ray Davis to me shines, and man, like I remember watching his film a few weeks ago, and I'm like, if this guy's there, a lot of people like Estime, but I was a Davis guy. I like his speed. He had a really, really dominant game against big time opponent. I think it was Ohio State, where he just carved him up. But man, the Bills draft has been nuts today. I'm trying to pull up all of our stuff here.
Okay. Do you like what they did trading back, receiving a 6th, and then also trading out and getting a 4th next year?
Yes. Yeah, because if there's no one there on the board for you that you feel is worth your pick and you can't get back in this draft, get ahead next year. Next year's draft, we're a little thin. We only had, 6 picks next year? We had the first 2 seconds. I think we had a 3rd, a 4th, no 5th, or no 4th and a 5th. So I think we had no 4th, and then they ended up getting a 4th. So one of those rounds we were missing a player. They went and got one. I'm all for it. And then they went and got a pick back in this last trade, moving from 63 to 65. You then had another 7th, where I think that there's some depth up there too. If they wanted to double dip at running back, maybe with Kamani Vidal, if he's still on the board. I like him a lot out of Troy as well. It's another small school guy. The small school guys, like you said, they covet, and Troy has a couple of them this year.
Now, if you were to look at Van Pran, I mean, do you think of it as a potential long-term center?
Potentially. I think that he probably sits this year, though.
Yeah.
My wonder is if he has guard flex. I didn't do a lot of research on him. He wasn't one of the centers that I really coveted because I thought he would be gone before we would be looking at centers. I thought we'd be looking at centers more late, like a Bartolini. Even he went really early, though. I thought he was going to be a 6th round pick. And he's gone in, the 5th, the 4th? So,
Yep.
Yeah. He went much earlier than I thought.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, they're showing that's the highlight package now for Solomon. He definitely can pop inside. He shows some pop there doing that. He's we'll see. Seems like a high ceiling type of player. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think he's a high ceiling, but also a low floor. That's why he's in the 6th. But I watched this tape, and again, small school, he popped a lot, but level of competition. I'll have to go back and see what big schools he did play against and see if he did well against them.
Yeah, PFF had him as the 91st rated player totality on their board. They had him as a 3rd round pick.
That's
so.
Yeah.
So yeah, they had him as 13 Beth Edge. So they definitely felt like the Bills got a good value there.
Oh yeah. No, look, I'm all for that. That's fine with me. I like it when they go ahead and get value guys, and that's really Bean's game anyway. He likes to go get guys who he saw earlier in the draft, and then they end like Khalil Shakir. He traded up to go to Khalil Shakir, who had a 3rd round grade on. That's his whole deal.
Yep. Jordan Travis off the board to the Jets. That's going to be an interesting combination.
Jordan Travis. Okay, quarterback. Nice.
Yep.
Hedge your bets with Rodgers. Get a guy who's going to be in, probably out this whole year with the injury he sustained last year at the end of the year, and maybe develop him. If Rodgers sticks around for 2 years, then you get 2 years of development. If not, then I guess you have to see what he looks like the next season for the Jets.
Yeah, for sure. So that's going to be an interesting spot. So what have you thought overall of what's happened to the Bills? Like, give us your pulse.
I think that it's kind of like an on paper type draft. Like if you looked at all the Bills' proposed needs by the media, they kind of covered all of those bases. They got a wide receiver. They got a linebacker. They got everything except a corner. They got a safety, defensive tackle, edge now. So like every single guy position they listed, not including running back, they went and got. And most of us thought we needed to get a running back too, because Ty Johnson is the number 2 guy, and then Darrington Evans is the 3. It's like you needed to get another guy, and I didn't see that on many draft lists for the Bills, but it was on mine, and on most of ours are built in Buffalo. Bills fans who cover the Bills pay attention, but sometimes they just look at, well, they lost Diggs, so they have to get receiver. Yeah, but there's other obvious needs.
Yeah. Are you? Which position were you referring to? Running back?
Yeah.
I mean, they had a gaping hole at RB2.
Yeah,
right?
I didn't see any medium people talking about it at all.
Right. Yeah. I mean, to me, it was a gaping hole. Like there's no way around it. They had Ty Johnson, Darrington Evans on the total roster, and they didn't add a vet. So I think it was pretty obvious that they were going to go with a running back, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and then with the last 2 picks, that's gonna be, or last 3 picks, that's gonna be hard to figure out. I think for us to put a finger on it. But if Brendan Rice is still there, unless he went, I haven't seen him go.
He has not gone yet.
Yeah, he's a guy I could see if he's still there, like staring you in the face. I don't know how you don't take him.
Yeah, you still have Johnny Wilson, Malik Washington, Brendan Rice, Taj Washington, and Cornelius Johnson as the best available receivers.
See, I've got Malik Washington as kind of like a slower Tyreek Hill. He's like 5'8", 210. He's a bowling ball of a wide receiver, but with 4.46 speed. Like, you can't complain that he's not Tyreek Hill, because Tyreek Hill runs a 4.29. So
right,
that's just an exceptional speed, but 4.46 is very acceptable for a wide receiver. And he's shifty, and he knows how to get into the open field and make people miss. So I really do like Malik Washington. But if they're looking for another guy who can potentially be an X or a Z, Brendan Rice is out there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that they're. How do you feel about the vet receiver though? Like, I mean, if they don't take one here, I mean, it's got to speak to you that there's potential that they make a trade, right?
Yeah. I'd say maybe after June 1st, when that trade white money hits, they could then try to pull a trigger on Brandon Ayuk, or maybe look at T. Higgins. I doubt that the Bengals would want to trade him within conference against a team who they do see in the playoffs. I know people were up in arms about the Diggs thing. I don't really worry about that type of stuff, especially when you have a receiver who's 30, 31 and showed some regression this year. And I don't know why. It could have been a scheme swap when you had offensive coordinators change, or it could be age. He had some good plays down the line, but didn't have another 100-yard games in the last 13 games he played for us. So I don't know what that's all about, but we'll see.
I tend to think that after they did not go with a receiver here today, I'm not going to let a late 6th-round pick change my mind, but they didn't go with a receiver here today. I kind of feel like they're very much knowingly entertaining calls and or a veteran on the free agency market. I think that it's kind of telling. Losing Davis, I mean, they've lost, obviously, Davis and Diggs.
Mm-hmm. They've
obviously lost Hardy and Sherfield, and they've replaced 3 of them. So I think that there is still one final need at the receiver position.
I mean, well, after the draft, you're probably going to see some cuts, some older veterans. And so maybe they bring one of those guys in on a 1-year deal to see if they still have the go get it. I wouldn't be mad at that. Like, maybe if the Seahawks let go of number 16? I think it was Tyler Lockett.
Yep.
That's one guy you could look at. If they're trading Debo, because there's been rumors, but rumors are what they are. I don't know if the Titans drafted a receiver, but if they did, someone like D-Hop could find themselves back out there. I don't know, but he still had some juice this past year. I wouldn't remove him from my young quarterback in Will Levis, but you just never know who's going to be open on that market.
Yep. So pick 172 is Ward in. As they're finishing up the 5th round here. The 5th round will be over in a moment, and the Bills have 2 6 and a top of the first pick of the 7th as well. So they'll have 3 picks coming, but they're all pretty close together here and a good 30 picks apart.
Yeah.
Or 30 picks from now, excuse me. So you have, after the Bills selection of Solomon, here from PFF grades it a good pick. Bills add depth on the edge here. Solomon made PFF's top 100 prospects due to his overall grading profile, earning an 88 PFF grade since 2022. Ranked 6th at the position. His 32 sacks, ranked since 2021, ranks 1st among all edges.
I tend to agree with that because I thought he was going to be gone a round and a half ago. So,
yep. So then you have Oladipo, Bub Means, Jordan Travis, and Trevor Keegan gone after the Bills selection, with a few picks left at the end of the fifth here.
Man. Starting to go a little slow now, isn't it? Just feels like it's going a little slow.
Yeah, the sixth. I told you it's the sixth round every year. The sixth round every year. The Bills do have 3 picks left. Kevin, how are you feeling as we get into the 6th round? Give us your pulse.
I think we got to go corner.
Yep, agree.
I would be stunned if the Bills don't take a corner by the end of the day. The more time that passes that they don't draft a wide receiver, the more I believe that Bean is actively looking at the market for a veteran. So at this point, I just don't think that they're taking a wide receiver here because I think he really does have a plan, especially working those 2025 draft picks.
Yep.
So now I'm curious to see how the rest of this plays out. While I did step away for a minute, I did go back and find my tweet, and I tweeted earlier about some edge rushers. So I said Muhammad Kamara, Javon Solomon, Gabriel Murphy, and Brennan Jackson were guys to look out for. And I'm kicking myself that I didn't mention this before because I think I just got caught in the trap of, the Bills didn't get Kamara. He was the best edge rusher there. That must mean that they don't want an edge rusher in general. Maybe that just meant that they didn't like that specific edge rusher. Just because a lot of pundits had Kamara as the best available, maybe the Bills board had Solomon, or, the way the value fell, they didn't see the spot to take Kamara. So I guess, that's my bad for not, diving in a little bit deeper because I did talk about Solomon. I tweeted about him. I just forgot to talk about him today because to our conversations, Kevin, we're like, I don't know, like, does he fit in? You got Casey Toohill. You have, obviously Von
Kingsley
Miller
Jonathan.
back,
Yeah.
Epinesa. Obviously Greg Rousseau. Who was the one that you said?
Kingsley Jonathan.
Yeah, Kingsley Jonathan, Cameron Klein. And those guys are replaceable, but we just weren't sure what the Bills thought because we never know what they're thinking. They might be very high in Kingsley Jonathan for all we know. But now this shows that they get a guy like Solomon in there, and it's up for grabs now. It's anyone's job.
Agreed. Yeah. I think that kind of goes back to receiver too, though, a little bit there. Because now with adding Keon Coleman, I see a lot of questions in the comments saying, well, who's our veteran receiver? Well, we have Curtis Samuel, who's been in the NFL for like 6 years. You bring in Matt Collins, he's 30 years old, been in the league for a while. I don't see him starting or anything like that. He's probably going to be a rotational blocking receiver. Occasionally, in the red zone, I see him doing stuff like that. But then with Khalil Shakir, and so you have Coleman, Shakir, Samuel, Hollins, Shorter, and a bunch of other guys. If we bring in another guy, a veteran, that pushes Shakir to receiver 3 or 4, Coleman to 2 or 3. It depends on who they have as number 2. Do they have Coleman or Shakir as 2, or do they have Shakir or Samuel as 2, or Coleman? Like, I have no idea who's receiver 2 on their board right now in their depth chart in their minds. So yeah, it's a thing there, but I'm confused as to what they would do if they brought in a veteran like that, or who would feel like the odd man out, maybe be dejected. I hope none of them, but that's a conversation to have.
Yes, the Jets just took my guy, Isaiah Davis.
There you go. The Jets, Travis and Davis. There you go.
Damn. He's in the division now.
Oh, big running back from South Dakota State. Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't he like 240? Like,
he was like 6'1", 6'2", 220, ran for over 3,000 yards, and I can't remember, like 30 touchdowns, 35 touchdowns the last 2 years combined. Yeah, he's a hammer.
Athletic profile for Solomon, 7'2", RAS, 6 foot. The height is really the thing bringing down his total score, but that vert and broad are very nice. Another top 75 percentile 10-yard split. The 40-yard dash 4.72 looks good. Shuttle and 3-cone, fairly agile. Outside of the height, really, is the reason he fell. So could he get into camp with Von Miller? That may be the benefit, right, guys?
Could be. Similar size to Von Miller. Von Miller's what, 6'2", 250, 240. So
yep.
Right around that same size. If anybody's going to help him, somebody the same body type, I think.
Yeah, there you have it. CBS gives the score an A grade. Obviously, CBS has him at 6'2", but he obviously 6'1.5" from the combine. Burst, bend, speed predicted. Total outside edge, small frame but serious length, unique build. Doesn't get engulfed by bigger blockers as much as you would expect because his speed and power combination is great. Handwork is good. Can flatten to the quarterback. Motor hums on every play. Bills need this type of quick winner on the outside. So that is the grade, A grade for the Solomon pick as one of the better available players. PFF's number 1 rated player remaining on the draft board. Generally, you don't see that much drafting right from the one of these big boards, but he was the number 1 rated remaining defensive end on the big board. So that's kind of cool, right?
Yeah, I like that. Using all the tools, right? Like if you're gonna look at other people's boards, or like Mel Kiper's board, or PFF's board, or Pro Football Networks, or NFL Draft Buzz, use that information.
Yeah, if you're going to use it, you might as well use it. That's a good way to put it. Interesting that he's listed on CBS. He's listed as a linebacker, and they had him fairly. So CBS probably likes the picks. They had Ulofoshio, number 112 on their board, and Solomon 139. So the Bills do get 2 of their looks like linebacker grades 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 2 of their top 7 linebackers from CBS go to the Bills with Ulofoshio and Solomon.
Would you say the grade was on the Ulofoshio one?
From who? From which person?
I'm not sure. Did you just mention a grade that they had?
The CBS Sports, I think. He was like
CBS. I mentioned their grade for Solomon. Yes, was an A, but for Ulofoshio, they gave him an A-.
Okay. Because I'm looking at some of those edge rushers that I was talking about. So I didn't realize Brennan Jackson went to the Rams at 154. We talked about Kamara going to the Dolphins at 158. And then if there was that slight run on edge rushers there, I'm wondering, they must have really loved Ulofoshio because, luckily they still got Solomon. But I'm wondering if they would have flip-flopped those. Say they got Solomon at 160, if Ulofoshio still would have been there at 168.
Yeah. He's not my favorite linebacker in this draft, but in the 6th round, you're not going to get your favorite linebacker in the draft. So that's just not how it's going to go. Milano wasn't my favorite linebacker in his draft either. It was awesome. And I do agree. I think that they liked him. He's got good size at 238, 6 foot, almost just a shade under 6'1". He fits the profile of Tyrell Dodson. So I think that he could be looked at as a replacement for him.
There you have it. And the 5th round is now officially behind us. As ESPN starts to catch up, he's got Isaiah Davis to the Jets, Kalen Carson, cornerback to the Cowboys, Jalen Ford, the linebacker, to the Saints, and the Jets just put their pick in to end the 5th round. So there's the updates, and the 5th round is over, guys. We're 2 rounds remaining. The Bills have a couple picks at the end of the 6th. And then 1 to start the 7th. And then we'll be live with you until pick 221. So we'll be with you for another hour or so.
Who do you guys think?
We'll probably stay on for a quick recap.
Yeah, for sure.
That should give us enough time if the Bills decide to trade back into the 7th.
They trade to 250.
They're like, you know what?
I think we're safe. I would think we're safe from them using future picks, luckily.
Me too. I think it'd be a player that they don't want anymore. They would like a DeMar Hamlin if they were to trade him away.
Right. It's possible.
Send him to the Steelers. He wants to go home.
Yep.
But who the corner guy you guys like?
Monroe, baby.
Monroe?
He's a big Jarius Monroe guy.
Okay. I like Jarius Monroe.
So, I think the Bills personally like the Pitt corners.
Mm-hmm.
So I like, Devonshire, for sure. AJ Woods. I also like, I personally like Dwight McLaughlin from Arkansas. So those would be the ones I'm looking at right now.
Are either of the Penn State corners still on the board?
All of them are still there. King, Dixon, and Daquan Hardy. All 3 are still there.
I like King. Kalen King is one I like as well.
Yep. So you got the 3 Penn State, the 2 Pitt. and then Dwight McLaughlin, really. And then some people like Miles Harden from South Dakota. That's about the best available list.
I was going to say, according to ESPN, we'll go top 10 available for corners right now. Kalen Carson from Wake Forest, DJ James from Auburn, Miles Harden from South Dakota, Dwight McLaughlin from Arkansas, Kamal Haddon from Tennessee, MJ Devonshire from Pitt, Josh Wallace from Michigan, Ryan Watts from Texas, Willie Drew from Virginia State, and then the two Penn State guys, Daquan Hardy and Kalen King at 10 and 11.
Okay.
Not bad. That's a good list of corners for us to be able to snag at our next pick, or if they wanted to wait till the one.
I have a feeling one of those guys will be a Bill, especially with those three picks. So I think it's pretty safe to say one of those guys will be a Bill.
For me, it's the top 5 guys. I think we'll absolutely one of those top 5 guys will be there.
So corner's pretty likely to be a selection here.
Carson to the Cowboys.
I mean, do we think the Bills trade up?
They could
package something and trade up.
2 of the 3 picks.
We only need one more pick. I mean, they picked one of everything. They haven't double dipped, right?
Correct.
They have not.
I mean, they got 2 defensive linemen, but one's an edge, one's a defensive tackle,
and one linebacker. Yeah, I mean, 3 front 7 players. Yeah.
So they might just say, "Let's try to package this, move up, get a corner, and we're done."
They could.
Well, I mean,
definitely.
We have a pick and a few picks now, and then we have the last 2 7th rounders, right?
They would only need to trade 2 picks, not all 3. But yeah, they would generally. I could see them trading 2 picks to come up in the 6th.
Yeah, because if they take a corner, that would be 2 guys that we still draft. So if we take a corner with one, who's the other? There's the
quarterback.
Quarterback Joe Milton, if he's on the board. I don't even know if he's on the board still.
Bills do not seem, since the 2020 Jake Fromm, they do not seem very interested in trying the backup quarterback with a cheap rookie contract deal anymore. So
it's true. I don't know, but
you know what?
It's a little bit of a noodle arm, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to what I talked about earlier. I mean, maybe they would double dip here. But I don't want to forget about edge rushers again. So Cedric Johnson, Gabe Hall, and Gabriel Murphy are still there. I don't think they would double dip, but again, I don't want to forget about that position. Gabe Hall, I thought he was defensive tackle. ESPN says he's an edge, so maybe there's some versatility there. A lot of defensive tackles still. Mekhi Wingo, Tyler Davis, Christian Boyd, Leonard Taylor, Marcus Harris, Jaden Crumetti, Keith Randolph. So if they still have 3 picks, I wouldn't be shocked to see another defensive lineman, whether it's edge or defensive tackle.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. It's a good problem to have if one of these guys later on turns out to be, an exceptional player for the spot they were picked. And
exactly. And, Daquan is 32 years old, 2-year extension. You would like to think that he's going to be healthy. You say 3 years?
30? No, he's 33.
Okay, yeah. So Austin Johnson's up there in age. You don't know what their health is going to be. You really might want to, if you have all this capital, you might just want to use it and say, let's not waste this. If the best player available is a defensive tackle, let's just take him. We'll battle it out in camp, and then we'll worry about it in a few months.
Do we have a size and height and weight on Dwayne Carter?
Like
yeah, we have his ticker. We have his ticker up here. Yeah, for sure. Let me pull up his ticker. Here you go.
The RAS.
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, I've seen it forgotten. 303, so he's kind of in between 1 and 3 techs. Could probably play both.
Pure 3 tech. He's a pure 3 tech.
He's a pure 3. Okay, so he's a 3. So maybe they look after a random shot at a big fat bastard to be a 1 tech.
It's possible. They'd have to roster him, though. They only generally like to roster 1, let alone 2, and they already have 2 with Austin Johnson.
Yeah.
So I think that's more of a UDFA, though. I think they bring in a UDFA to compete with Anku for that third the third 1 tech.
Didn't they say that Dwayne Carter could be like a 5 tech too?
Sure. They can bounce outside.
Outside flex, yeah. Like if he's in a 3-4, he could be a outside guy. Yeah.
He definitely has more 5 potential than 1. He's not a 1.
Yeah. I saw he's mainly a 3, and if anything, he would stretch to a 5 rather than a 1.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Yeah, he'd be a 5 before 1 for sure.
So
Maybe a 5 on rundowns. I mean, you could do different things with him, I'm assuming.
I like that. I like that idea a lot, actually. If he's a good edge setter, then they can let him do what he's good at, man. That's the whole point of a lot of these players going to places people didn't expect. Like, well, why did they take him? It was like, we need him to do this specific thing, and that other guy isn't going to cut it. So,
hey, let's talk about another player here that is not on the Bills, but I think we need to discuss this because this could be another double dip. You know, I just talked about double dipping on the defensive line, whether it's an edge rusher or defensive tackle, but Saran Neal, would the Bills want to try replacing him as much as we're saying that, you know, they'd want to replace Trey White? Could they replace Trey White with, let's just say, Devonshire or McLaughrin, and then they take maybe my guy, Jarius Monroe, or someone else who can play gunner on special teams?
question I think would be: can they play safety? Can they play slot? Like, are they multifaceted on defense like Saran was, or are we just looking for a special teamer?
Yeah, I mean, I think they would want to find someone who can do a little bit of everything. And what I found on Monroe is he can. I think he was primarily an outside corner. He can kick inside. He can play special teams. They're saying he might turn into a safety. He's willing to learn. He's a leader. So that's something that stuck out to me because I was like, I don't know if you're going to do much better in the 7th round because I don't think the Bills would want to just take a straight up corner. I think they would want some versatility. Like if they're going to get a corner, they're going to want a corner who can give them something else, right? Like they want to get the most bang for their buck at this position. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I could see them taking one straight up corner and then another one that does a little bit more of everything.
I can see that. Well, that to me is a better description of Saran Neal because on defense he really couldn't do anything other than occasionally do a good job guarding Travis Kelce. So if that's the case, I'm for it.
And there goes Quantez Stiggers, a guy the Bills brought in. It was a really nice looking story too from the CFL.
Yep, from the Toronto Bats.
Yeah, I really liked him. I thought he could have been on an option. But the Bills probably felt the value. I mean, they probably took the last edge, Solomon, that they would have rostered. I don't believe there was another edge here that would have made our Gabriel Murphy, maybe. I don't believe there was another edge. Miles Cole's pretty decent. Grayson Murphy as well, obviously. But I do believe the Bills probably took what they thought was a guy jumping out on their board, in my opinion, because I do think that would have been a corner pick.
I agree. But Solomon was jumping out to me.
Yeah. They were probably like, well, he's still on the board. We're going to take him, but we didn't have super plans to come out with an edge. But because I do think that like he is competing with Kingsley Jonathan, who they rostered all last year.
Yeah, and I like Kingsley Jonathan. I'm a big Syracuse guy, so
that's the challenge. I do think they're fighting for the same roster spot, probably.
Most likely. One thing I do love about Kingsley Jonathan is that he's a big effort guy. Like he doesn't quit on the play. His motor just keeps going, and that got him as far as he is now. Let's see if he can take him a little further. Yeah,
we'll see. Obviously, there's the Leonard Floyd roster spot that's open. Will that just be automatically handed to Casey Tuel? We'll have to see. Kingsley Jonathan was on the roster with those guys. So let's say Kingsley Jonathan's on the. So really, it's really 2 out of 3. Kingsley Jonathan, Casey Tuel, and now Solomon, who I would say at the 5th round is fairly safe. The 3 picks here that are coming up, the 2, 6, and the 7, aren't safe. But I would say that Solomon's probably the last roster, unless he's really bad. He's the last roster lock. So it's really like
linebacker we had. That was terrible. I think it was University of Miami or something like that.
Voshan Joseph.
That guy.
Yeah, they IR'd him to keep him 1 year. Remember?
Yeah, it was. And he just came back and it was like, wow.
Yeah.
We thought that guy was okay.
Yeah, Ulafoshio is good. I would think makes the roster as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we have 4 linebackers in the roster right now. It's
Yep.
Bernard,
well, 5 with Spectre.
Yes, but it's Milano, Spectre, Morrow, now Ulafoshio, and
before Ulafoshio was 5.
Okay. Who am I missing?
Yes, now we have 6.
Dorian Williams, Morrow,
that one.
Spector. Yeah.
Dorian Williams, yeah. How did I forget him? I like that guy. I like that kid.
They keep 5 of those 6, so it's really Olafosio versus Spector.
Yeah. And as long as Olafosio is healthy, there's a good chance.
I would think he
Spector's
wins
not.
that. I would think Spector goes to the practice squad. Probably sounds like the most likely plan for them there. Just like at the edge position, I probably think they'll roster at least, give him a true shot with Solomon to make the roster. And then it's really, I guess, Casey Tuill versus Kingsley Jonathan, I think, for the 5th and final D-line spot. I think that's the battle.
Yeah. So yesterday, my wife was up here behind me on the sofa. You couldn't really see her, but she was watching the draft, and she was talking to me about prospects. And she's like, don't we need a corner or something like that? We lost Tre'Davious. And she's actually fairly knowledgeable about football. She's not super knowledgeable like any of us, but she understands. And I was like, yeah. And she was going through a list on her phone, and she saw Quantez Diggers. And she's like, this guy's name is crazy, but why doesn't he have a college? And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, aren't all these players from college? And I was like 99.999% of the time. And I had to explain to her the CFL thing because he never went to college. He went to the CFL. And because he never went to college before that he has to go through the draft, even though he was technically already professional. And she was like, that's a stupid rule. I was like, it's the rule. I was like, he's 22 years old. He's got to go to the draft. That's just the way it works. I was like, it's one of those one-off rules that you never see, and then you saw it, and you'll never see it again.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. I mean, I think she's right, though. I mean, I think at this stage now with what they've done, 3 front 7 players, it's possible they look at a 1 tech. I just don't see them going 4 front 7 players. That's a lot. Because you're already making moves to make sure some of these guys are working. Even if that 1 tech makes the roster, he's not going to ever play. So he's going to take up a roster spot all year.
So I think that's part of the plan, though. Like you brought in Austin Johnson, and then the other kid, one's a 1 tech, one's a 3 tech.
Deshaun Williams, right? You brought in those 2 guys. I don't think that those 2 guys at all make it impossible to draft 2 guys to come in and compete with them for those 2 spots. And so if you bring in a 1 tech and a 3 tech or 2 3 techs or whatever it is you choose to bring in, I don't see how those 2 guys would hinder you from drafting those, because I don't think those guys' spots in the roster are secure, in my opinion. If you're asking me, which you didn't, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway, I think that those roster spots are open. This defensive line has struggled in the playoffs, even with the starters, Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones. I think that the possibility of them saying, look, we're going to bring in 2 veterans, we're going to bring in 2 rookies, and we're going to see who takes the spot. You know, I don't think it's bad, especially this late in the draft. You know, a lot of times these guys don't make the roster anyway. So why not bring in more competition for that spot that you've struggled at, especially in the playoffs? You're muted, boss man. you're muted, Kevin.
My bad.
I was going to tell you.
Thank you. I was just saying, so I think the top 4 is set right now. You have Daquan, Ed, Austin Johnson, and Dwayne Carter. Now, if they want to roster 5, I could totally see them taking the best defensive tackle available and saying, okay, here's the rookie, Deshaun Williams, and Eli Ankou. You guys go battle it out in training camp for that 5th spot. And then if we can, we'll put you on the practice squad.
So we got to get like a meme with those 3 guys' faces on it, and then like the Joker throwing down the broken pool cue. We're having tryouts.
Absolutely. Are we? So I know, Kevin, you brought this up. Are you feeling a trade up maybe to secure a DB at this stage, or do you think they just make those 3 selections right in a row, 204 to 221? So they have 204, 219, 221. So they make 3 picks there. I think it's conceivable they could trade 2 of those 3 to come up.
I think they could just get 1 corner and be done with it. But I also see them doing what we just talked about. Take 1 defensive tackle, 1 corner, and another corner who provides a little bit more on special teams.
I like that.
I mean, are we totally out on wide receiver? Because I just think if they wanted to,
they are. I'm not. They seem to be.
It feels like it because, you know, Brendan Rice is still on the board, Malik Washington is still on the board, and we could have had those guys, and a lot of us had 4th, 5th round grades on those guys.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if they wanted him, they would have had him already.
Yeah. So I think his point is they're out on him, but not us. Like as fans,
Yeah.
like, you, me, and Massare are like they're there. They're ripe for their picking, but no one's taking them. Not just the Bills. So something's got to be going on behind the scenes with those guys.
Yeah, shout out to 1,200 viewers. We really appreciate everybody in here right now on X, YouTube, Facebook. Thank you so much for being in here for us. Smash the like button now. That means a ton to us. And obviously this whole draft coverage, day 1, day 2, and day 3 are presented by Acropolis Realty Group. So very appreciative of them coming in here and sponsoring the entire weekend, as the Bills do still have 3 picks left remaining. We're kind of discussing right now how we feel about that. Are they going to go 2 DBs? Are they going to go with, kind of feels like they may go pretty set in the interior of the O-line, but they may go tackle. I mean, I guess. I don't know how they would make the roster, at least this year. That would be a stash. DBs, obviously, specifically corner, is the most obvious path to the roster at the moment. And then receiver. Will they finally swing the trigger on a double dip at the receiver position? I wouldn't call the 1 and a 7 a double dip, but I guess in theory it would qualify. Couldn't they go ahead and do that? I still think for me in the receiver position is one where the Bills knowingly brought up a scenario where day 3 trades could happen for vets. We've already seen one with John Franklin Myers to the Broncos. Could we see the Bills? But what San Francisco did with 2 early receivers, with Ricky Pearsall being one of them in the first round, is kind of telling that they may be toward the end on one of their players being traded. I don't think that you see Ayuk and Deebo Samuel on their roster. Especially now with the Jacob Cowing early in the 4th round as well.
That second wide receiver is telling.
Yeah.
So because they still have Jennings on that team, right?
Yep, they do. Yep, they do.
And when you get 2 receivers in the draft, and your 2 big-time receivers seem to want to be out of there, one of them's a bit injury-prone, and the other one, I like Ayuk, but I'm a little underwhelmed by him. I don't know if I see him as a true number 1 receiver, even though he's put up pretty good numbers.
Yep.
There's something about his play that kind of throws me off.
Now we're at pick 180, so we're roaring along here with Walter Roos going to the Vikings, Logan Lee, Siaote Liema to Seattle. Our Marcellus Dial is going to the New England Patriots. So 181's on the clock now for the Chargers.
They just got your guy, Kevin.
Who?
Vidal.
Who? Which team? The Chargers?
Chargers got Vidal.
Yeah, good pick.
Yeah.
Good pick. Good line. Good running back. Has a lot of potential from Troy. Another guy from Troy. One of the best pass blockers ever scouted, apparently. I love his film. It's going to be a good pick there. We'll see if he develops.
I want to throw another position out there.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Were you saying something about Vidal, Izzy?
Justin Herbert's going to need it. That's it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Tight end?
I'm thinking offensive guard.
Offensive
What do we think
guard.
about building up the offensive line? Because I'll go back to the depth chart here. So we talked about this a little bit ago. So just to go over it again, we have Dawkins, Edwards, McGovern, Torrance, Brown. Now you add Van Pran, Granger. You still have Will Clapp, La'el Collins, Alec Anderson, Ryan Vandemark, Tommy Doyle, Richard Garage, and Kevin Jarvis if you want them. So are any of those guys replaceable? So let's just say that Van Pran can beat out McGovern for center. McGovern goes back to left guard. Edwards becomes the first man off the bench. Is there a spot or a need for another guard? Or is Alec Anderson going to hold that down? And then can Will Clapp do that?
No,
as well?
in that scenario you just brought up, they're good because if that was the way it played out, now you have multiple guards between Alec Anderson and then Edwards goes back to his 6th role. La'el Collins has right tackle guard versatility. I believe in that scenario, I wouldn't see how someone would make the roster there.
Yeah, they would have to beat out Alec Anderson in order to stick on the roster, which is possible. It's a late round pick, and so is Alec Anderson, or was he undrafted?
I mean, same thing with the defensive tackle, right? So we're saying if they bring in a defensive tackle, can you beat out Deshaun Williams and Eli Anku? I think it would be the same thing with guard. Can you beat out Alec Anderson and Will Clapp? Because looking at some of the best guards here, Christian Mahogany sticks out to me. Javion Cohen from Miami, and then Dylan McMahon from NC State. I mean, those are 3 good guards that you could get for good value. And we know, like, the Bills pride themselves on adding depth and competition. So
Yep.
I just wanted to throw that out there because I don't think we should be surprised if they go back to the offensive line.
And there goes Jaquan Jackson, one of the receiver prospects that were remaining as well. So he was one of the... Yep.
No, I was trying to cut you off. I was just, wow.
Oh, yeah, yep. Yeah, he's still remaining. He's obviously just a few left now with Johnny Wilson, Malik Washington, Rice, Taj Washington, Isaiah Williams, Cornelius Johnson, Jalen Coker. And that's about wraps up the real draftable guys. There's some UDFAs with like Joshua Cephas, Zachary Franklin, but those are really the last remaining draftable receivers, in my opinion.
The Patriots had a good draft.
I'm gonna tweet out another list. I haven't done that in a little bit, so you guys can help me compose it again. So best remaining prospects. So let's just come up with 10 of them. Who are the wide receivers that you just mentioned? I'm sorry. Brendan Rice is still there, right?
Brendan Rice, Malik Washington.
Yeah, Rice, Washington,
Johnny Wilson,
and Cornelius Johnson. Should we cut it off right there?
Flournoy, he's up there for me.
Actually, it doesn't have to be 10 if it stretches. I mean, I'll just go based on the character limit.
What about Jalen Coker? Is he on the board or?
He is from Holy Cross. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like him. But I wouldn't say he's one of the best on the board per se. Just one of my favorites on the board. That's a toughie. Best available players, ESPN wise. Wow, Mekhi Wingo's still up there.
Yeah.
Curtis Jacobs from Penn State, linebacker. So are we talking about players that the Bills would be interested in, or just
I think they'd be interested on any of these, right? Because for all the reasons that we mentioned, they could add depth and competition to any position group. So, like, personally, I don't think Brendan Rice is a fit based on what they got in Keon Coleman, but like
Malik Washington would be though. He's like that.
Yeah, so like I don't know. I feel like anything's on the table. So we're probably gonna have to mention multiple positions and players just because this draft is taking so many turns that it's kind of hard to predict.
Yeah, because I got Malik Washington like a big Isaiah McKenzie, like a big body, tough, can take the hits Isaiah McKenzie with better hands.
I could see that,
and better route running as well. Just not as fast, but the style of play, the type of plays you run him through, wide receiver screens, crossing routes, short outs, maybe a sluggo here or there, but most of the time you're going to kind of keep him short and intermediate. That's Malik Washington, if you ask me there. He's one of my favorites on the board. I do like Brendan Rice. I think he's the better receiver, but not the better fit for us.
All right. So in my tweet so far, I have Rice, Washington, Wilson, and Cornelius Johnson. I think I'll just go. I mean, it's hard because I don't want people to think that I'm putting these in like the best available in order. Maybe I should just like section them off and say, here are the receivers, here are the guards, here are the tackles.
Yep. There's a tight end on the board here I like from Arizona.
The Dolphins just took Malik Washington.
Oh, good thing I didn't. Damn, that could come back to bite.
Yep.
191. 5'8", 191. That's a tank. He weighs more than Devin Achane. You see his highlight reel?
His highlight reel is ridiculous.
What was his 40?
4.46, I believe it was.
Okay.
Which I was surprised by because I thought he was going to run like in the 4.5s because he didn't seem that fast. He feels like a Devin Singletary, like he doesn't have that last gear to get there, but his burst off the line is crazy.
Yeah, I'm upset.
Yeah, all right. Well, Johnny Wilson it is. 6'6", 230. Holy shit. That's
They had a
tight
decent
end.
draft so far.
So
They like drafted off of the fan boards, to be honest, though. That's like a fan board draft.
Yeah.
Literally, Paul Wright, Kamara Washington. That's like literally the best available on like internet draft lists.
that looks
Yeah,
like
you're
one of
right.
my drafts at one point. When
Right.
no receivers fell to me. So it was
Right.
just like, all right, well. But I do like this tight end out of Arizona, Tanner McLaughlin. Like if they wanted to give some competition at tight end 3, could be a guy you go for.
Yep. So the Bills it's 185. The Bills are up very shortly. Probably should be getting to them in about 45 minutes.
It's a long time.
Maybe not quite that long. What are they coming in every few minutes?
Yeah, it seems like they're breaking down footage and like they're 3 picks behind in their breakdown.
Yeah.
Pick it up, ESPN. That's gonna be over. You're still gonna be breaking down players from 3 rounds ago.
I think I'm just going to do 3 from each position in
There
terms
you
of the
go.
best available.
There you have
Christian
it.
Boyd, defensive tackle.
Yes, sir.
4, 317. I love that player.
I know you like Gabe Hall too.
I do like Gabe Hall, but I love me some Christian Boyd. I was especially mad when Jalix Hunt went off the board. I really liked him.
Yeah, you got Boyd, Hall, and Mekhi Wingo, right?
Yeah, I got Wingo still on the board too.
There you go.
Johnny Wilson would be interesting enough. They drafted him.
I wonder if they go with like a James Williams, like hybrid safety linebacker special teamer.
I like that actually. I think that fits the
coached by their coach too. Like it would make sense.
That probably fits exactly what Syracuse up here was talking about. Like that guy who can play defense, but they can go and play teams like a Serranio. Serranio's kind of a bigger corner. I mean,
I bet James Williams is very much interesting to them with one of these 3 picks.
I think you're onto something there.
So I'd watch out for James Williams.
He's a hammer too, though. Like he's and this draft is really proof that a lot of times when we're doing our mocks, we don't know what the hell we're talking about. Because like Leonard Taylor's still on the board too, defensive tackle from Miami, another good guy.
I could probably add him to the list.
Yeah, but I think he's more of a 3 tech. If we're looking at just Bills guys, or are we looking at totality of the board?
I think, yeah, like it's in totality, but kind of geared towards the Bills.
So I'd leave him off then.
For who?
For Leonard Taylor, because he's more of a 3-5 as well.
Yeah.
But Bo Braid, safety, still on the board.
Yeah.
I thought he'd be gone in the 4th round. 6 foot 203. It's like the perfect size for a safety. But you were talking about a guard though, like Dylan McMahon's still on the board too from NC State.
Yes. Okay, I think I have my list complete here, as long as I spelled Devonshire the correct way. MJ Devonshire. Okay, so let's hear what everyone thinks about these. Wide receiver, Brendan Rice, Johnny Wilson, Cornelius Johnson.
Okay.
Would we agree?
Okay.
And then guard, Christian Mahogany, Javion Cohen, Dylan McMahon.
Okay. Yep.
Corner, Dwight McLauthern, MJ Devonshire, Jarius Monroe.
Yeah, like those.
And defensive tackle, Mekhi Wingo, Gabe Hall, Christian Boyd.
Mm-hmm.
Any honorable mentions that I should add? I have a few characters left.
I'd say. Did you already put? You said Bo Braid was on there.
Oh, no.
Bo Braid.
I'll say HM Bo Braid, because I think that's all I'll have room for.
HM.
Honorable mention.
The Hitmaster.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, maybe I should say. I don't know if I'll have enough hand. Let's see. Honor.
I'm just saying that what it stands for. I'm just letting you write that out.
Well, all I have room for is HM.
Let's go. I wouldn't mind seeing Bo Bray get drafted by the Bills. That'd be a good pick.
I'm surprised he's fallen this far.
Me too. He's probably at home like, all right, I'm over it. Time to play Madden.
Yeah.
Bo Bray. It's probably,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
probably like, all
Yeah,
right.
I had him about here. I had him fifth to sixth.
I had him
But yeah,
at third or fourth.
oh, did you? Wow.
Yeah, I had him coming off the board just behind Kalen Bullock.
Okay.
But then again, the hell do I know?
Yeah, what do we know, right? Ultimately.
Like, how many of us saw Keon Coleman coming to the Bills? We all had to go and kind of be like, all right, let's get positive here. Let's see what's going to go down. I know Keem did. He was like, Troy Franklin. He was like, he's still on the board in the fourth round. Why did we take Troy Franklin? Like, hey, man. I'm just glad to see the excitement I saw in Keon Coleman when he got drafted. You see excitement from some players, but he was hyped.
Right.
That's the type of thing I want to see from my guys. I want to see some freaking like emotion, some moxie. Not to down any other people from anywhere else, but like those kids from Louisiana when they get drafted, like there's a different level of hype. When Tre'Davious White got picked, you know, like this, just the level of enthusiasm and like, let's freaking do it. Let's freaking.
I don't
go.
know. You see Malik Neighbors?
Yeah, he's different though. Like, there's an exception to the rule, and he's that. He was actually in the building, so he kind of had to be like, all right, we're gonna go out there and act like I'm a rapper. Keon Coleman was like, I'm ready to jump through a wall. Give me a playbook. Give me a coach so I can go start doing these receiving drills that the Bills run. Like, let's run some concepts. Let's do this. Let's do that. And he's just screaming. I was like, all right, yeah, no, that's what I want. I want a guy who's hyped to be here. So that
Student Body Right wants Jaden Sheridan. Raz, please.
Jaden Sheridan.
Double dip at running back, huh?
Okay. I wouldn't be mad at that, honestly.
Wouldn't be surprised if we traded our next picks from Tommy Giambro. Okay. I mean, it's possible.
I could see us moving on from 221 and 200 to get
trade one of
higher.
those late 6 to get a 5 next year.
Could be that too, yeah. That could be.
Why is Rice still available?
Good question.
Not sure, man. There's got to be a reason on someone's board. Maybe an injury concern, interviews. I'm not exactly sure.
That's what they say Franklin fell for, was the interviews. And the Bills had him in for what, 3 different types of interviews? They had him in for a top 30. They did it before the combine. And it's like
Nick Miller's a trade for Sutton.
Ooh.
Oh, I missed Johnny Wilson got drafted by the Eagles. Right as I was tweeting that. Did you guys mention that?
No,
but you had already sent it, I think, anyways.
Yeah.
They lost Quez Watkins, though, so they probably need some more receiver help.
And Casey Washington, so receiver run. Casey Washington, Illinois.
Oh, wow. Falcons picked up a nice little running back right there. Jace McClellan. I really like him. Freaking 5'10", 221.
Yep.
Stud hammer coming out the backfield.
You know who I think the Falcons could go after?
Who's that?
Joe Milton.
Ooh, they just drafted a quarterback in the first round. I'm like, hang on. Processing.
I mean, Michael Pratt is easily he's draftable by someone right now. I mean, he had a 3rd round grade, I think, by most people.
Yeah. Quarterbacks have fallen in this draft. That gigantic gap between the last one taken in the 2nd round and the 3rd round. Is
the only one taken? Is it just those 7 so far?
Yeah, it was Bo Nix, and then the last guy taken was Rattler.
And then that's it. So 7.
Yeah. that's craziness.
Yep.
I think someone take a flyer in the 6th. I mean, the 6th is still going, so.
Well, the Bills take a flyer on like a Michael Pratt.
I wouldn't be mad at it. Let Trubisky freaking compete for the job.
Yep.
You can have it this year. Next year we can get out of that deal.
I don't mind him on a such a cheap deal in the late 6th-round deal. Like, let him compete. If he sucks, cut him. You're not rostered. Put him on your practice squad. No one's going to claim him. As compared to a corner that you're going to cut and then he's going to get claimed.
Like Austin John, was it Austin Jackson last year? Or Austin
you're talking
Morgan State.
Yeah, Alex Austin.
Alex Austin, that guy.
Like one says Joe Milton. My guy Josh is Joe Milton.
I like Joe Milton for his attributes. I don't necessarily like him for his accuracy and stuff. But you know, you may be able to teach him mechanics. You know, Josh Allen went through the whole Palmer school. Maybe he can take him out there with him. Hey, if you can be my backup and I'm gonna be out for 4 weeks, I need you to win some damn games while I'm out.
Alex Austin did pick off Josh Allen.
He did. He played pretty well for New England.
Yep, for sure.
Lions just took Mekhi Wingo.
Okay. Your list, Kevin, your list. You're a little far out on your list. You were like 5 to 10 picks early on your list.
What do you mean?
Because you were still too far, a little too far.
Like the 10 guys you chose are now going off 10 picks later.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant I'm behind on my feed.
No. I'm saying your list was tweeted a little early because we're still a good.
Well, I mean, I think maybe that just means that teams are looking at my list right now and saying,
"That's right."
They
saw your
These
list.
guys are,
yeah.
And I think my list was actually pretty accurate and perfect.
Picking assistant GMs on Twitter, like, hey, this guy's got something here.
We wait for the comments for someone to say, "Here are the couch GMs."
Let's go. I'll take it.
Pick 190. So what is that? We're 14 picks away. So I'm moving a little better now.
They can call me what they want. I don't care.
Hey, can we talk about the Lions for a sec? Since they just took Wingo.
Let's do it.
Sure.
What do you think about the corner picks? Because they are very stacked now at corner. I didn't think that was a need because they had Carlton Davis from Tampa, and then they had Amik Robertson, Emmanuel Mosley, and then they draft Terrion Arnold. I mean, he was the best player available. That's a great pick. They got Ennis Rakestraw, and they have Brian Branch as a nickelback right now with Rakestraw as a backup. Branch could go back to safety. I mean, they have a lot of DBs right now. Kirby Joseph, the free safety. They drafted Vaki today in the 4th round. Melifuanu, another safety. I mean, what do we think about the Lions here?
It's a good problem to have for them. You know, that's what all the coaches always say, and I don't think that they had a whole lot of holes to fill. They might have won that NFC Championship game, maybe a Super Bowl, if Dan Campbell didn't coach like a freaking man possessed in that NFC Championship game. That game was so close, and it was like 4th down, we're going for it. It's like, dude, it's not 4th and 2 or 4th and 1. It's like 4th and 8. What are you doing?
Right.
Hey, hon. I know. I never said I wasn't doing a show. I'm doing a show. You're welcome. Yeah. But yeah, no. I think that it's a good problem for them to have. I don't know which one of the other veterans guys are going to be that guy. So bring in a couple of guys and do your thing.
Cody Schrader's still available.
Oh.
Dylan Lube, Blake Watson, Frank Gore Jr., Jaden Sheridan.
Yeah, there you go, Jaden Sheridan.
You just go?
No, still available.
Okay, I thought I was saying, there you go. He's gone.
Eagles just took McMahon. I'm telling you, it's my list.
Vinny
So
Mac.
you should tweet 10 players we don't want. Right? Like, if it's your then your next list needs to be. But yeah, I mean the draft's thinning out here. I think that's why the Bills wanted to be done around 200, pick 200. I wouldn't be shocked by trading 218 and 221 to come up.
Mm-hmm. Heck yeah. Cardinals on the board. Says they need wide receiver, cornerback, and edge. So they've taken those already, I guess.
Kev, how's your bladder holding up?
It's okay.
I'm getting to the point where I might have to go.
Didn't you just leave?
No, I just turned my camera off because Izzy was talking, and I figured if I was going to put my head down and tweet and do stuff behind the scenes, you didn't need to see the
that
top
was
of my
also
head.
a perfect time for your break.
I know, but it like I didn't feel it yet, and now of course with that little swig of Gatorade, I might have to
the
go
swig
do
of
it.
Gatorade sets you over the edge, huh?
I do
Let's
too.
see.
So you go first if you want.
What?
What's
So
up?
I gotta go to the bathroom too. So if you want to go first, or I can go first, it's up to you.
I'll go real quick.
All right.
I wanted to try a hold. I wanted to see if I could make it the whole show without going, but why do that to yourself? Because I'm already going to be on edge enough when the Bills pick, so I better just go take care of it.
It's not the healthy choice. It's not the healthy choice.
That's not healthy. It's not healthy. That's not good for your bladder. That's not good for anything. So, anyways,
it's not good for your groin muscles.
No, we really appreciate all the live viewers here as we're tuning into getting closer. Picks are coming in fast and furious. Now, obviously, mentioned Dylan McMahon going off the board. Mekhi Wingo, 191 is on the board. The Bills do not pick till 204, so a good chunk of change different.
You know, I thought in my head it was a long wait for that pick, and I was correct. All right, so the Cardinals on the board, they took Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Trey Benson. Like they went defense, offense, and they got another corner in Elijah Jones, safety. They did kind of what the Lions did, but they really, really needed those guys because they have holes everywhere. Xavier Thomas, though, edge off the board to them in the 5th round. I really liked him. Xavier Thomas from Clemson.
Yep.
And Quicken Jones from Texas. I liked him too. He's right tackle only, and for the Bills that would have been perfect because Spencer Brown going to a contract year and have somebody on the board.
Shout out to student, probably wanted Jaden Sheridan.
Let's go.
I mean, the double dip at running back, I guess. Why not put all 3 of them to compete for 2 spots? That's not crazy. It's not a crazy plan.
And then you have one on the practice squad. Johnson was on the practice squad last year until he wasn't. So Damian Harris got hurt.
You're right.
So,
and then, or you put, in this case, let's say Jaden Sheridan, he would, if he doesn't beat out Ty Johnson, he would go to the practice squad. So, you could go that route with it too.
It's like working in a restaurant. First in, first out. You got this one in the fridge. That one's got to be eaten first. It is what it is.
Plus, an injury can happen too. Let's be honest.
God forbid.
Yeah, but they aren't super deep there still, even with the selection of Ray Davis.
That still only leaves 4 on the roster, and usually go into camp with 5 or 6.
Right. So they will take a UDFA, so you might as well secure whichever one you want here with one of these 3 picks. I don't think it's crazy that they would double dip bringing in a running back to make sure you secure a guy rather than you get a higher end guy here right now than you can maybe trying to bid on somebody in UDFA.
Yeah, and, they also like to stash people on the IR. So.
Right, they would do that as well with a minor injury.
They did that with Shorter last year.
Yep. Big win for Shorter today. Seriously. He, as of right now, I don't think there's a guy on here that would knock him off the roster at the moment. Yep. But a big win, really, between the Diggs trade and only Keon Coleman. Shorter takes a big, it's a big day for him, honestly.
Big dub Shorter.
Yep. It is. He takes a huge victory with only Curtis Samuel, Khalil Shakir, Keon Coleman, Mac Hollins. There's very much so a 5th receiver job.
Yep.
Open for him, Isabella or Hamler. So there is very much so a path to the roster now.
I think this year we may be looking at 6 receivers on the roster. I think that within the new system that Joe Brady's going to put in, if it's brand new, I think you're going to see more 5 wide sets, and that's going to require some more talent at the receiver and or tight end positions, just in case of injuries and stuff like that. Who's this kid? Dylan McMahon.
Dylan McMahon's a good player, good interior prospect. Big win for KJ Hamler, sure. Especially if they do go with the 6th route. I mean, it is big day for Shorter and Hamler, and until it's not. But as of this moment, it's a big day for both of them, for sure.
We might be sleeping on Hamler a little bit too, because he really got kind of a raw deal in Denver, like Drew Lock, and then that one piss poor year of Nate Hack and Russell Wilson together, that terrible year of just horrific coach to quarterback ratio, just it was horrible. And so I'm not saying that he wasn't part of the factor that caused him to suck, but
Yep.
it is what it is.
Welcome back, Kevin.
Here I am.
I'm gonna flip out now. I'll go potty and grab some water.
Go take care of it, Izzy.
So Kevin, we were just kind of breaking down what we thought could be the route to. I mean, okay, we were just talking about running back a little bit because obviously, friend of the show student keeps bringing up Sheridan, and it does make sense. We're talking about who could be edged off the roster, and the Bills will have to get a UDFA running back. You bring 5 to camp every year. They only have 4, one being Darrington Evans. Will they take one Joe Milton to the Patriots? Will they take one now or wait till UDFA and maybe not get a good one? So I think it's possible they could throw a running back in because unfortunately injuries do happen in camp. The next guy in the roster is Darrington Evans. So I do believe a rookie right now could probably beat out Darrington Evans.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they really do take one more. I got to get caught up. What picks did I miss here?
You didn't miss that. I mean, you weren't gone for that long, but you obviously after McMahon was Tajon Palmer, the DJ James, the cornerback, Joe Milton to the Patriots, and Tanner McLaughlin, tight end, to the Bengals. The Bills are up in about 10 picks.
Okay. Yeah, so I didn't miss too much.
You did not
Milton
miss.
on the Patriots is interesting. Him
Yep.
and Drake May. Could that be a little bit of a
very interesting,
a little bit of a clash there?
Could be.
Because if Drake May turns out to be like Mac Jones, not Mac Jones, like I'm not trying to pin him as Mac Jones for his whole career, but if he starts slow, there's going to be people saying put Joe Milton in because of this big arm talent and that positional, well, not positional versatility, but athleticism, I guess, is a word I was looking for.
Yep. For sure. What about quarterback?
For the Bills?
Yeah.
Sam Hartman?
You got 2 that are sticking out to me, really. Well, 3, actually. Sam Hartman, Michael Pratt, and Carter Bradley. You don't think it's time that they use a really cheap contract to try to see if they can beat out Trubisky?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, what would you do with Trubisky? Just cut him and then save the money?
If he loses, for sure. And if he doesn't, you just save Michael Pratt on the practice squad. No one's going to take him.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, though, they gave Trubisky a 2-year deal. So there's a little bit of term
you would cut
there.
him. Yeah, you would cut him next year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they could cut him, but I just feel like they have an envision here with Trubisky where like they want to get someone who knows the system, who they can rely on, someone who has a relationship with Josh and say, you know what, you're here for 2 years.
Don't forget, Kevin, the new update to the rule is you can have a third quarterback active on game day, I think from your practice squad. The Bills had voted on this year, I believe passed. So I think that could be the edging of like maybe using, if they keep all 3 of these, edging it to quarterback is possible. That they could go that route.
Yeah, I mean, that is possible. Is Shane Bichelle still on the practice squad?
He is. Well, he's still on the roster at the moment. Yeah. But yes, this player would have to beat out Shane Bichelle, and then maybe Trubisky next year. So I don't think it's crazy at this moment. As well, as long as I still have a couple guys that are still there, between Pratt, Carter Bradley, Sam Hartman, I'll think it's possible at the moment until those guys start coming off the board.
Ryan Watts goes to Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Corner from Texas. So there's a corner off the board.
Okay. There's one of them.
And now we wait. Now we wait for the Bills.
Yep.
So 204, 219, 221.
204, 219, yep. And they're coming up fast and furious here, my friend.
So how you doing today, Kevin?
We'll be on with you guys until, I don't know, man. I've been eating pretty healthy, dropped some weight. But I'm going to eat something very unhealthy today, I feel like. What should I eat? What would you go with? Would you go with, give me what you're thinking.
If it were me, I'm biased, so I want a fat cheeseburger, some fries,
Okay.
and a few beers right now. So,
Okay. From where? Good choice. From where? Where would you go?
well, we actually have reservations to a separate place for my mom's birthday tonight, but I could plug Coughlin's right now with the kitchen being open. Coughlin's an official sponsor of Going Deep Buffalo. Check their
Yes.
kitchen out. Look at that plug right there.
Yes. Is a sponsor, proud sponsor of the Going Deep Buffalo show. Also, shout out to Summit Autism Awareness Month, another proud sponsor of the Going Deep Buffalo show, and Dave Dengler, Larson Timko Funeral Home. So we really appreciate all three of our Going Deep Buffalo, and as well as live draft coverage presented by Acropolis Realty too. So we're very happy to have everybody here on the show, doing what we can do to bring you coverage, and to all 1,300 live viewers. We really appreciate you guys all. Chinese food. Tommy, I know you like your Chinese food. General Tso's chicken is a solid choice. Shout out to everybody here, and tuning in live here. A lot of YouTube viewers, a lot of people on X and Twitter. Thank you for staying by the stream. Thank you all for engaging with us. Last year, we were talking about here on the Going Deep Buffalo show, we were breaking down Tully's Tenders. Tully's Tenders is one of my favorite guilty pleasures. Considering your mock, I don't know whose mock. We had a couple on the show, and we're eating crow today. So I don't know my mock, Kevin's mock, or our combined mock. I guess it could be one of our mocks actually hit 2 or 3 picks, so it can't be that one.
I was gonna say, I mean, I hit Bishop. Did you
and
have
Dwayne
any
Carter? Yeah.
Did you hit any specific players?
On my, I mean,
Yeah.
which one are we talking about?
I
The
don't
one
know.
we brought
I
to the
mean,
last show? No, because I traded up. I traded up for.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like I hit Bishop. That was the only like specific player that I hit on. But I will say our positions are hitting right now. Like we have addressed just about every position that the Bills have addressed every position that we mocked. So
And I would have hit on Van Pran, but he's never available because the Bills didn't have a 3rd round pick. So I thought he would go in the late 3rd, early 4th. We didn't have a pick. So I was always taking one of the other center prospects that were there. Norzad, Bortolini, but Van Pran was there, and any of my mocks, I absolutely would have selected him. Tully's grilled cheeseburger. Okay. Yeah, I've heard good things. Their grilled cheese is actually really, really good. Ethiopian food. I love Ethiopian food. Awesome choice. I was thinking Japanese tonight. I love sushi, hibachi. Awesome. We have an awesome place here. That's top notch. So that was definitely something I was going to reward myself for, but I'm thinking more the cheeseburger route. The cheeseburger route for sure. This one, but got to reward myself.
I got something else that I want to run by you in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Splice this up for like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Because we haven't talked about it yet. Not football related. Lindy Ruff back behind the bench for the Sabres. How are we feeling?
Nostalgic. I was in college when he was good, and it was fun, and it was awesome to go to games with Ryan Miller and the team. Just has the league passed him by? That's the biggest question for Lindy Ruff. He's had some tough years with a couple of destinations, but I am excited. He is definitely an upgrade to everything that they've done so far.
I really like the team that they put in place. I mean, you could argue a few pieces here, a few pieces there. I think Adams definitely has to work on the bottom 6 forwards, maybe get another defenseman. I mean, you have your goalie set right now. You have UPL and Levi. I mean, other than getting those forwards figured out, maybe you bring up one of the 3 between Savoy, Kulik, and Roseanne.
They've been good.
I think Lindy, he should be able to get this team over the hump. Like, the roster is good enough. You just need a coach to get them over that next step. And I think it can be Lindy. Can they win the Stanley Cup? I don't know, but I just want to end the drought for now.
Right. I agree with you. This Rams pick's taking forever. Pick 196. I feel like we've been on the board forever. So what's my favorite type of sushi? I like all different types. I really am not picky. I like sashimi. I will eat. I like shrimp tempura with some form of. Everyone has like a volcano roll or some variation based on the restaurant. But I definitely like spicy crab. One of my favorites that I will definitely dive into for sure. But love hibachi. Get a little side of that fried rice. It's one of my favorite foods for sure. Getting chicken and steak hibachi. Also love it. You're not a big sushi guy? Yeah, you don't take me for a sushi guy.
Like I said, I mean, I'll go for cheeseburgers, and
Okay.
you know what I do
No,
like?
no
I can
sushi.
have.
No sushi there in Fredonia.
No, there is. I just don't really
Okay.
go for it.
Okay, fair enough.
You know what I could eat every day, other than like I love pasta.
Yeah.
I do like spaghetti, or not like spaghetti, but just pasta in general with butter and olive oil.
Okay.
So
You like
that's the kind of pasta
clam sauce? Clam
No,
sauce?
just like
Okay.
you
A
know,
lot of people.
like penne or something, and then
Gotcha.
put some
Yep,
butter and
yep.
olive oil and Parmesan on it.
I'm saying the
Something
only
eat-
thing that's missing though is it's called clam sauce, which is essentially that what you're eating, but there's just like a clam base in there as well.
Oh, okay.
But it's similar, very,
Um,
very similar.
I love subs too. I feel like I could have a sub every day.
Okay.
So I'm very original with my. I'm not picky. I'll eat anything, but at the same time, my favorites are very original.
Yes, for sure. No doubt about it.
Who'd the Rams
Absolutely.
finally pick?
I don't know. This I don't know if it's something.
Tackle Tyler Davis from Clemson.
Geez,
Tyler
that
Davis.
took 10 minutes. I'm not kidding for that pick.
I
My
believe
old
you.
Frisbee coach.
I was looking for some Motrin and I couldn't find it. It's like,
Now they're not like that took forever between Ryan Watts and Tyler Davis. I don't know what it was. They may have taken out down the clock or something, but that was weird.
That was very long.
Yeah, it was. So we were talking about our reward for going live all day. Kevin's getting a juicy burger. I'm probably going to combine to get a burger. We were talking about our favorite food groups. Izzy, what do you got for us? You love, what do you like? What are you going for?
you were talking about sushi. I'm a big sushi guy too. I love sashimi, shrimp sashimi, not shrimp, excuse me, salmon and tuna sashimi.
Yep.
Also like a good shrimp tempura roll. I live here just north of Fort Bragg, or what once was Fort Bragg, in the Fayetteville, North Carolina area. I live in Cameron, North Carolina. I don't know if either of you guys are a wrestling fan, but the Hardy Boys are, they're from this area. And there's a nice little restaurant that my kids are going to today because they're going to prom. And
Cool.
it's their prom day, so they're going to.
Is it really? That's early. April. Wow.
So, yeah, the high school here ends earlier than in New York. Like when I graduated high school, I graduated like late June.
Same.
Right, 'cause I'm from Rochester. I grew up when I went to Gates Chili High School, and
You went to Gates, okay. I went to Churchville Chili.
Churchville Chili. My brother went to Churchville Chili. Him and my mom moved out there after I moved in with my uncle. But there's a sushi place called Orient House, and they make this thing called the Green Beret roll. Based on the Army being right there and Special Operations Command.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's like salmon. It's like half salmon and then half tuna, and it's like drizzled with like really good sauce. I don't even know what's
Like
called.
eel sauce? Is it like an eel sauce?
Eel sauce, like an eel sauce.
Yeah.
And then like jalapeno chunks put on top of that. That's what they call it, the Green Beret roll, because of the jalapenos. It's like that's not Asian food.
Awesome.
They're like, that's why it's Green
Yeah.
Beret. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's awesome. That sounds great.
It's like my favorite thing from there. But aside from that, Thai food. I love Thai food.
Oh, I'm a huge Thai food fan. Love it.
Like
I mean, it's Pad See Ew, or I'll just eat regular Pad Thai or Peanut King. Like I like all their dishes, like anything they.
I like a good like chicken panang.
Yeah.
Like panang is right because it's got that coconut flavor to it, and I like to get it like Thai hot.
Yep.
Later.
Oh, you go Thai hot. Wow, good. I go
hot.
medium, and that's spicy.
So I like Thai hot. It has to be in a certain mood to be Thai hot though. Like usually it's like get it hot. They're like, well, how hot? I was like, you have 3 levels. It's like no hot, which is actually a little hot, medium, which is pretty hot, hot, which is and then like Thai hot, which is like.
I can't even do regular hot, and I have a big spice tolerance, but that's Thai hot is hot.
So I do that whenever I want to torture myself, when I feel bad about something.
And Grant, just real quickly, you can see the ticker below if you want a live update on all of the pick selections to this point. And I'm a huge Mexican food. I absolutely adore Mexican food. I think it's so good.
Yeah.
So
where are you located?
So I'm currently in the Rochester area still.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, so we have a couple of really good Mexican spots out here that have just opened, and they're amazing.
We didn't have a lot of those when I was a kid, man.
No, dude. Surprisingly, there's one all the way out toward Buffalo and Albion. As you're going, and it's probably one of the best ranked one in Western New York. But Buffalo, shout out to some of my favorite spots out there, Don Tequila, El Palenque. Some of my favorite spots out in the Buffalo area as well. Those are absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, because I'm Puerto Rican. There's not a lot of Puerto Rican restaurants. There's like 4 of them in Rochester. There's a ton of us there. Like,
yeah. Yeah.
Mexican food though. Once I joined the army, like Mexican food became a thing. It was like they were like, our food's better than yours. And I was like, I think that we love our food probably equally, and so we
Yeah, enchiladas are just. I judge people based on their enchilada sauce. So
enchiladas are amazing. I make a chili enchilada.
Okay.
Buddy of mine from San Antonio, shout out Rodriguez. He's like, dude, there's always something to make, and he like just makes like Mexican food that he just makes up in his head as he's going like, that's what I got, so that's what we're making. Yeah, so I made the recipe.
Awesome, man. I got to try him sometime. Real quickly, right before we pick, Christian Boyd is off the board.
Damn it.
So Christian Boyd is off. How do we guys feel? We'll give our grades in a moment, probably quickly here in the next little bit here, but
Saints.
We'll break.
That's a good pick for New Orleans.
Yeah,
it is. But
Tommy Jamber loves Thai. Yeah, Thai food's great. Awesome food.
I love it.
One of my favorite spots. Shout out to Buffalo, a Yummy Thai. One of my favorite spots in the Buffalo area, Yummy Thai on Kenmore Ave.
Is it like a big spot or is it kind of like a?
They had 2 locations. I think it's fairly well known. Now down to 1 location after COVID, but it's fairly well known. I wouldn't say it's the wellest known spot, but shout out to Yummy Thai. Their chicken pad Thai is as good as I've ever had. Jody does not like our draft. This is the worst draft he's seen in his 40 years. Okay.
He'll be all right.
With the knowledge of knowing how some of those turned out, is it still, or do you mean the day of? Because there's some drafts out there in the drought eras that I'm not sure how you would say this would be put up to those.
Dare I say Aaron Maben?
Yeah, Aaron Maben. You're talking Eric Flowers drafts. You're talking Mike Williams. You're talking some bad drafts. The Roscoe Parrish draft wasn't good.
I got to go back and look at some of those.
I mean, I don't know.
That's like
maybe
when you have
do that in between 204 and 219. Maybe we can look up some previous drafts.
Yeah, the Bills obviously took J.P. Lossman in a quarterback draft. Kind of felt a little bit like reaching on like the 5th quarterback.
But they also took Lee Evans that year.
They did. They took Lee Evans first. Obviously after they lost out on the 3 quarterbacks.
And those 3 or 4 quarterbacks that went before JP all panned out basically.
Ben, Rivers, and Eli. Yeah. Everyone said that Ben Roethlisberger was the Bills' number one pick.
But I think it was the Jags. They wouldn't trade up with us or whatever.
Yep. That's so the story goes.
Jags stay screwing us, man. It's always the Jags.
A thorn in our side.
Easy now. I own a Parrish jersey. My wife, before we were married, had a cat named Roscoe after Roscoe Parrish.
I had a cat named Roscoe.
Yeah. So.
Bastard ran away.
Well, there we go with Roscoe. I am talking our drafts. What do you mean?
Yeah.
All right. So the Bills are, after the Panthers pick 1, 2, 3, 4 picks away. Do we have any different opinions here on what they do? So they have 3 picks left. And just to kind of bring this full circle, I could see cornerback, double dip, defensive tackle, offensive guard. I mean, I'm almost off the wide receiver train now just because I feel like if they were going to get a wide receiver, they would have done that already. So, I mean, I guess they could still get a wide receiver, but I just feel like they're going to try to build up the lines and get some corners.
They're done with receiver. They're clearly punted. They went with 1.
Again?
What?
Did we trade again?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't load up my Twitter.
Oh, the Panthers on the board right now at 200, right? Okay, no, yeah, we got rid of that 200 pick a while back, right?
Yeah, we have 204.
In the Coleman trade, I think we got rid of 200, right?
Someone likes Flournoy.
I do like Flournoy.
There's a few left. There's a few receivers left, but we're getting toward the end of it.
Panthers just got Jaden Crometti, so he was a 6th or 7th round defensive tackle that I liked, but again, it's not a pressing need for the Bills. Just knowing how they operate, I could see them trying to go after a defensive tackle. What's up, Armando? Appreciate you for tuning in.
Appreciate you. Thanks for shouting out. As always, smash that like button. It means the world to us. What did we
Did I put
take?
Crometti on my list?
195. No, we didn't have pick
We didn't have
195.
pick 95, yeah. We had pick 95, and we took Dwayne Carter there. But 195 was the Steelers. We took Ryan Watts, cornerback out of Texas.
We just had a pick. The Colts took someone. Who was it?
It says the pick is in Micah Abraham from Marshall, cornerback.
Okay.
Oh, the website is definitely lagging. Let me go ahead for the app.
All right, so let's go to best available here. I'm going to pull that up on the ESPN website.
So the Bills will be up here in 2 selections after the Packers and the Vikings select their players.
All right. So
if Christian Mahogany is available, I almost think that you have to take him. I think that is a very solid value pick for this late in the draft.
Yeah, PFF's best are Michael Pratt, number 1, Christian Mahogany, 2, Blake Watson, the running back, 3, Brendan Rice, 4, and Taj Washington, 2 USC receivers, 4 and 5. Round out the top 5. Isaiah Williams from Illinois, 6, Cornelius Johnson, 7, Gabriel Murphy, 8, Miles Harden from South Dakota, 9, and Jaheim Bell, tight end from Florida State, 10. Jaden Sheridan, 11, though. Shout out, student, body right.
Did you say Gabe Hall?
No, he's not in the top remaining, according to the list.
So let's see. Wingo was gone. Boyd. Who was the other? Tyler Davis was gone. So I think the pick right here is either going to be Gabe Hall or Christian Mahogany. See what Green Bay does.
Man, there's no telling what they're going to do. They might take a receiver here, too.
Do they really need one, though? I mean, they drafted so many young weapons last year and the year before.
Yeah, they seem to do that every year, take at least one.
Oh, they got tackle. Offensive tackle, Travis Glover from Georgia State.
Okay. I can accept that.
So, again, I'm thinking that the Bills can address one of the 2 lines here and then double dip at corner with 219 and 221. That's my prediction right there.
It's not bad. I think the corner room needs to be addressed, but I'm not sure if it's for a starter or. I know it's not for a starter. I think we have our 2 starters.
Yep. Michael Abraham as well, 201. Travis Glover, 202. Vikings pick is in at 203, and the Bills should be on the clock at the actual event as we speak. I'm thinking MJ Devonshire, Ryan Flournoy, probably the 2 that stick out.
Cooker, he might be there too.
Yep. Brendan Rice, obviously.
Question is, where do they see all these guys fitting in on the roster?
Right.
And how the offense is going to be designed around them.
Yep. Keon Coleman says he spoke with Josh Allen, and Allen told him he was the receiver he wanted all the way. Coleman told him the same thing. He was the quarterback he wanted.
How cute.
How cute and convenient. But
he did say that at the combine too, though. Like when they asked him about the Bills, he was like, "Dude, like Josh Allen."
Yeah.
So he was excited when they asked him about Josh. So I mean, that could be fake because you just want to be
kicker to the Vikings from Alabama. Kicker Will Richard.
Is it kicker?
Yep, kicker.
And now we got a commercial on ESPN. So did someone say, well, Jody said trade, but is that accurate? Did the Bills trade again?
No, I think I said that earlier, but I was asking.
No, the latest comment here was trade.
Oh.
I haven't seen anything about the Bills trading.
Me either.
I don't think they should. So, all right, what are your oh, I'm rooting for all the trades now. So, what are our final predictions here for pick 204? Kevin, who do you got? And then Izzy, who do you have?
I mean, Mahogany sticking out like a sore thumb. That makes sense. So I'll go Mahogany.
I think I'm going to go with Mahogany's good. I'll say Jaheim Bell, tight end.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
Devonshire?
saying Mahogany. What'd you say?
I'm saying, is it this Devonshire? Someone Devonshire, James Williams are probably more natural fits here, but.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm saying Mahogany or Gabe Hall, and then double dip at corner with 219 and 221.
Wouldn't make me upset at all. I mean,
Mel Kiper is best available. Christian Mahogany, Brendan Rice, Bo Braid, Michael Pratt, Kamal Hayden. Or Haddon.
Bo Braid. I changed mine to Bo Braid.
The double dip at safety?
Yep. I've been doing it all offseason in my mock drafts. Let's go.
The double dip at safety, huh?
Yep. Double dip your chip.
There it goes. The double dip at safety. I don't hate the double dip at safety if that's the way that they wanted to go.
Yeah, because behind Edwards and Rapp, now we have
Cam Lewis and DeMar.
But now we have
Bishop, obviously, yeah.
And then so if you draft another one, that puts him in direct competition with DeMar. I think we need that there.
You like a competition for DeMar, huh?
Yeah, because I think that Bishop is going to be in competition with Edwards.
Okay.
But I think Edwards makes the team over DeMar. So either Bishop or Edwards is going to be safety 3. So you're looking at safety 4 and 5 as your spots. Golly, he's crushed that guy. Who are you watching right here?
Do you guys know the pick yet?
I have not seen the pick yet either. No.
But I watched this highlight of this player here. This guy's crushing dudes. In Georgia State.
The suspense.
Oh, it's going to be 10 minutes ago. Remember the Rams pick? Or it's the 6th round.
That was forever. I don't know what's going on here with this pick. That should have been already.
It says 3 more minutes still before the Bills pick.
You can go ahead and make a
I have pick is in on my end with no leaks at the moment.
Me too.
No, I'm saying like the timer at the actual draft itself on stage, it says 3 more minutes.
That's probably for the pick behind them, I would assume.
Well, let's see. It's 5:13, so maybe if the Bills don't pick till at least 5:15.
They like to hold them and then do like 3 or 4 in a row.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
It's about time, right?
Should be at least. A tackle. Tylen Grable, offensive tackle from UCF.
Okay.
Can't say I graded deep into tackle in the tackle class. We're gonna have to rely on any of the stuff we could find here on Tylen. They love taking 6th-round tackles. They do it every year.
I mean, what does that say about Spencer Brown? I mean, I think it's more so just insurance in case they don't lock up Spencer Brown long term. I don't know much about this guy just because, like you said, I wasn't expecting them to get a tackle. I thought Mahogany was sticking out like a sore thumb on the interior, but they went with the exterior here to get the right tackle.
I don't think this guy will make the team, so I don't think it's a huge deal either way.
Meh.
So,
my reaction.
Hard to say without any information, though.
Yeah, it is hard to say without fully. I mean, the information I have is like not in my top 40 prospects that I did look at. So,
Man, oh man.
So I can't really comment too much on a very deep sleeper tackle at this stage. So hopefully we'll see stuff that comes out as it comes out. But nothing in my composite. Let me pull up something. Let me pull up my composite board.
Well, while you do that, I have a quick scouting report here.
Go ahead. Yeah, read it up, please.
Let's see. Tylin, I keep wanting to say Tyler, but Tylin Grable is a 4-year starter with 43 career starts at left tackle, split between the FCS 16 and Division I 27, including 13 starts at left tackle last season in UCF's run-heavy, multiple run scheme. He has a lean, muscular build with solid arm length, big hands, very good athletic ability, and adequate play strength. Wins as a run blocker, very good burst, quickness, redirect ability to line up and seal off targets. Grade 5.5, backup, draftable, 6th, 7th round. So, I mean, like you said, you couldn't do much better. Like,
he started as a
kind of
tight end
at this point. But
they're showing him on the screen now.
I will say it seemed like Mahogany was a better prospect just because he was probably maybe like a mid-round grade, right?
Yeah. How big is this guy? So he's probably a practice squad guy, probably. No.
261 on the composite board, so on the UDFA on the composite board.
He must have seen something he liked, especially with guys like Braid on the board and all those guys.
I know, and Brendan Rice too, Bo Braid, and if you wanted him, Gabe Hall. I mean, those were 3 prospects that probably graded out higher, at least according to people like us. You know, people who are doing this that aren't within the facility of the Bills. Yeah. So I feel like most fans would have said take either Rice or Hall or any of those other guys that we mentioned. I don't think anyone had a tackle on the board here.
I didn't.
No, I didn't. Not a deep sleeper tackle too. CBS, who does this for a living, and PFF both didn't rank him. So just so you know.
Yeah, it seems like a reach almost.
It seems like a UDFA they wanted to secure. Seems more like they should take him with their last pick, but I mean, whatever. Like, you're dropping pennies and picking up. You're trying to drop nickels and picking up pennies here. It doesn't really matter. Like,
well, more importantly, I know we were talking about double dipping at corner, which they still can, but they still don't have a Trey White replacement right now. So they passed on corner again. As much as we've been saying that they've been passing on wide receivers, they're passing on corners as well.
I mean, they have the 4 guys they really like that are at the top of their lineup.
Yeah, but one's a nickel.
Yeah. Well, he's a starter. Plays every
well, yeah, but I mean, we saw how thin they were last year with injuries.
Right.
So you need a running mate with Kyrie Elam as that backup.
Yeah, I mean, but if you think about it, Dane Jackson last year, right? Like, I mean, Kyrie wasn't active for a lot of games, so Kyrie takes over for Dane's spot. You only have 3 active outside boundaries per game. So you activate 3 boundaries, 1 in the nickel. That's usually who you bring into a game day roster.
Again, I mean, they still have 2 picks. One of them has to be a corner or just a defensive back in general. I would be shocked if they don't take at least a flyer on one of them.
Right. I would too.
I think I just had this feeling that our guys are going to be off the board, though.
So going back to that original question, does this change our grades at all? I mean, it's hard to say that a 6th-round tackle would change our grades, but just trying to encompass everything, because we had that question a few minutes ago. As we're going into the final round here of the NFL draft, how are we feeling about the Bills draft?
I mean, as lackluster as the last pick was, I feel pretty good.
Yeah, it shouldn't change. I mean, the middle of the 6th round shouldn't really change much. I'm still sticking with my B, so I can't say it changed.
I'm at a B too. I mean, I fluctuated from a B plus down to a B minus. I think I'm right in the middle. Look at that. I like that. Tylen Grable, 9.85 RAS.
Another guy. What do we talk about on the show today, Kevin? What are we looking at? The 10-yard split, 169, one of the top of the tackle, and they looked like they drafted off of measurables here with the vert, the broad, pretty much everything but the weight was in the top 60th percentile. Yeah, I'm fine with the weight being 306. That's fine with me. So they're going for a highly athletic tackle that could definitely get stronger, but started his career at Jacksonville State. He was a tight end for sure. Playing his final 2 seasons for the Knights at left tackle. Grable is an athletic developmental option for the Bills late on day 3. He ranks in the 60th percentile of qualifying tackles and pass protection over the past 2 seasons.
Those explosion grades, though, and the speed grade is just through the roof. Like,
right.
That 10-yard split's crazy for the 6th round.
Yep, and that's the Bills drafted. Looks like, to the argument purposes, looks like they drafted fully off of Raz here on this selection.
Well, I'm sure there were other things that they drafted him off on, but yeah, I mean, it seems like they went for the guy with maybe the biggest upside.
Yeah, not worth offensive tackles. Also, if you can find a great athlete you can mold, obviously give him a shot. So now obviously with offensive line now drafted through, looks like front 7's pretty much secure. Will they finally go DB? Cornerback specifically here in the last 2 picks. I think it's possible, right?
I think it's very likely.
Yep.
Up to 208, so the Bills are on Dylan Loeb from New Hampshire. Good looking running back.
It's a weird spelled name.
I thought it was Loeb, is how he says it, but
it's
possible it's Loeb.
I've never heard him talk, so I just had to guess at my own eyes.
So 219, 221. We'll bring you those here shortly as we're up to 209 already. So we'll be wrapping up here. Wrapping up here shortly.
I didn't realize it was gonna be that quick. Holy crap!
We thinking developmental quarterback?
I like it.
Double dip running back, DB, or double dip
receiver? It's got to
be DB. DB. Okay, one of them's DB. What about the other though?
2 DBs?
2 DBs. I like that. It's all right.
You guys are thinking 2 DBs. I guess it's possible. James Williams, possible. MJ Devonshire.
I think there might be a running back on the board that they may take later.
I can't believe Mahogany and Rice are sticking out there like sore thumbs. Like, why are they falling so far?
Not sure.
If you can get Devonshire and Rice with the last 2 picks, I'd be happy with that. I'd be very content with those 2 guys, Mahogany and Rice, or not Mahogany and Rice, Mahogany and Devonshire, or Rice and Devonshire. I'd be fine.
I don't know. I just feel like if they've passed on wide receiver this long, they're not going to draft on him. Wouldn't that almost be like a slap in the face at this point? Now, you could justify it with someone like Brendan Rice, but it's like, oh, we need wide receiver help. We're not going to give it to you until the 7th round. I don't know. I mean,
guys like Jalen Coker and Flournoy, who visited the Bills. I know Flournoy did. I don't know if Jalen Coker did, but guys who have had visits, you're probably on the phone with their agent, like, hey, if your guy doesn't get picked, our phone line is open. Hit us up.
Yeah, I mean, it is a deep class. There is a lot of talent, so like they could easily justify it. But just on the surface, where it's like you needed to replace Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis, and you traded out of the 1st round, got Keon Coleman. Okay, solid. And then you didn't do anything until your very last pick of the draft. I don't know if that would sit right. So I feel like it's almost better to just get a UDFA at this point and then try to work the trade market.
Yeah.
What's Twitter saying about the Bills' last selection?
Twitter, that's a good question.
Not sure. I'm actually going to head to the bathroom for my break, but you guys will do your thing, and we'll come back and recap everything as the day. Appreciate all the 1,300 live viewers, but what?
Lions just got Mahogany.
There you go. Okay.
Deal with
well, good pick. Good pick.
And then there were 2. All right. So how are we feeling, Izzy?
Well, Mahogany's gone, so for me, it's like Rice and Devonshire. I mean, if they want to double dip at if Bo Braid's still there, he's the guy I'd like. Him and Devonshire, 2 DBs. There's a lot of options. I can't believe some of these guys are still here, but there they are.
Yeah.
So, Dylan Lobb. Okay, so they said it. Lobb, 5'9", 206. He had a nice little 40, didn't he?
Who's this one?
Dylan Lobb from I think it's Connecticut,
New Hampshire?
New Hampshire. Yeah, running back.
I think I can't remember off the top of my head though.
Yeah, New Hampshire. He's a stout boy.
Yeah, they're talking about him right now. The Chiefs are picking right now.
Uh-oh, let's see what our rivals are going to do.
Kamal Haddon, the nickel, right, from Tennessee.
Really?
He's at least a corner. I don't know if he's inside or outside, but
I mean, we can take a look. Kamal Haddon. Okay. So,
while you look that up, I'm going to look for Labe's 40.
okay. Kamal Haddon. That's an interesting player.
All right, so this one says he was a 4.54.
Okay. Kamal Haddon, 6'1", 196. He'd be a big nickel. He's an outside zone corner.
Okay.
So maybe they're not so happy with their third round pick from a couple years ago from Fayetteville State.
Who was their slot? Because L'Jarius Sneed was, right? But then didn't he play outside corner?
Yeah, McDuffie was their slot, remember? He won the first team All-Pro.
Oh, that's right, because, yeah, Sneed kicked outside.
Yep. And so on the other side, I don't know who they were starting, but they drafted a kid in the third round that I really liked that seems to not have been panning out in their defense. Joshua Johnson from Fayetteville State, which is right here where I'm at, from right up the road. So that's if he becomes a free agent, I would love to see him get picked up by the Bills because I think McDermott does a really good job coaching up DBs.
I'm going to take a look at Kansas City's depth chart here.
Let's do it.
Jags pick is in.
Yeah, hopefully they start picking up now. Like, the slow play is getting old.
Man, so Kansas City's back end here is they have Joshua Williams and Jalen Watson, then Trent McDuffie in the slot. Now they just had this guy with Haddon. And then at safety, Justin Reed, Brian Cook, and Jaden Hicks, who I mean, that's pretty solid right there.
Yeah. So they got rid of L'Jarius.
They could have used another corner.
Yeah, they got rid of L'Jarius Sneed.
What's up?
I forgot. They got rid of L'Jarius Sneed, which I forgot. He's with Tennessee now, I think.
Yep.
So you add competition later in the draft. Maybe they do still like Joshua Johnson. He was drafted like in the third round like 2 years ago. So maybe he's showing progress and they were ready to let go of L'Jarius Sneed and not worry about CD early. And they obviously went wide receiver early, so we're going to see what he looks like. I know he got cooked by Diggs, but that's not saying a whole lot. Most people get cooked by Diggs.
Another kicker off the board. Cam Little from Arkansas going to Jacksonville.
More kickers and punters than usual this year, huh?
I don't know. I feel like the last couple of years, maybe I'm getting some recency bias because of the Patriots picks, but I feel like we've seen a lot, like in the Bill Belichick era, where he was like, "Oh, give me a long snapper, give me a fullback."
Take a center, the fifth round grade in the first round. That Cole Strange. I remember when that pick happened, and then freaking, I think it was Sean McVay was doing like an interview, and they were like, "We think about Cole Strange in the first round." I was like, "Yeah, we were talking to him, thinking he was gonna be there at 100, but yeah, guess not." And then he had like called and apologized.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Real quick, I'm not sure. You might have mentioned this. Shamari Connor too.
I don't think I have him, but
yeah. So the Chiefs have him as well.
Shamari Connor. I don't know.
Who was the rookie that you were thinking about? Was that Josh Williams?
Yeah, Joshua Williams from a few years ago.
He went to
Fayetteville State.
Connor too.
He's like 6'2", 6'3", like 210 pounds. He's a bigger corner.
Yeah.
From Fayetteville State.
Gabe Hall's still out there, right?
I think so. I didn't see him go, but I did go to the bathroom and look for some Motrin, so I have no idea. Let me see. Draft. That's available. Gabe Hall, who you asked about. There's Jacob, Cedric Johnson. Gabe Hall is still available. Edge from Baylor.
Yep. That's interesting. If he slips, I think you almost have to take him unless you really like two corners. But that's the thing. Like at this point in the draft, it really comes down to best player available because the main crux of your roster building, the construction of it is done. So this is kind of like the cherry on top. Like, all right, here's our final pick of the draft. It's a nice accessory. We did what we wanted to do. Like, if you still have needs to fill in the 7th round, you did something wrong.
True that, yeah. Another guy I like also is Miles Cole, edge rusher from Texas Tech. I did some research on him earlier in the process. Kind of forgot about him, but 6'6", 278. He's a big guy. Big guy.
I don't think they would go edge again, would they?
They might. I mean, sometimes you gotta keep throwing crap at the wall until something stinks, right?
Yeah.
So it's a late round pick. The last one we took was also a late round pick in the 5th. This one will be in the 6th. And they can compete as well. Usually they keep between 9 and 11 defensive linemen total. I'd say 10 is probably the average, usually 5 and 5. But there was a year I think they kept 6 and 4. So we'll see.
All right, so wide receivers, we have Brendan Rice, Cornelius Johnson, Marcus, how do you say that? Rosemi Jacksaint?
Rosemary Jacksaint.
Rosemary? This one says they forgot a couple letters then.
Oh, Rosemary Jacksaint. My bad.
Okay, yeah, so Rosemary.
Yeah.
Where are we on here? Yeah, so Marcus Rosemary Jacksaint. Taj Washington, Devon Vele, Jordan Whittington, Xavier Weather. I mean, it gets far and few between. Ryan Flournoy sitting down there.
Weaver's okay.
I don't see it.
I saw Weaver play at Colorado. Of course, most people who got on the whole Deion Sanders train early in the season saw him at Colorado. Mm-hmm. He's pretty decent. He was definitely overshadowed by the big boy that they got over there. Plays both ways, Lawrence and wide receiver. I'd say my favorite guys on that are Brendan Rice and Flournoy and Coker. And Coker they have just ahead of Flournoy.
Well, let's see what we have for corners.
Yeah, let's see that. What's on that list?
Miles Harden, Dwight McLeathern, MJ Devonshire, Josh Wallace, Willie Drew, Daquan Hardy, Kalen King, Ryan Cooper, Johnny Dixon. 3 corners from Penn State.
So for me, it'd be McLeathern, Devonshire, or King.
I would say McLeathern, Devonshire, and my guy, Monroe. But he's not even on the list for ESPN.
Yeah, I was like, where is he? Maybe they have him at safety? Maybe they think he's going to go with safety?
I could check. But let's not forget, they a lot of sites really didn't have Grable ranked either. So the Bills might go off target a little bit here and say, you know what? This is our guy. We don't care where ESPN ranks him.
It's true. Also, safety Josh Proctor still on the board, too, from Ohio State. It's a little surprising.
Yep. James Williams, Damani Richardson, Andre Sam, Josh Proctor, like you said, Millard Bradford. Mm-hmm. I don't see Jarius Monroe as a safety, so he just must not be listed.
Unless he was picked already.
Go back and check. If I missed it, I'll be very upset.
You might have been in the potty, remember?
Yeah, but no, I checked, and he wasn't on the list when I refreshed it.
Okay.
Rams pick is in. Are they taking forever again?
All right. Jeez. Oh,
How you feeling? A little sore?
old, man, old. I feel old. Today I had to, because of the prom, I had to take my kids. Me and my son went to the car wash, and then we went in and we basically detailed the car. And I was sitting there like, make sure the tires are all inflated well, and it's like all that bending down and stuff. I'm not even 40 yet, and I feel old as hell. But the Army will do that to you. So
Picking up the chicks, right? With that detailed car.
Yep. Getting all the girls in the Armada. Let's go. Hey, lady, I got a Bose sound system here. Come get it. I do love that truck. It's a good truck. You almost need like a big truck like that down here.
What kind of truck is it?
It's a Nissan Armada. It's a big SUV.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's about the size of a Tahoe.
So we have a comment here. The roster is virtually set. I agree. Going to be really hard for any of these last couple picks to make the roster. Maybe a cornerback. That's about it. Yeah. So now, I was saying these are kind of accessories where it's just like, okay, take the best player available. You also have to think who has the best chance, who has the best route at making this roster. Because maybe the best player available is, I don't know, a right tackle, but you just took a right tackle, right? So
No, left tackle.
Oh, left tackle. Okay. Either way, tackle in general. So, like, if the best player available is a tackle, you might have to pivot a little bit and say, is he realistically going to make the team? Like, it was already a stretch to say that Grable's going to make the team.
Yeah.
So we might have to pivot here. And that's why I think you say, all right, well, who's the best player available based on the path to making this roster? And I think that's where you land on corner.
What was Grable's first name?
Tylan?
Tylan.
Tylan?
Tylan?
Yep.
Tyler Grable. He is 6'6", 306 pounds. Left tackle, so he's specific. Better pass blocker than run blocker. Yeah, scouting weaknesses: short area blocker with limited range and doesn't consistently get to the second level. Okay. We play undisciplined at times, especially in space. Lacks finishing attitude. Okay. Has a bad habit of panicking on reach blocks, lunging and grabbing rather than trusting his athleticism to get him in position. Oof. This could lead to frequent flags and holding. While Grable displays a decent amount of strength at the point of attack, he lacks the raw power to reestablish the line of scrimmage in short yardage situations. So he's a project, basically. He's going to be, he's 6-7 rounds. Our project guys, but he's probably one of the squad.
Tested really well on the RAS, 9.85.
I think he's going to be on the practice squad. Vandermark's going to beat him out for the job this year, and we'll see.
Who was that last pick that we had come in?
Our last pick or the one that just happened?
Oh, since he got Cedric Johnson, the edge from Ole Miss at 214.
They also doubled it at the tight end, which is odd.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
They took my guy from Arizona. Bastards. And they took all earlier.
Jarrett Kingston, guard, USC, going to San Fran. So that means the Bills are coming up here within a few picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they took Eric All from Iowa in the fourth round, and then they took Tanner McLaughlin from Arizona in the sixth round. So they double dipped at tight end. McLaughlin is the guy I was looking at potentially for the Bills if they wanted to go tight end and give competition to good old Quentin Morris, but looks like his job may be secure.
Yeah, that room was pretty much untouched, right? I mean, they didn't draft a tight end, and did they do anything in free agency? I mean, they brought back Quentin Morris.
That's it, really.
Obviously, there's Kincaid and Knox. Knox reworked his deal.
Yep. Took that pay cut on base salary, and it's a restructure, but it was basically a pay cut. made sure he got a little bit more guaranteed money, but he took salary off. So I'll take less, but you're going to guarantee me a little bit more. We'll meet in the middle.
Cowboys just took Ryan Flournoy.
Freaking bastards. I hate the Cowboys.
So there goes a potential fan favorite wide receiver. But again, if the Bills took this long to get a wide receiver, I highly doubt they're getting another one. Maybe they surprise us with Brendan Rice. Rams got Bo Limmer, center from Arkansas. Solid pick.
Yeah, I like that pick.
So now Baltimore is up at 218. The Bills are up at 219. Tampa at 220. And then starting round 7 will be Buffalo.
I don't, finishing up with the first pick in the 7th round works for me.
All right, so I see Kevin in the background, and now Kevin is on the screen.
What's going on?
All right, so Bills are almost up. We had a few picks taken here. Flournoy went to Dallas.
Saw that, yeah.
Johnson went to Cincy. Jordan Whittington from Texas went to L.A. Mahogany went to Detroit. That was right when you left.
Yep, I saw Mahogany.
So bringing this full circle now. What's the move here for the Bills? 2 final picks, 219, 221. Gabe Hall is still there.
Yeah, James Williams. I'm going James Williams, and I'm going MJ Devonshire.
I would say Jarius Monroe out of my bias, but if Devonshire and McLaughlin are still there, I think you take one of them. And then I really wonder if they would double dip and take Gabe Hall.
Yeah.
Definitely a possibility. Definitely a valid possibility. I like Bo Braid if he's still there. Unless he went and I just didn't notice.
I think he's still available.
No, I'm not seeing him anymore. Nope.
And Rice is still there too, right?
Yeah, Rice is there. Bo Braid's there. Yeah, I think between Gabe Hall, Miles Cole, MJ Devonshire, Brendan Rice, and Bo Braid, and Williams. I think there's plenty of guys on the board for them to just go ahead and stick and pick and not worry about trading.
I'm going to call my shot right now. I'm going to say that based on how the Bills like to construct their roster, they like the depth and competition, and they like the versatility. Gabe Hall is a pick at 219, and then they have to get a corner here at 221. They have that connection drafting Pitt corners late on Saturday. MJ Devonshire is my pick at 221.
And the Ravens want a quarterback.
Ravens took quarterback?
Yep.
Michael Pratt? Or was it Mitt?
No, they went with Devin Leary.
Who?
Devin Leary, Kentucky's quarterback. So Ray Davis is quarterback.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Still a couple left, though, and Michael Pratt and Sam Hartman. Carter Bradley.
I should know this guy because he played at NC State, which is up the street from me.
Yep. So the Bills are on the clock and rocking and rolling. So hopefully we get
up the road. It's about an hour away, but
All right, one last time. No spoilers.
You can do it.
I would just be stunned if they don't come away with the corner with one of these 2 picks. Like, it just seems too perfect. Like, this is their area. This is their target area. This is their sweet spot to get a Pitt corner in the 6th, early round 7.
Or a Pitt DB, because they're taking Dane Jackson and DeMar Hamlin?
Yeah, and wasn't there another one they got from Pitt, too?
I don't remember.
He might have been cut. Do you remember, Kev?
not that I can think of offhand.
Me either, yeah. But I do see the pattern where you take Pitt DBs off the 6th and 7th round.
Pick is in.
Uh-oh. Who's it gonna be?
Well, at least the Bills didn't trade it again.
Looks like they're going to make these 2 selections. No trade ups, guys. No trade ups. It's got to be a first.
Someone held Bean down. Or maybe he held himself down. And he's like, you know what? I hear the outside noise. I can sit still.
Right.
You had to go borrow someone's Ritalin.
What'd you say?
You had to go borrow somebody's Ritalin because they're pacing around the room. It was like an addict, like, give me picks. No.
It's taking a while here.
Shut up.
Would you guys take Brendan Rice here?
Yes.
I would have took him last round.
I would too, but I just don't think he's on the radar.
Yeah. He may not fit the scheme, you know. You have to have Joe Brady in the room. Be like, yeah, let's go get Jerry's kid. But I mean, I think there's more than 4 or 5 guys that we all think could go to these 2 picks. So it's something outside of what we thought. I think all of us will be surprised. Like, wow, they couldn't. But they put the list.
I feel like they catch up on the screen with the players they're talking about, and then they announce more.
Here it is.
That's what they do.
Like, well, they're like Marcus Harris, defensive tackle, Auburn. Like, what? Let's go Josh and back. Let's go Michael Pratt. I wouldn't mind that at all.
They do get a corner. Daquan Hardy from Penn State.
Daquan Hardy.
They go, yeah, Daquan Hardy. Yep.
Okay, so there's a corner. We were right with that one. I didn't have Hardy on my board. Actually, he was listed as like the 7th or 8th best corner available, right?
Something like that. Yeah. Yep.
His overall rank is 249, so like just before Mr. Irrelevant or just after. But it's 5'9",
Yeah, 200.
139. Go ahead.
I mean, now the question is, did they double dip? I mean, do they get Devonshire, or don't you think they?
Also, don't
taking
forget he's
Devonshire
a punt return guy.
Okay. Yep. There you
And
go.
new kick return rules too.
Yep. So that's definitely a note of Hardy was they probably went that route over others due to his ability to return. So
Wow, 5'9", 179.
yeah, he's returning. He's returning kicks.
So that doesn't answer. Okay, so that could answer my question earlier. That could be the special teams player. Now you might have to go get a straight up boundary corner to replace Trey White.
Yep.
So now it comes down to McLaughrin or Devonshire.
He's also a slot corner. So here's your Taron Johnson backup as well.
Yep. I was looking that up just now on Draft Buzz.
Yep. Hardy's a smaller size slot corner who plays with a lot of confidence despite his lack of size. He's quick but lacks top end speed. Understands how to say good eyes and coverage. Good quick player on the blitz.
I don't know about that top end speed comment because he ran a 4.38.
Yeah.
I mean, he's quick. Maybe he's not like dominant, but
yeah, I'm not
fast
sure.
enough,
Yeah,
right?
that was PFF's breakdown of his ability. Another 815.
Last score.
Yeah, 851. Excuse me.
What's his split? 10-yard.
10-yard split? Once again, they're getting top end 10-yard splits. 153.
Ooh. Okay.
If he was tall at all, he would be a 10 Raz. Like he's super athletic. So once again, another smaller guy that's fast.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The PFF's comment there that he was not fast, but like
wrong
he's
player.
fast. He's really fast.
all around the clock again.
Nice. Who just
Elijah
went?
Klein, guard from UTEP, going to Tampa. So now the Bills look
Nice.
to close out their portion of the draft here.
So this one could be a splash like Rice or Coker, or it could be something less assuming.
So there we go. We got Hardy on the screen. 5'9", ran a 4.38. So definitely going to be your backup slot corner now in Hardy. So they got that secured. Will they go with more of a James Williams? We'll have to see.
Oh, picks in, looks like. Nope. Okay.
I think they have to double dip here at corner, right? Because if that's the guy that we were talking about, he's a backup
No double
slot.
dips
He's
yet,
special
guys.
teams.
No double dips yet at any position.
You have to go get a boundary corner, and unless they're checking someone on the market, because Bean could find a Leonard Floyd in a few weeks. So like there is that option. But
DJ Chark.
I don't know. Wait, Gabe Hall? Do they go Gabe Hall? Brendan Rice? Like they've passed on Rice so many times.
Yep.
Well, they passed on Gabe Hall too every time.
Yeah.
But I think that, with Brendan Rice still being there, like it's like almost
2 punt returns for a touchdown in 2023.
That's beautiful. I like that news.
Super cool.
So you thinking corner like Devonshire or McLeathern here?
I
Syracuse?
would, yeah.
Okay.
I'll throw on a final hat for a running back or for a receiver.
I mean, if it's a receiver, I'm hoping for Coker, but I wouldn't be mad at Rice. I think Rice has got better polished route running at this point in time in his career, but I think the potential of a Jalen Coker is higher. The ceiling on Coker, I believe, is higher, but the floor is lower, whereas Rice, I think, has that. Pick is in.
They're talking about Hardy now on ESPN. So far, so good.
Jaquan Hardy.
Competitive, plays bigger than he actually is. Okay.
I like that. Oh, in the snow. Let's go. That's another factor, too. Like, you played at Penn State, so the weather, something that we kind of underrate, but playing in Buffalo, he's going to deal with it.
Sorry, would you say Louis Riddick just said that Buffalo should be pumped that he fell this far to them?
Well, I'm glad he said that, but I was saying seeing the snow game there kind of pumped me up a little bit because, that is a factor, especially for DBs and receivers, where it's just nice to see that someone was drafted that has played in it and knows how to deal with it.
Yep.
Everybody's going to have to eventually. I don't care if you're from California or, Los Angeles, and you get drafted to the freaking Vikings or the Packers. You're going to have to deal with it someday anyway. So.
They got the Bills draft room on the TV now.
So we'll have to.
Would anyone take one of the Gabes here? Gabe Murphy, Gabe Hall?
I don't think so. Not that I saw.
No, I said, would anyone? Like, would you guys want to take him here?
I wouldn't be mad. Paul, especially, but.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad, but I just think there's a bigger need at boundary corner right now.
I think I hear someone's TV.
Is that mine? Can you hear mine?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
Is it mine? It's pretty soft.
Well, it's not bad. It's just, like.
Is that lower?
Yeah.
Mine's muted, so it can't be mine anymore.
Mine's muted, so.
Does anybody hear anything?
I don't.
No? All right, my noise cancellation is working.
Okay.
So I'm basically using two screens. I got the laptop screen here, and a TV up there. A TV screen to the laptop, but then through StreamYard, you can cancel noise. And then because it's coming from the same machine, it just deletes that audio.
Here we go, last pick.
Here we go. I don't know why I'm so anxious. Whatever.
Another tackle? Travis Clayton, offensive lineman from England.
England.
Wow. Okay.
Oh.
6'7", 301 pounds.
The international player pathway, England. It's almost like they got paid to take him.
I don't really understand this one.
Didn't
but
scout
okay.
a second tackle out of England. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to
Rugby
rely.
guy.
We're gonna have to rely on. We got one receiver. That's telling to me, guys. The vet receiver route is on par. It's going to be talked about much. They double dipped at tackle.
That was probably one of the least likely positions to even draft in the first place. With Dawkins signed on the extension, Spencer Brown, Lael Collins, Tommy Doyle coming back from injury, Ryan Vandermark looking promising, and they take 2 tackles?
They say guard on ESPN saying guard. So it's possible you could convince yourself of one center, one guard, one tackle. So
That dude's big.
they don't have any film of him. They don't like there's nothing.
It looked like he's a rugby player.
He is a rugby player.
That wasn't a UDFA. That was you needed to draft it. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I like their draft. I don't know what they're doing with that, but it's a top of the 7th round.
Yeah, I mean that should.
He is an offensive guard, so he wouldn't classify as a double dip. Is that him? He's also there, so that seems like a little bit like for show.
It's a big ass dude.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily move the needle for me, but I think the needle mover that drops my draft grade from that B+ to a B, if not a B-, is the fact that they only got one corner who's 5'9", not even 180 pounds. So they still need a Trey White replacement and a Stephon Diggs replacement. So arguably 2 of your best players did not get replaced in this draft.
Sure.
I mean, your Trey White replacements were so Douglas. They traded for him at the deadline, right?
You're right.
So they spent the 3rd round pick this year for him. So technically he would be your replacement there. But yeah, I mean, obviously I agree on the receiver front.
Yeah, I mean, I probably should have worded that differently because Trey White has transformed into a backup. So they're missing a boundary corner and potentially a wide receiver 1.
You know, I'm not sure about how all that's working either. Like, if you look at receiver, and we lost Gabe and Diggs, we replaced Gabe essentially with Curtis Samuel. But we never replaced Sherfield and Hardy, which are our receiver 4 and 5. But we have Hamler and a bunch of other guys. I have no idea what we're doing at those positions to boost them up in depth. But I think at the top of those positions, we're fine. So I think it's more depth we're looking for. We can go for a receiver 1, and that's definitely in play because we don't have a true 1. The corner, I think we're fine in starting range, but getting the depth there. So I think that they're going to be making a lot of calls post-draft for some UDFAs.
Well, guys, we're approaching the 6 o'clock hour here. Let's give our final wrap-up thoughts. 1 to 6 was a great show here. We appreciate everybody tuning in. 1,300 viewers. We'll bring you more on Clayton. We just don't have anything like straight up. Like, you know, wasn't scouting a rugby player from England. I'm tweeting some stuff, so follow me on him. I'm tweeting over some pathway stuff that I've been able to find. English boxer, rugby player, ran 4.79. Well, I ran a 4.79, which is
fast,
very fast.
Maybe they can train him up to be that, you know, that 6th lineman big tight end, you know.
So, Kevin, and we'll go to Izzy. Kevin, give us your final wrap-up thoughts here in your grade.
All right, so I'll try to keep this to about a minute.
Okay,
so
great.
He's ready to get out. All right, so the Bills did not get one of the wide receivers on my board. They did not trade up for Brian Thomas. They gave Carolina Xavier Legette, but they did come away with Keon Coleman. I think that's a very solid move. They passed on Troy Franklin, so I think that is the looming question hanging over us right now. who is going to replace Stephon Diggs as wide receiver 1? Is he already on the roster, or is there a corresponding move to come after the draft? Aside from that, I love the Cole Bishop move. Dwayne Carter, again, I thought that was a spot you could have gotten Troy Franklin, but they got Dwayne Carter. And oddly enough, that was a 3rd-round pick that they got from Kansas City. Kansas City is a team that we're trying to get pressure on in the playoffs, so maybe that's a good omen. So I think that is a very nice player right there. Ray Davis wasn't one of my running back guys. I liked Audric Estime, but I think he fills a role. Very solid. Van Pranger, the center from Georgia, he fell. I thought they could have gotten Hunter Norzad or Tanner Bortolini, but considering that he fell, another solid pick. The linebacker, Ulofoshio, I have to go back and learn how to pronounce his name a little bit clearer, but I think that is a great coverage linebacker, and I think they made out well there. A couple of tackles that they got at the end of the draft, I wasn't too sure about those. I thought they could have gotten a boundary corner. Maybe they wanted to get another defensive tackle or go back to wide receiver, but hey, like I said, that shouldn't be a needle mover too much. I think they filled a lot of holes. I would give this an overall solid B.
Okay. Izzy, what are your takeaways?
So I like the draft. I don't love it because, didn't go the way I thought it was going to go, but, that's no. I'm sure I'll love it if these guys all pan out. So I have it as a B- as well. I had it as a B- after yesterday, just because I thought that there were better pathways to do things. But you know what? I am not the GM, like I said yesterday as well. It's not my ass on the line. I'm going to be a fan today, tomorrow, next year, the year after that. So that doesn't make a difference. But I do like some of this. I do like the fact that there was a diverse group of picks. I do like that.
And real quick, I just want to say, Javon Solomon, love that pick. 16 sacks to lead the FBS last year. Very solid value pick right there. So all in all, like I said, I think Brandon Beane, was it his best draft? I wouldn't say that, but it was far from his worst. So I think he did very well trying to win now and in the future.
Yes, and final wrap-up thoughts. Clayton, they took some high athletic guys with Clayton, and they took some high athleticism with Hardy. So we'll see how another Hardy, returning punts for the Bills. So we'll see how that pans out for the team going forward. So with all that being said, thank you all for tuning in to our draft edition of Day 3. I give the grade right now a B. I'm going to stick with it. I can't let a couple late round picks change my initial grade. I think the Bills did everything they wanted, but this does seem like a vet wide receiver is in the fold. So stay tuned to all of our shows. You can find in all the whole Built-in Buffalo Network. We have a lineup of shows from Sunday to Saturday that will be with you and break down. All of us will be breaking down each of our editions, as well as what vet receiver will the Bills be going with. But thank you for all. The last pick of the 7th round, being an international pathway player, will they receive an exemption? It is telling that the Bills double dipped at the interior and or tackle position prior to taking a second receiver and a guy that played rugby prior. So I think that is something to follow with them not seeing the need to do the second receiver with a hole on the roster. So from Kevin, and Izzy, we really appreciate everybody. To our show sponsor, Acropolis Realty, and all the show sponsors across the network, thank you so much for tuning in. Best of luck and enjoy the last 7th round here. And we'll catch you guys all on each of our shows. See you soon.